Okay. Okay. What's up? Can you tell I've changed the camera angle a little bit? It's a little bit lower. I think it works like this though. Makes sense. It's plausible. All right, fuck. Fuck. You have a request. I know you have a request. You want me to look at a user called Data? Are they even still there? Data MK3? No. If it's someone who got banned, their chats will be gone. You need to get me the exact username because I can't find anyone called Data. Have you seen the Vosh Champion Spotlight? No? What's that? Oh, Schadenfreude. Let's see. They're not there. It's hilarious. Watch it. I don't know what you want to look for, though. It's not there. There's nothing in my Discord that's got that name. So unless they deleted their DMs. Their DMs would have got deleted when they left. I'll tag you in them. I mean, if the DMs are still, if the messages are still there, you can show me them, but look at it on YouTube. What am I looking at on YouTube? Hang on. Vosh Champion Spotlight. Is this that league video? Is that what people were talking about? Hang on. Oh, the League of Politics by PF Young. Is that what I'm looking for? Okay. I can do that while I run through the basics. Okay. This. You want me to watch this? Is Destiny's reaction up on PF Young? Is okay.
Welcome to this League of Politics Champion Spotlight, featuring Vosh, the Horse Lord.
Why do people wear gloves? It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Vosh is one of the 3 major champions that were released as part of the legendary Political Streamer expansion pack, which has since dominated the meta in League of Politics. He is a very powerful, dedicated tank, with a number of abilities that allow him to absorb tons of damage, drama, and general controversy. Let's take a look at what this hoofed hero can do on the Rift. Vosh hails from the most elite and wealthy parts of the Upper City in Piltover. As a youth, Vosh witnessed the steep inequality between the citizens of the Upper City and the disenfranchised denizens of the Undercity known as Zon. Driven by his deep sense of compassion, Vosh became a socialist, courageously championing the plight of the poor and dispossessed without ever actually doing anything to help them. In his quest for glory, Vosh befriended a magical goblin called Destiny. But after an unfortunate dispute over a member of Destiny's harem, Vosh struck out on his own to conquer the Rift for himself. Vosh's passive is weapons-grade autism, considered by many to be the ultimate double-edged sword.
So you want me, Sev, you want me to start the DMs? You want me to start the DMs here? You want me to start the, I don't know why I keep calling them DMs, they're logs. You want me to start the logs here? And they just go down? Okay. Interesting. There were some fucking morons in the Discord yesterday, so that might be good. I had a big argument with one of them. Where are they? Have they carried on? That K person. They have not resumed. Okay. It's fine.
Sword. This ability grants major boosts to Vosh's rhetorical abilities.
Hyperfixation has always been my most predominant autistic characteristic, I suppose, like dropping everything to hyperfixate on something. For me, it was public speaking, which I obviously enjoy very much and now get to do for a living, so, you know, that worked out pretty well in my favor.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The cost of such a powerful passive should not be underestimated, though. Without trying to deflect, this passive makes it difficult to read social cues from teammates and to avoid making optically unsound arguments.
And I hate to pull this out, because this sounds like some invalid self-defense, but I am autistic.
I'm a lot better at making arguments than I used to be.
Oh no. The ultimate. What's wrong with using the autistic defense? What's wrong with that?
I'm a lot less... I don't know. I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I used to be. I don't know.
Vosh's Q is literally a fascist. Vosh targets an enemy champion and accuses them of being a fascist, dealing a moderate amount of true damage.
It is in being a fascist.
Because this ability deals true damage, Vosh doesn't need to itemize for armor penetration or provide any evidence. As long as they disagree with Vosh, they are vulnerable to this highly spammable ability.
It's from conservatives. People who are often fascists.
You're
True.
a fascist!
Lo Vosh, you really saying Peterson is a fascist? Yeah. No matter what she personally believes, she covers for fascists.
I don't even know if he's a Nazi. He's definitely an anti-Semite.
Vosh's W is postmodern parry. Vosh enters a defensive stance, ignoring all incoming damage from the next enemy attack. First, Vosh spends a few seconds channeling the power of moral relativism.
Whereas a moral anti-realist is of the opinion that there's no such thing as an epistemically objective morality, but they're objectively right or wrong in the framework of an intersubjective set of moral principles.
Once he's uttered the incantations, Vosh then puts his postmodern magic into practice,
Let's go.
granting him invulnerability against even the most basic of facts.
But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O.
Wow.
That was true even before we knew about chemistry.
Uh-oh.
It
This
was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border, and over there it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The
I'm
stuff
not
that
talking
fills
about the word one.
many
Lots of
things fill
things
lakes and rivers.
Agua. Oh no. Bro, Professor Agua. He roadblocked that conversation like so effortlessly. Because he's trying to say I'm referring to the thing, not for the symbol that refers to the thing, right? Like the noise or the word or the writing. I'm not referring to the symbol or to the term. I'm referring to the thing itself. The thing that... What thing? The water. The thing that fills lakes and river. Well, lots of things fill lakes and rivers. Bro. It's so powerful.
Okay.
Vosh's E is Equestrian Eros. Vosh whinnies loudly, tapping into his deep love and affinity for the animal kingdom.
You can write this down. I want to f a woman as a horse.
After transforming into a
You say water like a damn Yank. Yanks don't say water. They say water with 2 D's. They say double D. And a silent R before the D's. Water.
glorious stallion, Vosh gish gallops in a straight line, dealing massive damage to any naysayers in range, and significantly destabilizing their morale. Let's stop beating a dead horse here. Vosh's ultimate is Lollipop. Vosh ignores all the obvious negative effects of consistently and repeatedly sitting in front of your computer and watching too much adult content.
As somebody with an entirely healthy relationship to pornography, you know, if I want to look at fat, I can just look at the fat.
Does Vosh... Are we trying to say Vosh has a porn addiction now? Okay.
And then I can just, leave, walk away from the computer.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
As the inevitable desire for novelty increases, Vosh reaches a critical level of degeneracy,
See, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
allowing him to summon an army of questionable cartoon figures and short-stacked goblins to aid him in battle.
You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right?
These
Oh,
creepy
he's so
conjurations
funny.
then activate a global taunt, forcing every champion on the map, including his own allies, to attack Vosh wherever he
Hey, it's President Sunday.
is. As a hyper-progressive tank, Vosh is usually found in the top lane, alongside a team of other highly intelligent but generally useless socialists. Vosh is a strong lane bully, and can whittle down opponents by spamming literally a fascist over and over again. If he overextends, Equestrian Eros grants Vosh horse-like mobility to escape any incoming ganks. But be careful when this ability is on cooldown, as Vosh has no other strong escapes.
It's your secret folder. My secret folder is incredibly bad poems that I wrote when I was 16, okay? And it probably doesn't even exist anymore, so...
His weapons-grade autism makes it difficult for him to travel.
Why are you so lazy? It's not a laziness thing, man. Travel makes me fucking queasy. It makes me sick. I feel like depressive the entire week after
Am I sure the timeline is right here? I feel like this horse shit happened. This horse shit drama happened. I feel like it happened when I was flying, no? So it is very feasible that he could have either been packing or flying on the day that that folder was leaked. And I'd be hanging out with my streamer public speaker hero, Vaush, in Ohio instead of all this. Oh no.
I fucking hate travel. I've always hated travel. Why? Literally autism.
Vosh's kit makes him very good at countering enemy carries.
And I'm autistic. Not only am I autistic, bro, I'm autistic, socially anxious, socially awkward. I look, in my passport, I look like a terrorist, and I have the name of a terrorist. And I went to US Customs with the most famously grumpy fucking suspicious Terminators at the fucking border queue. Oh god. But thankfully this was the first time I was not given any shit at customs. The guy was literally but even then the guy was so chill, and he was like, he had to tell me to relax when I was putting my fucking fingers on the box for the fingerprint machine, on the fingerprint scanner. The guy was like, listen dude, chill, you're fine. I was like, am I? Yeah, fuck. I think I was squeezing it too hard. But then, even then, after I'd gone through customs and been approved, they give you a little, like a little flyer with a bunch of writing on it. I thought it was a form, but I didn't. He put it in my passport, so I didn't know that he'd given it to me because I was like distracted or whatever. Like I just didn't see him slip it into my passport. So I get to the final line where there's this guy, this one last guard that people are giving these forms to, and I'm like, where do I get those forms from? And he's like, you mean you don't have one? You went to the guy, right? The customs guy. I was like, yeah. And he's like, and you didn't do anything? You didn't see anything? Maybe look in your passport, dude. I looked inside. I'm like, oh yeah, there's this thing. It's like, he gave you that and you didn't take any action? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So then I was like, okay, shit, sorry. So I walked away because I thought like, I actually need to fill out this form, because that's why I was like, normally when I go to America, I have to write down where I'm staying, like a point of contact and all that shit. So I was like, okay, maybe I have to fill out this form. And he's like, what are you doing? I was like, I thought I had to fill this out. And he just said, he just puts his hand out. And apparently I didn't need to fill it out. It's just a thing to say that you've passed the customs check, and I just give it to him. So I freaked the fuck. I went through hell to come to America, and that was the easiest part of. That's the easiest time I've ever had going to the United States. You're saying no, you don't, but I'm sorry. In 2012, the first time I went to America, I had to, on the plane, they give us a form where I had to fucking fill out with the address that I was staying at, reason I was visiting, the point of contact who I was meeting there, and because I got one number on the address wrong, it wasn't a valid address, or was it a number on the zip code? I can't remember. I had to fucking go to the back of the queue whilst I called my aunt to get the actual address, which was in 2012, which is a lot more seamless to get in contact with people. Before I had a smartphone, right? It was a lot more difficult to get in contact with people quickly in a different country. So yeah, that's what happened the first time I went to America. I almost missed my connecting flight because of that. But no, this time it was much easier. Yeah. Anyway.
He can tell a spellcasting sorcerer like J.K. Rowling to literally shut the F up.
That's why it's the hardest job. True. I definitely remember the forums. You don't need those anymore. I mean, don't take my word for it. Like, maybe you do, but I didn't. That's it. Maybe it's because, I don't know why, because I did the same thing with the ESTA. I did all that. I did my ESTA. Maybe it's because part of doing the ESTA this time or part of the booking this time, I had to put the address in online. Maybe that's the difference, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe the ESTA process changed. In any case, always be prepared. Like, if you're going to, yeah, don't take my word for it that it's definitely changed all over the country. It might not have. I don't know. I love how I used to be an avid Vosh. And after the Israel-Palestine conflict, I came to realize Lib left is Islamophobic. Now I'm very active in the deprogram. Why is there always at least one deprogram shitter in my chat? Why every time? It's like there's an operation going on. I was put off by the Islamophobe, which might well exist. I don't actually know. Maybe. But I'm perfectly fine with the people who think there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. I'm perfectly fine with that and all the ahistorical bullshit. Oh, God. Cringe.
Without suffering any damage from accusations of misogyny.
I'll just lay out my points right here, okay? I think that the people who are hand-wringing over this are borderline defending J.K. Rowling by implication.
Def, don't tell them you're working. Well, I wasn't working, so.
So the people who are fretting over this are essentially siding with the transphobe, either because their optics or civility politics brained in a very liberal fashion, or because they hate me so much that they have to adopt any position which allows them to condemn me.
Despite the hyper-progressive nature of his kit.
What is Islamophobic to these people? Oh no, to these people, Islamophobic is usually just when you criticize, when you have a go at Hamas. Like, that's it. That's it.
Vosh is capable of making some base takes when postmodern parody is on cooldown and he's forced to use common sense.
Quit making pride, quit making the existence of gay people a sex thing. Isn't that the progressive argument? That teaching kids sexuality isn't the same thing as exposing them to sex? Isn't that the whole argument we make? Kids should go to Pride. It should be a cool thing it should be a block party with cotton candy. It should be a community fair. If you want a kink thing, go to a private venue.
It's also important to remember that the majority of Vosh players are severely autistic teenagers. So while it's easy to write off Vosh as a bottom tier champion, one should not forget the valid reasons so many people like to play him.
Listen, you have to understand, there's no such thing as a person who doesn't experience awkward conversations. There is nobody so charismatic that they don't have trouble with that. This is the conversational gap. Your thoughts are locked away inside of your skull. Nobody can see them and nobody ever will. The best you can do is express them through vocal or physical communication. That's it. This is not a mechanism for seamless interaction making. It's gonna cause problems.
Destiny's chat and sometimes yours is hella anti-Islam. Zionists don't consider them as humans. You can show me a community member who's been doing that, but I generally, if someone is actually just being Islamophobic, I'll just ban them. So I don't know.
For everyone, you know? You're just trying to make it as good as you can.
Thank you for watching this Champion Spotlight. Join us next time for a closer look at Benjamin Netanyahu, the Lord of Darkness.
Oh, no. That was a good video. That was funny. Are you allowed to visit Israel? Yeah, I don't have any Lebanese shit on my passport, so yeah, I can visit Israel, yeah. As long as I don't go to Lebanon first. The religion channel in Discord became the hate on Islam channel for a few weeks as lots. I'm sorry, no, I don't, well, I need people to show me because I don't actually trust people to delineate between, if it's, I think you need to realize that, like, I feel like a good check if you think something is just like anti-Muslim hate or whatever. Anti-Islam stuff is like generally, I'd say that's fine because it's a monotheistic religion that is okay to criticize, like anti-Christian shit, right? Or anti-fucking Judaism. I have airport connections, don't worry. Okay. I guess it's a small country, right? But no, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can generally trust people to tell between like criticizing a religion and being Islamophobic, because Islamophobic means something very different, right? Like, religion channel bounces from anti-Islam to Muslim fundamentalist every other week. Where are the Muslim fundamentalists? Oh no. A Lorna Box meet up in Israel would be oh fuck no. Well, I have been invited by at least one chatter to go to Israel, but I don't know. I don't know how keen I am really. There would totally be like the opportunity for some crazy discourse pilled content, you know, like getting a bunch of people in the region for a meetup and just talking about it for like 2 hours about all the stuff. The problem is there's not really anywhere that there's not really anywhere that all the Israeli, Palestinian, Arab viewers could actually go to meet, is there? There's not actually anywhere, because where can me fucking share Sev and Sundowner all go, right? Where can we all go safely? Ohio, true. Me, you, and Cher can go to Tel Aviv. Scarlett can't come. Me up in a set. I don't even fucking. Just find one of the roads. You and Destiny should go together and meet up with Benny Morris and tour around the country and hold that big talk. Oh yeah, Benny Morris can come as well. That's true. At least if I come with Destiny, they won't interrogate me, right? Because he's like the fucking Hasbara Mossad agent of the United States. If I go to Israel with Destiny, they'll all fucking they'll applaud as we got off the plane. And they'll bow. Have you covered the food truck shooting yet? No, but I will do. Someone put a massive effort post about it in my Reddit, just posting all the different articles and all the different opinions. And obviously, the conclusion now that I seem to be seeing is that the Palestinian side seems to be saying that the majority of the people who died were shot by the IDF. Some of them, even a lot of them, as they were fleeing. And then the other side of the story is that some people were shot, but most people died in the stampede. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. And then also why the shooting started is debated. So yeah, I don't know. I'll look at all of the evidence and see where we come. Might be good to actually review all that online. And I saw people arguing about it in fucking Discord as well. The thing is, we also have like, I don't know. The problem with meeting in Israel, though, is that fucking Palestinians can't come, right? Like, we couldn't get fucking Sundowner there, and we couldn't get Axhole or even like Beast Process and shit. I don't know. Like, but I do feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm just being naive as shit. But I think if there are a bunch of people, especially if your belief is that you ultimately want to. You think the two-state solution is out the window, or it's going to be very unlikely, and the only way forward is going to be like a one nation for two people or one state for two people, like that kind of shit. If you're going to hold that position, more or less, then I think like a good way to demonstrate like your advocacy for that would actually be just like encouraging meetups and like friendships or whatever, like between the two groups, because it's the only way it's going to be possible, right? Like the big hurdle is that just the idea of like Israelis and Palestinians actually talking to each other and like is like would be a demonstration of like actually it's something. I don't know. It's like it's as far as like activists from the other side of the world can do or can convince people of or like can try to promote. I feel like it's like a pretty, I don't know. I think it's like an interesting gesture. Maybe. The power of friendship. That would be so corny. See, I can hold that position. I also think both states are populated by idiots. True. Destiny, Gabrielle, Sev, you, and Warthongs, Sundowner all go to Israel. I don't know the rules for. I don't think Sundowner can go to Israel, can he? If he's a Jordanian Palestinian or Palestinian Jordanian, whatever the fuck. What is this? I don't know how it works. Jordanian passport. Oh, I guess Jordanian's at fucking peace with Israel, right? So, yeah. But the problem is like having to tolerate bullshit at the border and all that. Yeah, they'll give you a lot of shit. Yeah. Anyway, that's a pie in the sky right now, unless some incredibly wealthy person pays for it. So who knows? Bro, Hassan could come. Is the internet box fixed? No, 10 days. 9 days, actually. What is this 100,000 view video about Xanderhall called Xanderhall BreadTube's Darkest Creator? I was told about this, and I think I've been given the impression that this video is like quite like 2016 right-leaning edgy. But has slurs though. Okay. This isn't the DJ Mule video, right? No, this is a Xanderhall critique video from the, I think it's from the right. This person, as far as I know, this person seems to have right-wing vibes, but I could be wrong. Definitely not left. Anyway. It's not 2 hours long, so not a lefty. Yeah, it's reasonable length, which means they're probably a right-winger. Okay.
If you grew up in the early 2000s or late 90s, you watched PewDiePie in 2016, and you enjoyed PewDiePie's videos, thought they were funny and cool, and then one day a video shows up in your recommended, and it'll have a really pretentious title like Social Media and the Sinister Rise of Fascism. From there, there are two paths.
Yes.
You either didn't care about this video and went on to join society and get a job, or alternatively, you really liked this video, thought it was really smart, and then subsequently shaped your entire personality around.
Isn't DJ? I thought DJ Mule was back to YouTube now, isn't he? Has he not made a return? I thought he made a return. Fuck you. Where have we got here? He does have DJ Mule's vibe, though, the way he talks. I think he's back, isn't he? 2 months ago, awful landlord influencers. What do we do about AI? Yeah, he's taking another pop. 79,000. This video's popped off though, eh? This video it did pretty well. But an hour and a half, he probably made a reasonable amount of money off of it as well. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Around a 20-minute video made by a guy who was desperately trying to get laid in college. Then you dedicate yourself to a 200-viewer Twitch stream and die early. That's Xanderhall. That's who Xanderhall is. The reason for the major increase in political content comes down to the 2016 election and Donald Trump. Donald Trump simplified politics massively because he was funny. Joe, shut up, Joe.
Why are people arguing the Discord? Mine only shows rules and stuff. If you want to get in the Discord, you need to introduce yourself and then pick your pronouns. You need to pick your pronouns.
Oh, you got L-Riz, Skibbity Toilet Riz. You get 0 gets. 0 gets in Ohio. I get so many. I get so many gets in Ohio. I was in Ohio just last week. I got so many gets.
Fucking pronouns! I just think it's a good filter for how, like, to keep the crazy people out, you know? Because if you join a Discord and you see a pronoun picker where all you have to do is fucking click the dude or the lady or the other. There's like a coded thing here. You see this and you get mad. Like, you just shouldn't be in the Discord. I don't know. Just chill. Fuck me.
And then there's your son. There's your son. I took one look at your son. I said, Joe, he's gay. Your son is gay. Your daughter's dead. She died in a car crash. Tragic. Absolute tragedy. But she's dead. El Bozo, rest in piss. Our politics is filled with midwits who don't know what they're talking about. Xanderhall is an anarchist, and much like all anarchists, he looks like he would make a solid meal for a guy like me. Because anarchy is really hard to convince people on, he decided to pretend to be a socialist to garner an audience, but quickly realized that being a socialist was too hard, so he uprooted all his political beliefs and branded himself as a sock. Sock dem. Xanderhall is famous for...
What the fuck is Xanderhall a social democrat? I thought he was a full-on socialist. Huh.
Being radicalized into the alt-right through Minecraft. Everybody knows this, it's like his main thing. He mentions it in every stream. He also claims that his parents were emotionally abusive, which I interpret as his parents made him do chores. But we can't confirm this, because Flamenco never managed to call the guy's mum. In hindsight, I bet he wishes he did, and quite frankly, so do I. Before we start the rest of the video, I'm going to tell you about this first so we can really understand the caliber of person we're talking about here. Basically, to cut a long story short, his girlfriend was cucking him with another man and simultaneously spending all of his money on meth. This was going on for months and he never noticed. She wrote a big fuck-off tweet longer about it, the funniest part being that apparently Xanderhall would complain to her in texts because his mum...
Bro, my finances are... I mean, they're fine. Like, I'm not struggling for money or anything, but I probably don't do as well with my finances as I should, right? I don't have money in the S&P 500 or a fucking ISA or any of that bullshit. Like, maybe I should. You know, maybe that'd be better for me, but at the end of the fucking PayPal. Oh, God. That is diabolical. It's an actual fucking disgrace.
Refused to buy him weed. He also spent $6,000 on a PC and then accidentally installed a bunch of malware onto it, tweeting out,
"My 6-gate PC is basically completely broken. I started getting System 32 errors when trying to launch like 50% of my program, so I tried everything up to resetting to a previous state. Now I can't open any programs."
The fact that he had all his savings on PayPal was wild to me. Are Brits as economically illiterate, or is it just a US thing? I don't know. Every time I talk to fucking Americans, even if they're just making like, I don't know, even if they're just making like 30 or 40K a year or whatever, they're like dollars, right? They're still talking about their portfolios and their fucking S&P 500 and their Dow, or yeah, they're all talking about that shit. Like, God, dude, chill. Or their pension funds at the age of 25. Apparently, this is a big thing for Zoomers. Apparently, Zoomers are actually saving a lot of money quite well. Something I've been told recently. Let's see. It's never too early for to plan. I know. I'm fucking 32, all right, and I have not planned for retirement. I do have a lot of money just kind of sitting in my account because I don't spend that much. But at the end of the day, if I don't fucking prepare for retirement soon, I might just like have to top myself when I'm 70.
Loaderbox, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I could stream till I'm 70 though, right? Does this contradict your DoorDash theory? No, because it still seems to be that an increasing number of people are spending money on eating out and shit. But let's see. An extraordinary job saving for retirement. Despite being the youngest working generation, Gen Z is apparently doing a great job saving for retirement. A recent study from Transamerica Center for Retirement Studies shows that despite being the youngest working generation...
This goes to the Bauxite War Fund.
Thanks, Dahlia. I really appreciate that. Gen Z is doing a remarkable job saving for retirement. Over 30% of Gen Z is prioritizing retirement savings, and 67% of those that have been offered a retirement plan... Wait, actually, I do contribute to national insurance. And all. Fuck it, whatever. Don't care. All right. Whatever, dude. Over 30% of Gen Z is prioritizing retirement savings, and 67% of those that have been offered a retirement plan are saving for it. What the fuck? Gen Z, the post-millennial generation born roughly between 97 and 2012, are mostly in their teens, but the oldest among them is already 22, and by 2025, they'll account for 27% of the workforce. The study shows that for workers aged 18 to 25, the median they have saved across retirement accounts is $33,000. Bro. What the fuck? This focus on future financial security is not even surprising given the instability of the work market caused by the pandemic and Gen Z's clear-eyed pursuit of good pay and compensation, a shift from the millennial values of personal development and well-being at work. The median retirement savings for baby boomers is $162,000. It's $87,000 for Gen X and $50,000 for millennials. That's me. Yes. Get fucked. I love the millennial way. We're all going to fucking work until we're 80. That's the only way. Compared to these older generations, Gen Z is saving a larger percentage of their salary towards retirement. They're putting away an impressive 20% and starting at a much earlier age than older generations. Challenges to retirement savings. There are still hurdles Gen Z faces when it comes to saving for retirement, however. While 30% are prioritizing savings, another 31% of Gen Z have saved nothing for retirement in the past couple of years. Since the oldest members of Gen Z are only in their mid-20s, they haven't had much time in the workforce. Therefore, they also haven't had much time to build up their savings. Plus, since many are just starting their careers in early entry-level positions, they aren't like to be making as much as workers with more experience under their belt. High inflation has also impacted how much Gen Z can save in retirement. As prices increase, it leaves less to put towards retirement savings. Tips for Gen Z to save for retirement. While Gen Z is already on the right track with retirement savings planning, there's always room to improve. These tips can help Gen Z save as much as they can towards retirement. Take advantage of your employer match. Why turn away free money? If your employer offers a 401k match, take advantage of it, as it'll help grow your retirement savings without you having to do anything. Cash in on compounding interest. Investing as early as you can helps you to maximize the value of compounding interest. Ooh. Contribute to a Roth IRA. If you don't have a 401k through your employer, consider setting up a Roth IRA. The annual contribution limit for 2023 is $6,500, and it's a great vehicle for retirement savings. You can only contribute to a Roth IRA if your income is below a certain threshold. $144,000 for a single filer, or $241,000 for those married filing jointly. Start contributing now, even if it's just a little. While many Gen Z workers might not have a lot to contribute, every dollar counts. Working retirement savings into your budget, even if it's a small amount, can help you get in the habit of thinking of long-term financial success. Okay, cool. Wow, sick. Retirement NFTs. 401. Did I say 401? Whoops. Sorry, don't know anything about finances. Waste of time, dude. Better live a short life doing what you love and not worrying about any of this shit. That's not good advice. Don't take that advice. But that's how I lived my 20s, and I'm probably going to regret it one day. But okay.
I really need help here. I can't afford to replace any hardware.
Another time, all of his life savings, which he stores in PayPal, were hacked and then siphoned out of his account and into fucking Steam games.
So someone hacked my... completely broken. I started getting System 32 errors when trying to launch like 50% of my program, so I tried everything up.
Bro, why do you have a fucking 6K PC? What are you doing? You're not even a fucking video editor. You're not even editing video essays or what the fuck, man? Is Xanderhall editing in 4K? Like, whilst playing video games and mining Bitcoin? I don't know. God.
Reset into a previous state. Now I can't open any programs. I really need help here. I can't afford to replace any hardware.
Another time, all of his
life... Does the hardest job in the world not come with a great retirement plan? Apparently not, no.
Life savings, which he stores in PayPal, were hacked and then siphoned out of his account and into fucking Steam games.
So someone hacked my PayPal or Steam.
Jesus. $99.99, $99.99, $99.99, $99.99, $99.99. Fucking hell, in February. What the fuck, dude?
Don't know which yet. Somehow and siphoned all the money out of it into their Steam account. RIP all my money.
What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this?
Oh god, sorry, super chat. It's just as well, you know, just as well. Maybe, thank God, getting me kickstarted on my retirement plan now. Getting my S&P 500 portfolio on the go. Let's go. Counter Scarp with a 25. The fuck are those? Polish. Have a nice stream, mate. Greetings from Kurwa land. Kurva? Thanks very much. Jesse Irwin, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Put this in the S&P 500 stonk. Okay, maybe I will. Dahlia Doom, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. This goes to the Bauxite War Fund. True. And YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. I'm investing all my savings into Loanerbox Super Chats. Hey, nice one. Thank you very much,
Storing
guys.
50% of his life savings.
Apparently. Apparently I need it now.
In his fucking Steam wallet. Yeah, I see no issue with taking your economic opinions from this guy. You ask this guy to invest, he puts it all in V-Bucks. When asked why he left all of his money in PayPal, he said, that's fucked up. That's fucked. He needs that money for his chemotherapy. Xanderhall, bless his heart, he's not the best at the bits. He once got tricked into supporting a Down syndrome genocide.
You would support a Holocaust.
Oh, ask yourself. I see it. It's ask yourself. No. Hey, this guy is ask yourself this young? I thought he was older.
Cost of disabled people on a moon colony.
I mean, yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Disabled. I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. Come on, Alex. Think. What would Vosh say?
Is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Oh no. no. Now, to be fair, I don't think he actually supports the Down syndrome genocide, because it would really cut down his dating pool. Now, when he actually...
Oh, God. I feel like you'd have to be very prepared to debate this fucking Ask Yourself dude, right? Isn't he like a prop logic guy? Isn't he a very much an if E then X then come guy? Yeah, I don't know, I would.
Accidentally pledges his allegiance to a Down syndrome genocide, he's gonna blast out an excuse to escape the debate. And I love his excuses. Sometimes he goes, hold on a second, chat, where's the dragon? Where's the big dragon?
Point, you should be agnostic, which still doesn't ground you to say all consumption under capitalism is unethical, right?
Hold on a second. Hey, chat, how the fuck do I get the thing to go to the DLC area? Killed the Hydra. I have Dusk's ring. I killed the little crystal dude.
Sometimes he drinks some salt water and throws up over himself. Sometimes he just gets a gun out and just blasts his junky girlfriend in the back of the head.
Rap music is like the best example of black culture that comes to mind, right? What rap music is about getting rich, being good at rap, and smoking weed.
This is the most white guy on the planet. Just list off black stereotypes. Rap music, it's about getting rich, smoking weed, raping white women. Yeah, they got that one on the BLM flag. Like most leftists, his entire social commentary is pretty much, you disagree with me? You're a Nazi. I don't make the rules. He called Mauler an alt-right fascist because he didn't like Rings of Power, the TV show. He then proceeds to soy out over the CGI.
Scene in the first, 2 or 3 minutes of the show alone just fucking sold me. Let's watch this clip.
We left Valinor, our home, and journeyed to a distant realm, one filled with untold perils and strange creatures beyond count, a place known as Middle Earth.
I don't think you guys can really understand exactly how hard my dick got.
Stop watching.
He's got like I don't know. He just seems really inauthentic, Xander. I don't know. For some reason, the way he just talks and the way he expresses himself, he sounds like he saw some other streamer, maybe Vosh, giving a film take, like a hot film take, and just felt like he had to do it himself in a similar way. I don't know.
Marvel movies, bro. Fucking goy. Reminds me of when Vosh was applying his knowledge of Iron Man to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
In the context there and how legitimate the lethal threat is. I do believe that. I think that there's a lot of nuance there. But all I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part where the good guy gets framed and he turns around and there are a bunch of angry...
I don't get that. This was clearly a joke, wasn't it? This was a joke about Tim Pool. I don't know why people use this as a it's yeah. I feel like this is probably this is a joke.
Cops and civilians staring at him. He drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't fucking unleash the fucking Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people who are threatening him implicitly by surrounding him and not allowing him free access out. So maybe that's
in real life, if you spend a lot of time on live...
Look, he's laughing as well. Like, yeah, it's a...
or Ogrish or any other gore site, you can see that where one guy throws his hands up and a mob comes up and somebody throws one punch.
Thought about trying not to lose the Vosh viewers. What, after I just laughed at the fucking Agua shit? Am I wrong, Oxerful, or are you can you not understand sarcasm? Do you think this was a serious take? It obviously wasn't. It was a reference to the Tim Pool fucking Thanos was deontological, where the yeah, God.
That kills him, and then people cut his intestines out and they drag it over the street. So I mean, I don't know. I guess
typically happens in the United States.
It's not a matter
of...
It
was a shit joke, okay? Get better. Watch more Vosh.
Typically happening. I mean, there have been people that have been killed in these protests and riots so far. And I mean, who's to say that you're not going to be the next? I don't know.
I mean, there have been at least 20 Marvel movies. I doubt you can find that many live leak videos of people being killed. So yeah, I'll hinge my bet.
Mauler responded to this, and then Zanderhol claims that Mauler said Rings of... This is so fucking gay. Was gonna be bad because it's woke. Then Mauler asks Zanderhol to show a clip of him saying that, to which Zanderhol replies by saying that he didn't even watch the video. An interesting strategy. Let's see how it pays off for him. Zanderhol's logic is that Mauler is a Nazi, not because he's done or said anything that suggests that, but rather because he interacted with a guy who Xander Hall has arbitrarily decided is a Nazi because he made a Jew joke once. And is it a coincidence that
the
Hitler
Xander
also
Hall
did
mind
that?
map.
After years of loneliness and dating heroin addicts, he finally found his people, Keffals and Tipster. They very quickly became best friends. When Turkey Tom made a diss track on Tipster, Keffals and Xander Hall had his back.
I do think that, and I include myself and every friend that I have in this, if all YouTubers were just annihilated off the face of the earth like a Thanos snap, the world would probably be better.
Well, they'd have to get your friends, else they'd miss out all the pedophiles.
Better. Because
he's not. Okay, then kill yourself, idiot.
Oh, I drank 2 Monsters once. Biggest mistake of my life. Back-to-back 2 Monsters was not a good decision, and I never did it again.
Yo, why is it so fucking loud? Holy shit.
Move to the left, girl, move to the right. Step on the line when you bump and grind.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this great friendship has come to an end. Keffals is friendly with Shoe on Head, and Xander Hall is a little baby man who can't be friends with someone who's friends with someone he doesn't like. So what happens is, Xander Hall makes a stream talking about burning the Keffals Bridge, and then he publicly tweets out that Keffals is a snake for being friends with someone he doesn't like. And then he goes on stream with Keffals and tries as hard as he possibly can to be a victim. Xander Hall doesn't like Shoe on Head for a couple reasons, all of which he's made up and didn't actually happen. To give you some background, Shoe on Head made a tweet criticizing the fashion brand Balenciaga for some bizarre...
Why doing drama? This is... I'm not doing drama. Have you seen the title of the stream? This is zero drama. Stop.
Pedo-esque photo shoots they did. They had a picture of a child surrounded by empty alcohol containers and wine glasses looking drunk, another of a child holding a bear that was wearing BDSM gear, and an image from a different photo shoot where a bag was sitting on a table of documents, the only one visible being a lawsuit regarding child pornography. That was her tweet. She was calling out this company for this weird behavior. Xander Hall, who bear in mind has been friends with her for 4 years at this point, backstabs Shoe on Head and claims that this tweet was her spreading a homophobic conspiracy theory, the intent being to rile up Nazis to go out and kill gay people. Xander Hall may respond to this by saying,
"At no point did I ever mention..."
Yeah, this guy is Shadow DJ Mule, that right? That's who he is. That's the vibe I get from this guy. He is the Shadow Realm DJ Mule.
Shoe on Head said that gay people are groomers, but the gays are grooming kids.
Which would be correct if he hadn't gone out after the fact and explicitly stated that she was spreading the conspiracy.
Shoe on Head's magnitude's larger than me, and her response to me calling out her support of a conspiracy theory started by Nazis about how companies are trying to push gay LGBT groomer propaganda and normalization on people.
So, El Bozo, your girlfriend does crack. He makes a video on her where he says she shares Nazi beliefs.
Shoe on Head loves the company of neo-Nazis. Okay? She loves their aesthetics, lots of their beliefs, and probably doesn't disagree with a lot of their worldviews. Just generally, right? There's a reason she likes to hang out with them so much.
I find it interesting that he is friends with this person who he believes to be a Nazi, right up until they call out pedophilia. That's where he draws the line on that one. She loves to hang out with neo-Nazis. Thumbs up to that. Calling out pedophiles? Ugh.
Oh, here's an interesting one. Why are you as a father so obsessed with the growing normalization of pedophilia? Do you guys really think there's actually a growing normalization of pedophilia? In like Western society, outside of conservative spaces that want to lower the age of consent so that like old men can marry 13-year-old girls, do you think outside of conservative spaces there is a growing normalization of pedophilia? There is not.
Probably not, right? Is there? Does this creator think there is?
Not. This is conspiracy brain, that alone.
He's so politics brained. Do you really think there's a growing normalization of pedophilia? Other than half the country that want to fuck children? Other than the conservatives increasingly trying to normalize pedophilia? Do you really think there's a growing normalization of pedophilia? That alone is conspiracy brain.
Here's her shitting on a lefty and a Nazi agreeing. And then it goes even further as well. Here's him saying transgender ideology is quite literally a crime against humanity. They're good friends. Like they're actually they have combos and stuff. These are not just strangers or like we're Twitter moots or whatever.
He responded to one of her tweets once. I'd probably go as far as to say that they're best friends.
The tweet that I quote tweeted that started this was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think Sean Head fucking knows this person means when they say groomer? So yes, I'm not fucking stupid.
She knows that I know that she knows that he knows what he's saying. I'm not stupid, guys. What do you think? I'm stupid because my IQ is below average? Because my girlfriend spent all my money on crack? I'm not dumb, guys. Stop calling me that. You couldn't read your tax returns to figure out all your money had been spent on crack. Keep 50% of your fucking money in your Steam wallet. I think you are stupid.
Creepy. Coincidentally, 2 days before this all hit the internet, Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they delete their Twitter account, but they...
Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Okay, so she's also run with a couple of other blatant lies about Balenciaga through all of this. One of them is, like, she's been taking credit for, like, Balenciaga deleting their socials. Balenciaga does sort of like a Fortnite chapter reset type thing every few months when they drop a new clothing line or whatever, and they delete all of their Instagram posts and start all over, delete all of their tweets and like reset, like yeah.
They didn't drop a new fashion line. They just delete their Instagram. The rest of the
Apparently, I'm in trouble with no comment check again. Remember this person? Oh no, the last defender of Vosh's folders with the little swirly glasses. Okay, 6 hours long. Maybe we'll get to that. Who knows?
It's basically him just going out of his way to try and make Shoe on Head look as bad as possible. He says that she was applauding MAGA rap when all she did was show a clip of it on screen for a second. She makes an Epstein joke.
Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal. Just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head.
And he spins it as Shoe claiming that Jews rule the world and wants to die a martyr to expose a Jewish conspiracy.
So she's just like full on, like the Jews are gonna get her, I guess, is what she believes. So now she's like a martyr.
Bro,
who's gonna...
how do people watch this shit? What the fuck? How is he getting it from? Oh god. This ability to just see Nazism fucking everywhere. My god.
Get like killed by the Jews for fighting against their like pedo agenda or something? Is that what she believes? Okay.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. It's just the most flagrantly bad faith interpretation he could have possibly had. It's not even bad faith, he's just flat out making shit up. I think the only thing I can really say about that is that his girlfriend does crack and spent all his money on heroin.
The best part about this, though, has to be I was fact-checked by Twitter, and this is what they said. Although Shoe often makes comments to cause amusement or laughter, this is an authentic Balenciaga marketing photograph. It contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in United States v. Williams, which upheld a part of federal child pornography law. I've never seen one of these fact-checker things just be like, fact-check true. I know Shoe likes to get a little...
Does the fact-check say, yes, your conspiracy theory about Jewish pedophile elites is real, or did it say, yes, this is a real photo from a Balenciaga photo shoot, and yes, that document does seem to be the court document people are saying it does, that it is. Something that no one is arguing against.
This is the Shoe on Head Jewish Nazi pedo conspiracy that never actually was. It was never a real thing. She never made anything approximating that claim. Oh, God. People are saying that her boyfriend is the literal, and her boyfriend is like a fucking conservative. He's like a traditional conservative. That's not the same as being a Nazi. Like, even back in fucking the Weimar Republic, the traditional conservatives were, again, a fairly broad church, and some of them supported the Nazis. Some of them reluctantly, some of them more enthusiastically, but no, like traditional conservatives are not the same as Nazis. Okay, it's doing a very big disservice to the history, or to the just like the to say that these are the kind of the same shit, right? He believes some weird shit. Yeah, because traditional conservatives believe some weird shit. It's not the same as being a Nazi, you fucking moron. Like, God. Like, it's so cheapening.
Has argued, A, that those aren't real Balenciaga photos, or B, that is not what that document actually is. Have you seen anybody argue any of those points? That those weren't real Balenciaga photo shoot photos, or that document was misidentified? I have not seen a single person make those claims. We're shadowboxing right now. Shu, what are you doing?
Xanderhall is really good at debating.
Tweeting the Jewish question is not Nazi. Okay, where is it? Where's the tweet of the Jewish question? From Shu's partner? Or from Shu herself?
Voices in his head, dude. Like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is he even talking?
They're both on the right, talk about ideas, and both support no immigration and white nativism. Okay, what, you think all conservatives support no immigration and white nativism? Oh, you're so stupid. Fuck me. Like, okay, I guess every left-leaning person is a fucking Stalinist because they talk about the ruling class and fucking the proletariat. Yeah, fuck, it's so dumb. And they talk about state ownership of certain fucking means of production or like services and decommodification. I don't know. I don't know why it's so difficult for you fucking idiots to see things like on a spectrum.
Talking about the fact that he has the gall to say you're shadowboxing after going on an unhinged rant about something an invisible demon has just told him is just the cherry on top of the fucking shit cake.
New York Post even called me a, quote, eagle-eyed social media watchdog. Okay.
Wow, New York Post. Wow, the tabloid site that doxes sex workers and gets them fired from their jobs? Oh my god. What?
Oh, Jeremy Corbyn's going to sue Nigel Farage. Wait, why? What did Nigel do? Defamation. Ooh, in the UK. Maybe look into that.
What a glowing endorsement from New York Post.
Why is he such a faggot? Why is he such a faggot? New York Post.
Why do you say it twice? Fuck. Bad language. See, I told you this guy's not left. Yeah, this guy's a right winger, right? Delete the. It's not on YouTube. Fuck.
Post called me an eagle-eyed watchdog. That's kind of cool. Why is it cool? They dox sex workers, you nick. What is wrong with this guy? What is going on? What is happening? I'm gonna say it. I wish Flamenco had called your mother.
The other theory is that this is just a little wink, a little nod to the other freaks in the industry. Think the Wilhelm scream, but for like little St. James.
Thank God I watched the H-Bomber guy video, because now I know the background of the Wilhelm scream. The Wilhelm scream is not a wink and a nod to movie makers. The Wilhelm scream is a ubiquitous sound effect that has been used and reused as a stock sound in movies. It's literally just a meme in the film community. It's just a famous sound effect. What do you mean it's like a Wilhelm scream to the pedos?
Nerd emoji looking motherfucker. Well, actually her ass on the fucking Wilhelm scream. What do you know about the Wilhelm scream, dude? You never made a girl Wilhelm scream, bro.
Hey.
You can't make a girl Wilhelm scream. Every time you're with a girl, she diddly laugh at the attempt. I make her Wilhelm scream every time. If I'm really trying, I make a Howie scream. At this point in the video, Shu flat out says that she doesn't believe in the conspiracy that Xanderhall has been claiming she's pushing.
Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck-up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company...
Okay, so they aren't doing anything to kids. So the worst case scenario is it was a kind of weird photo shoot and a different photo shoot with a weird document. So that's all it was. You're admitting that. You don't think that there's some child sex trafficking pedo ring in the basement?
When did she say there was, Xander? Oh, God.
So apparently it's just subliminal messaging?
I didn't even know that. I didn't know that he actually saw her fucking say that. Oh, shit.
That's what she thinks it is? Conspiracy brain is wild.
Conspiracy brain is wild. I can't imagine being that crazy. What do you think, Mr. Gorzo? I am interested in knowing what kind of person consumes and agrees with this content. You know, Xanderhall videos are being played in every psych ward in America. So after claiming that the pedophile document in full view that even the owners of the company called disgusting was a happy accident and perfectly normal, not at all strange. A lot of people called him a pedophile. No shit. He has to make himself the victim because he's a pussy. He says that this was a harassment campaign from Shu designed to ruin his career because she called him a pedophile on Twitter, which it shouldn't be shocking for you to learn that she didn't do that.
I am partly just watching this because I'm a little bit I'm still a bit grumpy about my Xanderhall coverage getting taken down for bullying. What the fuck did I do? I didn't do anything as bad as this guy. Bullying and harassment. What a fucking joke, man.
Just said that their friendship had ended over disagreements on pedo shit, which is objectively true. To be honest, even if she did call him a pedophile, I wouldn't care. He's just made 4 hours worth of videos lying about her. And he brings this up to Keffels. He also mentions that Demon Mama got death threats as well.
I think Demon Mama handles it probably a lot better than I do. She has gotten enormous amounts of harassment. Just the fact that she's a trans woman on the internet means she'll always get more harassment than I will ever get. Like, just baseline.
Demon Mama also being a transient, you can tell what he's trying to do here, right? The manipulation tactic seems pretty obvious. I don't want to take anything away from Demon Mama as someone who has watched through their entire video.
Oh no, guys. Oh my god. Oh no. I have to show you. Oh no.
Volume balancing's fucked here.
Petco.com. Oh no.
This argument's so stupid.
He put the hard work in. He earned those death threats. Demon Mama does explicitly call Shu a pedophile throughout their entire coverage.
Maybe Shoe on Head sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe on Head's part.
Although he claims it was like a here's a taste of your own medicine sort of deal.
Hey, Shoe on Head, how come you only played that bit of the video? How come you didn't go back and watch the actual video with your fans? How come you picked out the one joke I made, the part where I say, I bet
Rip Loner, you're addressing the allegations video and nuked my respect for Demon Mama. I'll never forgive you. I mean, bro, that was fucking mental. That was so oh god. I will say, after everything that's happened now with like Noah Samson and fucking like all this shit about Sean going on Twitter calling Brianna Wu a genocide denier and saying the blood is on your hands and you'll never be free. Oh god, I feel like looking back at it, I was a fucking canary in the coal mine for the genocide shit. Like, my god. The amount of fucking damage people do with their fucking arbitrary and irresponsible use of that word. Like, fuck me. Like, the capacity people have to just completely thought terminate and nuke conversations just by calling something genocide. Like, fuck me. It's so... I feel like we were way ahead of the curve with that shit. And that was over, like, trans healthcare policies in red states, which are really bad, again, but my god, like, people went off the wall with that shit. Ew.
Shoe on Head wouldn't like it if it was done to her. If you literally just roll it back, I literally just say...
Does Demon Mama still think you're a Holocaust denier? Probably not. She probably just... I don't know. She just got fucking... She probably just lost her head or in the moment. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. She did say I was doing Holocaust denial, though, and downplaying the Holocaust by... What? Exactly? I don't know.
Hey, man, I bet it would feel bad for Shoe on Head to be subject to her own rhetoric. What an idiot.
They never actually said...
She said she was going to respond to that video, but she never did, I guess. Unless she's still working on it.
These people just make shit up in their heads. It's almost like there's some kind of mental illness at play. I think it's unfair to say that most of the harassment and pedo claims are the fault of Shoe on Head and were in no way influenced by the person claiming that the CP document on the table was not weird in any way because it was public.
Yeah, it's because I said that it was like 1941 was when the genocide of the Jews began. Which, again, is a pretty standard take amongst people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about. But these guys were just appalled by the fact that it wasn't just the date that the Nazis took power, I guess, or like, I don't know. Or even before, because anti-Semitism didn't just come out of the blue in 1933. It's so dumb, anyway.
domain.
Supreme Court cases, such as this one, are in the public domain, which means anyone can use them for any reason, for anything at all.
Like, what the fuck? What does that even fucking mean?
How malicious and actively dedicated to trying to hurt me Shu was. One of somebody that she actually allowed to follow her private account ended up sending me a tweet she'd made where she said, "I'm currently working on a slander hall video." She was going to make a video, and she called it a slander hall video. But yeah, she was actively planning like my downfall. She wanted to get revenge against me for.
Holocaust denialism is not that. You'd think so, Scarlet, but in this world where every other person to the right of us is a Nazi and everything is Holocaust denial and everything's genocide denial, God.
Actually not just getting destroyed by her pedojacketing allegation.
If you've done 3 videos about her, why is it the greatest sin that she does a response video?
She called it the slander hall video. She was planning a video in which she was going to slander me.
Oh my god, he's such a pussy. Oh my god, he's such a pussy.
Does that really sound like she's sorry?
Oh yeah, apparently if you say slander hall, that's like you invoking Nazi shit as well, because the first people to call him slander hall were Nazis. I've heard him make this argument before. Oh god. Like, how self-centered do you have to be?
My criticism of her was for spreading gay groomer stuff, and so her response is to plan a premeditated takedown video on me to try to destroy me as a YouTuber with millions more subs than me. Does that sound sorry?
Why would she be sorry? You backstabbed her after 4 years of friendship and then made up a bunch of lies about her spreading a homophobic and anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And you're still doing it now. Why would she ever be sorry to you? Bro thinks he's the hero. Bro thinks he's the main character. All I can say is that this guy's girlfriend spent all his money on crack. I'm fairly certain he has Down syndrome. There are further developments regarding the Keffels drama. It's pretty impossible, and to be frank, I don't really give a shit.
He called Lance a pedo for calling him Slanderhall because lolicons call him that, Loner. But don't say that. Don't show. I need links. I need evidence. There's no. I know he fell out with Lance over some dumb shit, and no one cared. But right-wing humor is so stupid. The jokes in this video have been pretty hit and miss. Yeah.
So there's this person called White Nervosa. They run a site called White Forest, right? Which is, to put it simply, a site where these bread tubers sell their merch from. That's not actually what it is, but the description is, quite frankly, a bunch of commie gobbledygook. So White Nervosa is desperate to shit on Xanderhall, and they make a tweet, kind of mocking him. Xanderhall responds by blocking them. At this point, White Nervosa is, rubbing their fucking hands together in glee, because they've got all this behind-the-scenes information on Xanderhall that they've got an excuse to drop. So basically, Xanderhall was talking to people behind the scenes, trying to get them to leak private DMs of Keffels to shut the haters up. He stopped doing this when White Nervosa threatened to close down his merch store if he kept it up. Later, he retweets someone claiming that Keffels had abused their ex-fiancée. Keffels makes a stream called I Was Raped, claiming that their ex was actually a rapist abuser, and when they had fled to Ireland because of the Kiwi Farm shit, they didn't actually flee because of Kiwi Farms doxing them, but instead they were trying to escape their rapist fiancé. All I'm saying is, I don't think it's natural. I think they take our silence as compliance. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. They have a 55% domestic violence rate, so it's pretty much just regular trans hours.
Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck? Where's he getting that? I've never even heard right-wingers say that shit. Bro. Are we gonna get the two retards fighting meme? Dude, you implied that the only way I could have figured out that slander rhymes with Xander is because I'm pedo adjacent. When I called you out for pedo jacketing an LGBTQ active, what the fuck is this exchange? When I called you out for pedo jacketing an LGBTQ plus activist, you used a reply from a pedo to how many pedos are in these conversations? These guys seem to know an alarming amount of pedos. Why can't? Oh yeah, I'm blocked. Hang on. Fucking pedos, ow I. The fuck? I was scrolling through Reddit and saw someone on Vosh's subreddit who seems to have fallen for Lance's extremely dishonest framing of why I called him out. I typed a response and I figure posting it here will act as a good final statement on this stuff. Abuse apologia. Oh yeah, don't forget abuse apologia. What's important here? Is this the reply? Should we read all of this? I still kind of am a fan of Xanderhall. I discovered him through Vosh around 2020. He needs to log off for a little bit though. Not only is he mass blocking followers and fans who even lightly criticize him or even like tweets criticizing him, he's starting fights with everyone lately. Lance can be friends with whoever he wants, and he is not responsible for the behavior of his friends. Period. The world does not revolve around internet drama and Xanderhall's personal issues. Policing friendships to that degree is insane. Lance might be closer friends with Thought Slime than he is with Xanderhall. Why is Xan giving Lance an ultimatum about his personal friendships? He did this with Keffals when Keffals talked to Shu. He started threatening to burn the bridge with her if she didn't disavow Shu. Yet, in his stream with Vosh about Balenciaga, he says he's okay with Vosh being friends with Shu and that he does not care. Why have such loose rules for Vosh, but such a tight grip on Keffals? The way he said, I don't think Vosh will be very friendly with Lance after this in his new video about Lance was very gross and catty as well. Why would Vosh stop being friends with Lance just because Xanderhall manufactured beef between them out of thin air? It's almost like, I know Vosh stays out of drama, but it's actually quite weird to think that he actually does have a lot of influence over these communities, because I feel like if Vosh stepped into these dramas every now and then and told everyone how fucking stupid they were being, I feel like they'd probably listen. Xanderhall definitely would. Like, I guess it goes to show you the difference between like being more involved with your community members than not. I don't know. Yeah. Fuck. All right. Why would Vosh stop being friends with Lance just because Xanderhall manufactured beef between them out of thin air? Xan seems extremely controlling and manipulative when it comes to his friendships and alliances. It's very weird, and I'm wondering if anyone else has noticed this. Okay, this is his banger reply. Way to do exactly what people who dishonestly attack Vosh do. You took your barely informed perspective on this issue and ran with the narrative that's most convenient. To be fair, Lance was very careful to disregard my real criticism in his video, and even covertly took down his video I called him out for making the morning before his response to me, without making a statement on it, sneaky, so maybe you're just stupid. Anyway, my actual criticism of Lance you have conveniently leave out is that he made a whole video defending his friend Illuminati, who was outed as an abuser. Why didn't Illuminati get disappeared by the leftist mafia or whatever they were called? She has millions of subs on YouTube and was acting as the landlord of some smaller YouTubers she was imposing her will on. This is insanely deep and massive trigger warning, content warning if you look into vids about what she did to them. They had to work on her channel for housing, food, etc., and eventually they had a falling out where she made them homeless, destroyed their property, including their silver YouTube play button plaque. All this seems mostly irrelevant to Lance until you consider what he made a whole video, now deleted with no statement just hours before his response to me, where he not only defended her, but called the abuse victims, they all have the receipts, malicious liars in the title, and the whole video. So good job, you fell for an abuse apologist's lies about me, but hey, not the first time, right? Okay. I don't even, what the fuck what did I just read? What a stupid fucking... Feels like the communities I ended up in are fairly chill compared to all this, aren't they? What is this? Can anyone name one online community that isn't toxic to other communities? This smarmy cock bastard learner bot. Is this so? Oh, that's cute. Okay. Thanks for that. Oh. Lance refers to me as Slanderhole in his new vid on me, a nickname made up by lolicon pedos on Twitter. Maybe not the best crowd to get your lingo from. Oh, he's so stupid. Fuck me. He's so association pilled. But I mean, that's what these guys do though, right? These guys do that with fucking everything. They do it with like... There was someone in my Discord yesterday who tried to say that like... Who tried to say that the ICJ ruling on Israel and Palestine was actually was a call for a ceasefire because they said refrain from acts of genocide, one of which is killing members of the group. And since they're killing members of the group, they're clearly doing genocide and need to ceasefire. I'm like, I don't know. It's like people, there was a whole argument yesterday in the Discord with this person. They couldn't understand why I was like, oh God. It's all connected, guys. Yeah, 500 IQ. Liberals hate this one single trick. I wonder if I might want to... Oh God, it would take time. But I'm wondering if I might want to do like a prepared video essay segment on that Noah Samson video. Because it's just such a good example of all the fucking failures of analysis and critical thinking and shit. Like the one or two times he actually tries to make an argument, or the fact that he basically piggybacked off a bunch of tweets, and the misuse of quotes from the ICJ case. Like, or maybe I don't even need to make it about Noah. I can just make it about the quotes. The quotes are probably the main thing you could look at for the South Africa case. But that's a long way before I do anything like that because I've got so much shit to do. Fuck. Not a video essay. No, that'll take too long. Yeah, someone had an issue with one of the translations as well from that video. Let me see about that. I can do that, and then I can go through the effort post about the fucking flower massacre. Is that what it's called now? Let's see. But apparently there's a quote here from Noah's video, which is a little bit oof. Let me see. Apparently there's like a poor translation. Meanwhile, the deaths pile up. Okay, let's see. Is it here? Where was it, though? Where was the quote? Was it on my Reddit or Destiny's? I can't remember. Let's go for new. What are you looking for? Apparently, there's a Zionist militia dude. Here it is. Quoted, apparently saying that bragging about genociding and shit from I guess from 48. I don't know. Let's see. Completely shares completely falsely translated interviews. Okay. Well, it's a good thing we have 1 million fucking Hebrew speakers in chat. All right. I just finished watching Destiny's stream where he covered Noah Samson's hit piece on him and his stance on the Israeli genocide. And something that really stood out to me as a native Hebrew speaker is the part where... Oh, did he actually cover the whole thing? There's no way he watched that whole video, is there? Anyway, whatever. Something that really stood out to me as a native Hebrew speaker is the part where Noah, in a pretty bizarre and non sequitur way, decides to whip up some clips of, and here's some Israeli soldiers admitting to all the horrible things they do to Palestinians, without specifying further, which then appeared to feature some interviews of clearly elderly Israelis from like the fucking Mandate era or the 48 war, or something talking about supposed atrocities against civilians. Is this the thing? This is what he's actually laughing about. I don't know. Is this from Tantura or?
ורדפו אחרי חבר'ה ושרפו אותם. זה היה משהו זוועתי, וזה אסור לספר, אני לא אדבר על זה, כי זה יכול להיות סקנדל שלם מהעניין הזה. 3-4 חודשים הראשונים הייתי רוצח.
מה זה אומר?
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. תראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. אני לא יכול לספור.
This list goes on and on and on.
Okay. Okay, sure, I guess. So I start listening to it, and I notice the English subtitles just sneakingly mistranslate arguably the most crucial parts of the speech, which is identity of the victims in question. To his credit, immediately after watching it on the stream, Destiny says he's not sure any of it can be trusted either without the right context, etc. And he's more correct that he knows because the subtitles are just straight up fabrications. So let's start out with the first guy who says, according to the subtitles, that they chased down villagers with flamethrowers. What you can hear him actually saying in 37-32 is Radfu Ahre, chased after, Chevre or Hevre, which is Hebrew slang for guys or dudes, originating from this word, basically, and doesn't approximate anything resembling villagers or Arabic fellahin or residents or civilians. In Hebrew whatsoever, you can Google translate any possible word. So he could be referring to anyone. In the context of the 48 war or early conflicts, referring to Arab villagers as those guys would definitely be plausible since both civilians and militants, Fedayeen, they wouldn't be called Fedayeen in 48, I don't think. That was laser, wasn't it? We're probably villagers, but the made-up translation here is a red flag, especially given what comes next. They'd be called irregulars or soldiers, right? Yeah. The second guy then clearly tells the interviewer, who asks, what does that mean? In the preceding context, after saying he was a murderer. I took no prisoners. In a battle, if someone raised their hands, I didn't arrest them. So, admitting to the war crime of not taking POWs / allowing the enemy to surrender, basically, that much is true. Then, immediately afterwards, elaborating on the exact proclamation, he says in 3756, I'm im haita omedet, if they were to stand up, and then a kita, which the subtitles translate as school kids. In Hebrew, the word class, which is kita, applies to both a school class and a military squad. The word for students, talmidim or children, yeladim or school kids, is never used anywhere. Even without knowing Hebrew, you can see he was continuing the story of how he executed POWs, saying, I took no prisoners. If a military squad stood up and raised their hands, I would have just killed all of them, which is obviously more fitting to the convo than him switching to talk about how if he encountered a gaggle of school kids randomly somewhere and they stood up and raised their hands, he would have shot them. If you're going to brag about slaughtering little children, then to stand up and raise their hands doesn't make any sense, Lameo. Do Arab villager kids 80 years ago all act like orderly combatants standing up and raising their hands upon seeing a Zionist? So dumb, even if you don't know what kita means. He's talking about the surrendering soldiers. He would kill them rather than take his POWs. So yeah, that's a pretty significant distinction right there, which Noah's source either maliciously or negligently mistranslates, and shows Noah, for all his bluster and proclaimed factual rigor, doesn't bother to check the veracity of his sources whatsoever as long as it fits his preconceived notions. And I know people are going to say, like, it's still a war crime, it's still bad. That's not the point, though. That's not the point. The point is you've taken a war crime and made it sound like they were like massacring fucking children on purpose and laughing about it. And this is why you can make like an honest mistake like this for one thing. What if you do it for 50 things or even 5 things or 10 things? It's going to completely fuck your entire worldview if you start doing that and get away with it. Like, I don't know why people like to get away with these kind of things. If the quote is wrong, the quote is wrong. But let's find out if it is. It's not as if surrendering people were always spared on the Arab side either. Like, what narrative are we serving here? That Zionist militants were exceptionally brutal compared to Arab militants in the 48 war? Like, if that's the argument you're trying to make? Or just that like war crimes happened in 48, which no one denies. Like, That's it. Well, yeah, I know. The entire thing is like, and again, the entire point of this whole video as well, Palestinians and like Palestinian militants and neighboring Arab countries and neighboring Muslim countries have a passive role. They don't do anything. They just kind of sit there and bad things happen to them, right? Like for the last 150 years or whatever, right? Okay, let's see if the quote's actually real though. Let's see. So what bit was he talking about? Kids. So this word villagers, I need a Hebrew speaker. Where are they? Israel admitted to war crimes sees unlikely. Israel released their documents. I don't know what you're like. I don't know. This is from Tantura. I think it might be. I just want to know. I want to know if I trust the documentary more than I trust like Reddit. Like
future.
It's here. You could have asked Scarlett, but someone timed her out. The mistranslation makes no difference in the understanding of the point. Okay. Do you trust your chat? Let's see if it auto translates. No. Oh, let's see what this person says.
They've afflicted upon them in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
He said dudes, not villagers. Folks. Okay. And then this one. They wrote villagers instead of guys. That's like the big, okay. Whoa. Nocturnal Nick. Jesus Christ. Elsa, thanks for the 20 kroner. Stupid YouTube not notifying me about the stream. That is stupid YouTube. Fuck those guys. All right. All right. All right. So, what are we trying to translate here? In the first 3 or 4 months, I was a murderer.
מה זה אומר?
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה, עם ידיים למעלה...
So he's admitting to killing POWs. That's, we know that happened in Tantura. I don't think that part's controversial at all. We know they did that. School kids.
אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי ספרתי. אז באותו יום עומדת כיתה שהוא הרים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה, עם ידיים...
Kita can mean squad in the army. Okay, yeah, so... I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Like, if you think this is excusable, like translating like this, like I don't know. You would never let someone get away with something like. These are the same people, by the way, who held the IDF's feet to the fucking fire over thinking that the days on a calendar were actually names of soldiers, right? Even though he's showing you a calendar that says Operation Al-Aqsa Flood October 7th in a fucking basement that has weapons in it, right? Okay, like,
לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. ותראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. לא יכול לספור.
This list goes on and on and on.
Okay. I don't understand what you're supposed to do when you encounter misinformation like this in the debate. Oh, you correct it, and then they say, still bad though. Like, oh, you think it's okay then? It's okay if they only kill POWs? Did I say that? Oh, well. But that's not the purpose, right? The purpose is to build a case of Israel that is just, since its inception and since even way before its inception, is just holistically, comically, Nazi-esque evil. That's what it's in service of. It's in service of a lie. Like, that's what it's in service of. Like, I don't know. Oh, well. So can kita also mean school children, or just is it never used in that way? No, it's never used in that way. It can mean class. Uh-oh, contradictory information. What? There's the fucking Discord's open, you guys. Not in the context. Okay. Let's play it one more time. So hear when he answers.
אני לא לקחתי שבויים. בזמן קרב, אם מישהו ירים ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה...
Oh yeah, he's talking about the battle. Yeah, you wouldn't just say out of fucking nowhere. In a battle, if someone raised their hands, they didn't arrest them. Yeah. Okay. There's an obvious jump cut, is there?
לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומד...
Oh, right, yeah. He says, Kita shel shvuyim. What does that mean?
עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה...
I heard Kita shel.
של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
What documentary is this? I'm pretty sure this is from Tantura, no? Warthongs, you're up.
Yeah, if you just want me to I mean, there's no way that you say kita of that. He said like kita of that. That's basically what he said. But he obviously means you don't just say like I kill school children and you say kita.
So what would he have had to say if he was saying, sorry, just a...
בזמן קרב, אם מישהו הרים ידיים, משהו כזה.
One second.
לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של...
So what would he have had to say if he had to say, I didn't take any prisoner? Like if school kids stood up and raised their hands and saw them that day, I would have killed them. Yeah, what would he have had to say there to make it clearer?
You won't say school kids, you will just say kids. But if you want to say cool kids, you say Ildei Bet Sefer. You won't say, you'd say school kids, like literally you translate it to school kids. Like, but you'll say Yeladim. You wouldn't say a classroom. At least like maybe, I came in and killed a full classroom. You would say, I shot at, like inside a kita or at a kita or something like that. But I mean, you can say a kita is a class, right? But is you don't say it as I shot like a kita.
Shot a class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you can say that, but it needs to be a context of you being in a school or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So what does he?
עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה.
If he says, what's the kita shell thing? I can share my screen with you.
No,
that'll be easier.
kita shel ze. He says kita shel ze because he's like I don't know. He speaks that way basically. He wants to say like militants or maybe. I don't know, like in the context of what he's saying is, he says like a class of that.
Okay.
So like a class meaning squad of that. So he means like of the people raising their hands, probably civilians or maybe surrendered combatants. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, in that documentary, I mean, it sounds like they execute just POWs. Or people.
Yeah, I mean that's the consensus on Tantura is that like an unspecified number of POWs were killed after surrendering.
Yeah.
And there was like some fighting in like alleyways where there wasn't much discrimination. Yeah. Okay. Why are people saying Kita Shel Yeladim? I'm not hearing Yeladim here.
He didn't say Yeladim. He says Kita Shel Ze.
Kita Shel Ze. Okay.
Maybe in a different place he says Kita Shel Yeladim. But I didn't hear that.
Okay.
From when you played it.
Sev, hello.
Hello. People are saying Kita Shel Yeladim because you asked how to say class of children.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
That's how you say Kita, like a class of children or
okay.
Kita Shel Yeladim.
Wow.
But you don't say that in Hebrew. Like nobody says.
No, I mean here. Listen, I work as a teacher, so I have heard that. So, but I don't think I would use that, in a combat zone or when I'm trying to cleanse a village. So
yeah, when I want to execute like a school children, I wouldn't say I executed.
You want to Warthog? Am I hearing you right?
In a video game, okay. I don't say a classroom full of children usually, but I guess you can say that.
I mean, they usually say Hakita Shel Yeladim, no? Like they specify.
I mean, it's just a weird way to say I killed school children.
Yeah, no, obviously, I don't think this guy killed school children. I mean, this kind of adds to the case that like these guys did eventually take the guy that made the like these videos on them or recorded them for defamation.
Mm-hmm.
But their story in the court is very different than what's being told here, even with through correct translation. I think their story in court is like they didn't do anything wrong. Like so it's a bit like it's probably in the middle.
Yeah. I don't think anyone seems to disagree that POWs were killed in Tantura. Like I don't think anyone disputes that. Yeah.
I don't think it's just POW though, no? Like
I mean, also, I think wasn't there like some fighting in like a couple of alleyways where civilians were not just where civilians fleeing were killed as well, like in conjunction with militants?
There is something I do want to add. I don't have a military background like a lot of Israelis might have, so Kita, like Cher said, might mean squad. Like I wouldn't know that term because I've never served in the military.
Oh yeah, cases of rape as well. Sorry, yeah, I don't think anyone disputes that there were rapes in Tantura. I still haven't watched this full documentary. I keep on getting like saying we should get around to it. It's really blackpilling when the one sample I get from it is given
just
by
guys
Noah Sampson
admitting to it,
is
right?
people fucking is like it's such an intentionally fucking dishonest translation. The only reason you would shoehorn school kids in there when it's not being said is because you want to paint a very, very like emotive and like image, right?
What did he introduce? What did he say before introducing this clip? Was he trying to claim that like IDF soldiers have no remorse or something? Like, well,
Let's hear what he
is
said. Hang on, I can share my screen. 1 second. Ooh. Share. Okay, let's see what he said.
After it, with all of our forces, complete destruction, enter and destroy. As you can see, we will witness things we've never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. This guy was called up by the army to give motivational speeches. This was broadcast on social media. It's just incomprehensible that it's just that mask off, you know? It actually really isn't, though, when you understand how Israeli soldiers and settlers talk about Palestinians and the sorts of evils they've afflicted upon them in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
You brought the girl that said I'm proud to be a fascist.
Yeah.
That girl's so funny.
Again, I just don't like. Of course, you can grab probably hundreds of these quotes over the last 75 years to make this case. I just don't know. Like, would people let it slide if an Israeli propagandist did that about Palestinians? Like, if they grabbed a bunch of fucking Hamas quotes and just like the pictures of them celebrating on October 7th, and even went back to the Al Husseini quotes. Like this, it's basically this is the left wing version of traveling Israel to me. This is what this is.
Do you want me to be honest? Because that is very prominent in Israel. And
No, I
Orthon, you can say it is prominent in Israel.
What is prominent?
They cherry pick shit Palestinians say to justify hatred towards them, or justify saying, "Oh, all Palestinians want to kill us," for example. That's pretty prominent in Israel, within the politics at least.
Yeah, I mean it's used in the politics, but there is like a lot of truth to that. Like the context of how it's used against Israelis compared to what's going on in the politicians of Palestinians. Like you cannot. Like in the West Bank, if you criticize, the Fatah, that's fine. But if you criticize the resistance, you're basically a traitor.
Well, first off, hold on. You can't criticize Fatah either. They
killed
the reporter for criticizing them.
Obviously, openly, it's like you don't want to get into trouble. But it's like socially acceptable if you're online. Speak with Palestinians.
I don't think you know what is socially acceptable then, because there's plenty of people that criticize Lions Den and shit. They're obviously afraid of them, and they all obviously don't want to show their face. But it's socially acceptable. Like they say, they're on people. They just don't want their face online, so the Lions Den don't track them down and kill them. It's just that case. So. I don't think it's socially. I think it's just a danger to their lives. Similarly to what's it called? The East Jerusalem applications to be citizens of Israel. It is socially not accepted, kind of, but the real danger is someone coming to kill you for doing it, and Israel provided no protection for it. And obviously, it's taken fucking several years to do it.
Yeah, but still, there's a difference.
I think what you're trying to say.
Maybe after October 7th, the discourse is a bit changed to people saying there's not a lot of innocent people in Gaza, and in terms of their opinions of
steamrolled.
People for example, Loner Box. Do you know this fucking phenomena that Israeli keep mentioning? David keeps bringing it up about this giving out candy. When a terrorist attack happens.
I've heard people mention that, yeah.
Yeah, so, for example, there's a lot of incidents where Israelis post, I wouldn't say politicians, because they're, they can get caught on that and they'll actually get reprimanded for it if they do it. A lot of Israelis would post oh, look at this town is celebrating the attack. Oh, look, this town is celebrating the attack. For example, in my town, on October 7th, there was a wedding going on. And they knew way far later into the party that October 7th was as big as it was. Because if it was a regular terrorist attack, a lot of my town wouldn't just fucking care. They would just go on with their life like majority of Israelis would. But they didn't know October 7th was that big. And obviously, during weddings, there's fireworks. And And
Yeah, but where are celebration of like terrorist attack in the West Bank?
Of course, but you guys make it out seem to be like a lot more widespread than it actually is. Some people in these videos that are giving candy don't even know what the fucking reason is.
Well, yeah, it's also when you think about just, I don't think anyone denies that if you look, again, polling is the only way you can do this, right? And even then, polling will only tell you some of the story. For example, polling will show that most Palestinians support October 7th, but the problem with that is there's obviously the danger that you get into in either of the territories if you criticize anyone who actually fights for the cause. That's kind of like a risk. And then also, people who support it, how do we know that they know exactly what happened, right? Because I feel like there's a common thing, and I noticed this in the fucking Israeli guy who does the interview, the Canadian guy. When he does the interviews, he'll say things like, his first question might be, do you support killing Israeli civilians? And they're all like, no, that's like anti-Islamic, that's brutal, that's really cruel. But then the next question is like, what do you think about Shaheed, like suicide bombers? It's like, well, they're doing something, we have to support people who fight for the cause. It's like, I
have a little shift on that. When he uses like terms like Shaheed, we don't view Shaheed like a lot of you do. You guys do, because it can't be translated the way it means to us in Islam. So it translates to martyr, which it doesn't really mean martyr. For us, there's classification of what.
It's like a guy who died a holy death kind of thing.
Yeah, like a guy that died. It's not necessarily.
Well, yeah, you can even just get killed. You can get killed not doing anything and be a shaheed. Yeah, I know. All right. So, yeah. But you could also be like, that's not getting away from the fact that they support armed resistance, and like, even though a lot of that armed resistance involves killing civilians, they still, but obviously, whether or not they know that or they see it that way, that might change things, right? But the problem is like, I don't know, 75 years plus conflict, or actually maybe more like 150 years if you count the fucking Aliyah. Like, it's like so many people on each side has just done unspeakably fucking horrible things. The only function you'd ever get of grabbing like quotes like this or videos like this or like images like this, or maybe like you can do it right now, it's probably quite easy to do a compilation of all the fucking Israeli soldiers posing in fucking Palestinian underwear, right? Like that's a whole thing now.
Yeah.
But obviously if you're compiling all of that for only one side, like the story you're telling is what exactly? Like you're not really telling a story at all. You're just propagandizing, and that's the only function it really serves. Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but it really hits you different when like October 7th happens and like you do see like widespread celebrations in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. I mean, the soldiers shouldn't do that, obviously. Like Israel should what's it called? I think I know it does. Israel what's it called? Punish them to some extent in the military, but they shouldn't happen. But like I don't know, I compare that to what they're doing, like which is disrespectful to what just enjoying civilians being murdered to that extent. I don't know, that's hit different. I am obviously biased, but
well, here
for
me, I want to touch on the punishment thing. You said they do get punished. They get punished for dumb shit like heating up a hot dog on Saturday, and they get imprisoned for 20 days. But then if they murder a Palestinian, like the punishment is not significant at all. Sometimes if they get punished.
What with that, it's like a slap on the wrist. Usually, like punishment wise, it depends on the context of if you're talking about the Laura Azaria, that was he's trying to stab a soldier.
Okay, yeah, but the guy was already neutralized.
Well, he stabbed the soldier. Yeah, obviously.
But the soldier was not. First off, he would try to enact revenge that wasn't even justified because his friend didn't die. His friend was stabbed. Of course, I understand. But the guy was already neutralized on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not excusing it, but it's not like he just killed an innocent, Palestinian.
Sure, it's not an innocent Palestinian, but
it's like killing a POW, basically.
Yeah, but
they tried to stop.
In any other country, you would have been charged with first-degree murder because it was premeditated, and the guy was on the ground, not a threat anymore. In Israel, he got manslaughter, and charged he served 9 months.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely like a sentence that was
his defense in the court was bullshit. He's like, oh, we thought he had a weapon still on him. It was after 11 minutes of him being on the ground. I don't think it was 11 minutes. I think it was around it a but it's still a significant amount of time. The guy just wanted revenge. That's it.
Yeah.
I love these
Yeah, but-
discussions over. Sorry, fuck. I need to stay on focus here. Okay, so I'm gonna leave you guys for now. But
Yeah,
thanks for
when
the
are you
translation.
gonna do the
and-
comments?
Oh, the Discord.
Yeah, they're so funny.
Oh.
It just it progressively got worse and worse and worse.
Was it a settler? You said it was. I'm trying to find. I can't find my. I can never find my fucking notifications on
They're in-
browser
here,
on my
I'll-
on my desktop.
Oh,
Fuck.
I don't
Just send me
know,
again.
But yeah, I'll just tag you in them again.
Okay.
Chat.
Yeah, bye bye.
All right, take care. Bye bye. Okay. You had a settler. Oh no. We're about to do some pro-Palestinian propaganda with this person's logs. We're going to serve the cause regardless of whether we intend to or not with these logs, I imagine. I don't know. Puerto Rico, when you say that Palestinians have tried everything, they've tried peaceful stuff, like that's just not true. Like even the March of Return, which was more peaceful than most, like even the UN's own report says that like most protests have approached the fence, attempting to damage it, burning tires, throwing stones and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli forces, flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter result in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risk the lives of Israeli civilians. Some incidents of shooting and throwing of explosive devices have also been, like, people were firing gunshots and shit. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you can say that Israel overreacted, and they absolutely did, and a lot of innocent people died. But at the end of the day, why do you try to characterize this as a peaceful effort? I don't know why the fuck you would. Sorry. Like, I don't know. It feels like people like you will just lie as much as you can get away with it. And then as soon as you can, you'll just move on to something else. You do this all the fucking time. Like, all right. Let's do some let's do some settler discourse, shall we? I'm gonna move my chat. Because I don't want you, if anyone messages me, seeing my fucking dims. Okay, we have them here. Data. I think the closest university / college to me is Ariel. Ariel is, what do you call it? Quite deep in the West Bank. It's one of the very deep settlements. It's probably one of the most problematic settlements as well because of that, because it's deep and it's big as well. Petah Tikva is a shithole. Where do you live? We have a neighbor, Sev, brother. Most generic place known to man. Why is everyone close to me? I can't be unhinged now. You also have a meetup. You're surrounded. I've met people who want to murder me. It was fun. Huh? Let me get a gun license from Ben Gavir and then we'll talk. I'm like the least threatening person you could meet. I live close to Shiloh. The Jews like me so much, they keep asking me to convert. I'll also bring my Yamam friends. What about Yamam? Okay. Lameo, I want a selfie with Ben Gavir. I was born in Ariel, but I thought Eugen was very left wing. This is a joke, obviously. Settler alert. I've met him before. Oh, this person's met Ben Gavir. He lives in the Hebron area. He's the baby settler Hassan keeps talking about. Kiryat Arba. For our areas, you have to do a process of going through a course, and then you do it. What was he like? What was Ben Gavir like? There's separate conversations happening here. I'll just go with this one. He is very happy but serious, very energetic. Ben Gavir seems like the kid I would try to rile up. He is cool, but can get angry fast. In school just for the meme. Are you sure? Most people don't... Oh no, this is about Sev. Never mind. I can tell from his multiple gun-pulling incidents. I mean, those were understandable. Uh-oh. Once because of throwing rocks and the other because of a confrontation in some parking lot area. Bro, did you just say Ben Gavir is cool? Uh-oh, we found the red flag. Okay. He represents Judea and Samaria well. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Sev, you live in Tel Aviv? Oh, it's Shaki. I'd okay if I feel comfortable telling the Ben Gavir is cool guy where I live, bro. Oh no. Your Steam profile says it. I was just asking. Yeah, but I'm not in Tel Aviv. Someone said neighbor. Was that Sheer? Yeah, maybe I was wrong. Lol. Oh, this guy just fucking released it anyway. Wow. Kfar Qasim, that's not close enough. So you don't live in J&S? They call it J&S. Nope. I don't live in the West Bank. No. Close enough. Yeah, that's full of Arabs. Been there. Okay. You sound disappointed, lad. You good? Inner Israeli Islamism comes from there. Anti-Zionist. Okay, and / we're Palestinian. Pretty normal to be anti-Zionist. That's where it's spread, yeah. Say, Sev, what's the general opinion of Israeli Arabs on Mansour Abbas? He's better than Ahmad Tibi. Raid Salah supports violence. I love this guy. You support settlements, hardly a place to criticize others from, lad. Settlements are not unjustifiably violent. Settlements are unjustifiably evil, though. It doesn't have to be violent for it to be evil. He said Israel is not an apartheid state, and then the other Arab politicians soyed out, funny memes. They're not evil. What? They are evil, lol. Just by being in the West Bank, you are infringing on the freedom of movement of Palestinians and making life harder from them. Just because you're not violent does not mean you're not harming Palestinians' way of life. Uh-oh. He wants a permanent ceasefire. He's stupid. He won't get into government again. Yeah, because the opinion of the guy who thinks Ben Gvir is cool is very valid, brother. Correct? Oh, no. Where is the person? Oh, they left, or they got banned. Motherfucker won't even be welcomed into sewers after he's ousted from the government. His career's over. Ben Gvir? Oh, yeah. His polls are pretty good last time I checked. What the fucking shit? Stop doing this! This is colonization. Ugh. Oh no, my fucking Google's gone left to right. Jeez, or right to left. Oh no. Oh no. What did she say? Short, you came to annoy. Okay, short, you came to annoy. Interesting. It seems hostile. Okay. You think Gantz is going to align with those two retards? Likud are tanking, yes, but the rest are increasing in popularity. And he ain't got shit without them to carry him. Because the voter population has to go somewhere. Right of Likud is your little terrorist buddies, Jewish power, and then left of Likud is Gantz. National unity will require them for a coalition. Highly doubt it. 2 soldiers were convicted of heating a hot dog on Saturday and sent to prison for 20 days. Oh, that's where it comes from. If they're in government again, the country is going to shambles. They punish dumb shit, but won't punish if Palestinians are harmed. Okay, kill me, please. It's so fucking stupid. They theoretically have 2 more years, and there's no way. Really? Oh, God. Gantz and Lapid alone are nearly enough for a coalition. Oh my God, he's literally me. They will do a lot in that time. The government will definitely collapse after the war is over and we'll have elections again. Doubt it. And the war will be maintained as to maintain the war cabinet. Fuck me, that's cringe. If the war is maintained as to maintain the government, Israel lost all international backing. Nope. Considering how it's looking for Israel right now. Trump will win late this year and the neocons will come into power. Nope, it's not a balanced response, lad. That's precisely why Biden is pushing Israel into stopping. Too late, voter base giving up on him. Oh, I'm sorry, did American elections happen? Unless they did, then it's not too late. Dropping 30,000 pieces of aid by America is not seen as sufficient, lol. For Biden to force Israel, if Biden wanted to force Israel, he could. Considering your stance on Ben Gvir, so far he has just said words. Did he sanction Ben Gvir? I'm not sure I want to hear what you want done in Gaza, Lameo. No. Did he sanction Smotrich? No. Who cares about America's election? There's a year until the president will be swapped. Smotrich is just a little guy. He's a small bean. He is beginning to sanction settlers. Smotrich is powerful. What? I'm making a prediction. A mod will see this conversation. 4 of them? Lol. Lol. I don't really think Smotrich will want to return to the US after the Grand Miser accident. He will 100% get gay baby jailed. Gay babied, sorry. Even Ben Shapiro towers over him. He's a little guy. I don't think Biden can do much, to be honest. It would take a big change to the way America conducts itself. 4 sanctions of settlers? Sanctioning him is his kink. We would be giving him what he wants. He's a sub. And the government has permitted the building of 3,200 new houses in the West Bank. Biden ain't doing anything. Data, who did you vote for in the previous elections? Why? Curiosity. Just checking the data. I agree it would be a dramatic change. Are you named after the Star Trek character? I voted for Lieberman's party. Who the fuck is that? What? I also don't think there's much will for it in America. Most Americans support Israel, F. Can't wait for Ben Gvir and Netanyahu to rot in prison. Scarlett votes Meretz. Does she? Gonna be a great day. Good one. After October 7th, I will forever be voting for Takuma-like parties. Lieberman wants Sev to do IDF. Does she know there was an Arab in there? She keeps saying it when people criticize her. Oh, that's... Yeah. That doesn't actually surprise me. Okay. Can't trust those dirty Arabs in the IDF. Embo Man being tagged. Gay baby incoming. He edited it. Well, Takuma don't exist anymore, so yeah. Bruh, that's not better. Don't worry, you can also do community service. It really isn't, though. For a country that doesn't represent me, good one. I'll just go work and get money to go to college early for your community. But don't you be like... Why don't you be like the Druzes? They are patriots. Bro, what the fuck? Because y'all didn't massacre the Druze. That's just racist. Y'all massacred us, though. Question mark? The fuck are you on about? Rutro, Kfar Qasim? Oh, that one. I'm sure you've got the old story, though. Yes, that one. Not the newly classified documents one, so read up, champ. Are they newly classified documents, or are they... Well, I guess they are, because it's like a court case, right? But it's not the actual documentation of the event. It's the documentation of the trial for the cops. Okay. Yeah, that probably counts as classified document. Okay. Bro, why are you even here? You just seem like a racist. I'm not racist. What? Israelis. Sir, yes, sir. Why can't you be different? You said Ben Gvir was nice. Quote, I'm not racist. Ben Gvir is not racist. You told Sev to be a better Arab. You retarded Muppet. Get him out of here. LeMayo. Then what is he? Be a better Israeli. Ooh, oh God. Stop. Once Israel becomes a better country, sure. Please, as it is, it doesn't represent me. Are you like for real, or is this just a meme? You have the same rights I do. Why? He's an accurate representation of Ben Gvir voters. Virtually, sure. I can't go slash a Jewish man's car and get away with it, though, like a lot of you do. Ben Gvir has pulled guns on Arabs at random points. Are you just mad that the demographic swing is in our favor? For throwing rocks, yes. 29 incidents and still no arrests. He's not just a racist, he's the racist for telling him to move his car. It was on a security guard, you retard. He did it twice. You're referring to another incident, tard. Oh no. People might be overusing our slurs. Oh shit. He pulled a gun on a security guard that Ben Gvir started insulting. Is this what happened? Middle East Eye. Okay. Oh, this is in Sheikh Jarrah. He's got a fucking gun, bro. Jesus. Calls every Arab he meets a terrorist. Not racist. You dumb fuck, it was on a security guard in a parking lot. You're referring to one occasion in the parliament, which is out of context, referring to a different one. He came to my village and did it, Kek W. for telling him he cannot park on red white. He called another MP a terrorist, then stopped the ushers. That one was justified too. Okay, buddy. And you cannot prove he did it because they were Arabs. Ben Gvir and traffic rules just don't work together. You know, fuck parking enforcement. You know why, right? Arab town, Ben Gvir calls all of the town terrorist. Those bitches are snitches. It's not just because they're Arab. This man's Scarlet-brained. Scarlet's funnier. Why the fuck isn't Loner here? He'd love this. Scarlet's alt be like, why is there a Ben Gvir supporter here? Yeah, it's because they're terrorists. What do you mean? He voted for Lieberman. Where's the Family Guy meme? Listen, if he gives me a free gun, he'd get my vote. He left the left. What's he doing there? Why does he always look so unhinged? Like, is his little... What's it called? His little cap. Is it supposed to be like... looking like it's about to fall off? I don't know, whatever. It's so tilted. His kippa. Alright. Ben Gvir wants us dead. Is that better? A bit better than Ben Gvir. Ahmad Tibi is a terrorist supporter. Or community service, once again, with the... Okay. Ben Gvir is an actual terrorist supporter, though. So is Ben Gvir. What the fuck? Actually a terrorist worshipper, though. I really do believe Lieberman wants you dead as well. You might be able to drop the supporter. I actually support it while knowing it's not going to happen in our lifetime. Support what? Okay, I don't know what she's saying there. I mean, he's also a right-wing weirdo. The fact he wants you in the army is to be killed in action. Oh, so Ahmad Tibi is a terrorist supporter for thinking being a shaheed is honorable. But he supports the good terrorists, correct? While Ben Gvir tries to fuck the portrait of Baruch Goldstein and he's not a terrorist supporter. If Baruch survived, Ben Gvir would literally give him the most insane sloppy. I think he's guzzling sloppy toppy, sorry. He'd be guzzling. I think... He's of the disregard of non-Israeli Palestinian camp, though, in my opinion, ever in history. Ben Gvir has been convicted of terrorism. He was in a party that was banned because of terrorism. Have you ever seen the Uvda episode about him? Nah, I try not to give terrorists attention. He was convicted of supporting a terrorist party. He was literally a disciple of Kahan Bro. Why is there a discussion on this? That was thrown out. Bro's literally a convicted terrorist supporter. He's been convicted once for racism incitement. But he's not racist. I thought he wasn't racist. Yeah. Okay. Might be a step further than terror supporter, supposedly an organizer of price tag groups. My dad protested with him during the Oslo Accords. Oh no. I don't think Ben Gvir himself denies being an extremist as much as you do. Did he also take an ornament off Rabin's car? Jesus. For supporting terrorist organization? Yeah. Rabin was killed a few weeks later. KW? Yee. For having the image of a terrorist on his living room wall, Ben Gvir should rot in prison, just like his supporters. They are terrible for both Israelis and Palestinians. Yigal Amir went to Bar Ilan. KW, bro, go away. There's no way you're not a troll. So did a Korean dude in my friend's Kabbalah classes. Doesn't mean much. Rule 4. I'm not celebrating Rabin's death, just stating it happened. Hooray. Anyway, I'ma leave. This server is boring. I'm not celebrating. Troll alert literally bye. Is that where it ended? Bro. What a fucking psycho. Jesus. I don't really think Ben Gvir supporters are the types who would make much of an effort to logically defend their positions. Wow. Bendolf Gvitler. Ah! Bendolf Gvitler. No, the one who got gay baby, was that an Israeli person or a Zionist person? The one who got gay baby that I was fighting with was they were making like the Noah Samson argument, I guess. Yeah. Damn, we had 2 fucking wacky Zionism people. Okay. Damn. You were really soying out. Yeah, I was. It's actually called righteous indignation. Hey. Whew. In the end, have we discovered what happened to the aid truck? I mean, there's a huge Reddit post about it, so maybe I should read it. Hang on. I need to save this snap window half screen thing because I actually miss it now. Oh, is it if I do this? Nope, that's not how I do it. How did I do it again? It's a setting that I have to enable, right? Load walks into his weird music. I actually need to do some music soon. I need to do some final touches to a song. Maybe I'll do that on stream. That's speech recognition, Windows key control S. I don't want speech recognition. Fuck off. It's a setting, isn't it? It's just under settings somewhere. Oh, God. Which one of these is it? Which of these fucks is it? Display? Nightlight. I remember I used to use this. But then I would feel bad if I ever stayed up all night and then it went to morning time and it went from the kind of like yellowish tint. Oh no. Where are the... Where is it? Where's the window snapping bullshit? All right, hang on. Snap. Snap settings. Okay, I gotcha. It's on? What? Why is it? Why is it not doing it? It's just full screening it. I want to snap it to half screen, motherfucker. Is it this I need to turn off? Windows button arrows. Oh! Ah, well, that's fine. Okay, decent. And I can do that to this as well. Oh! Other way around, though. Obsidian goes here. Obsidian goes on the right. Oh my god. You go here. Alright. I thought there was a click and drag option, though. Whatever. Don't care. I'm not mad. I mean, this is fine. This is plausible. Oh, it does this as well. That's cool. Loner tech. God, there's so much shit here. What's going on here? Oh, God. Plausible genocide. Learned that word yesterday. Yeah, I was there. You should pull up to the kicker keep. Yeah? There's a good lineup. Ah. Oh! I'm sorry, I'm joking. Let's put it on Twitter. Is it not on Twitter, this one? I just want to tag Karantos in it. Yeah, he's still there. Q is still there. That's good, isn't it? You think Karantos can get all these dudes on? Oh, God. Okay. If Karantos was Lex. Yeah, Lex could maybe pull that kind of crowd. Ben Gavir pulls a gun on an Arab security guy for telling him not to park in a non-parking zone. Oh no. Unavailable in my country? Oh no. God damn it. Fucking free speech, bro. That tweet's popping off, dude. Look at it go. I always love Nasrallah's face in these fucking... Oh god. They should have got the baldy guy from Fauda. The thick baldy short stack from Fauda. All right. Okay. I'll get the Reddit post. Hang on. I'll get it from here. Wait, why is the fucking side thing gone? Okay, here we go. I need to do this. Loader box. Excellent but long video on the history. Okay. Effort post on the aid incident. Does it matter to you guys if I have the words up on screen? Does it make much of a difference to you guys? I'm just reading it out. We're not reading. Yes. Are you serious? I didn't know you guys could read. I don't know what we'll call it. We'll call it this for now. Aid incident. Okay. I guess I can expand this a little. Ah! Okay. No, I can just put it here. That's pretty clever. Okay. Everything is sourced in the comments because of post size limitations. I've written this as a docx file, blah, 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 blah. I'm a native speaker of Arabic. Okay. Motivation behind post. Over the past few days, I have become doubtful of Mehdi Hassan. I used to trust his reporting / coverage of Gaza, so I chose this issue to research, and in the process, thought about writing this. I'm convinced after this that his reporting is dishonest. Ooh! Please be aware this doesn't mean Israel isn't responsible. It's just that there's not enough good evidence to make such an assertion. My summary, brackets, this is an opinion for the pure reporting, see below this summary. So this is the opinion. Okay. Do I want their opinion or do I just go to the reporting? Let's just see their opinion. Fuck it. I don't know. IDF claims about contradictions between Daniel Hagari and Peter Lerner. Both IDF officials are not convincing. The differences are a matter of specificity. However, their statements don't align with the statements of Mark Regev. Be aware that he is not an IDF official. Witnesses and local journalists. There are huge differences between witness statements. The differences include 1. Whether more people were shot or stamped, whether shooting or pushing started first. This point includes the least variation, as most witnesses say shooting began first. 3. Types of ammunition used. These differences could be explained by people being at different locations of the convoy, although for point 3, some of the claims are weird in a way that casts doubt on some testimonies. Hamas and GMH staff. GMH staff claims maintained that all or most of the people were shot by the IDF. However, no evidence is provided for these claims, even though Jadala al-Shafi, the head of the nurses department at Al-Shifa Hospital, stated that all relevant documentation, including x-rays and medical reports, is accessible to the media, human rights groups, or investigative committees. Interesting. UN and similar orgs. No UN teams were present on scene of the incident. A UN team visiting Gaza hospital stated that many of the Palestinian civilians injured in the carnage suffered gunshot wounds. However, no numbers were given. Georgis Petropoulos, whatever, head of the Gaza sub-office of the UN Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs, is reported in 2 different places giving contradicting accounts. In one, he states that he does not know which group is larger, those suffering from gunshot wounds or those trampled. However, in the second, he suggests that those with gunshot wounds are larger. Although he states he only saw a handful of people related to the incident. UN Secretary General spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric stated that he does not know whether the previously mentioned UN team had access to check dead bodies or not. Okay. I might just read this rather than take notes on it. You got to be the dictator of who's telling the truth. I know. That's why I want to read through the sources myself, right? Yeah. I'll read this first and then see what comes after. Around 4:30 a.m. time of events according to eyewitnesses, 4:45 according to Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson, location of event Harun al-Rashid Street in western Gaza City. Other details, number of food trucks. I'll just close this for now, actually. I'm just going to read this. At least 18 food trucks, according to the eyewitnesses. Daniel Hagari said the IDF coordinated a convoy of 38 aid trucks. Nature of the convoy. Matthew Miller, State Department spokesperson, said the U.S. is aware of conflicting reports about what happened and would only say the U.S. knows that a commercial convoy not associated with the UN was delivering the aid. Daniel Hagari, spokesperson, this humanitarian aid came from Egypt, entered Gaza for distribution by private contractors. Deaths and injuries. At least 112 killed and 760 injured, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza. One after update of article at 7:42 a.m. EST, Saturday, March 2nd. The IDF said that fewer than 10 of the casualties were a result of Israeli fire. This statement is in regard to part of the casualties, not the whole incident. Oh. So, the IDF statement probably important here to see exactly what they said. So that's in footnote 14, which they have in a separate fucking post. Dozens killed in stampede. IDF says its fire caused no more than 10 casualties. Hamas puts the toll at 104, blames Israel, could suspend hostage talks. IDF. Most casualties were trampled and run over. Troops did not fire on crowd. Shot at several Gazans who endangered them. Dozens of Palestinians were killed as they swarmed. Okay, where's the 10 coming from? The army said it did not fire at the crowd rushing the main aid convoy. It acknowledged that troops opened fire on several Gazans who moved towards soldiers and a tank at an IDF checkpoint, endangering soldiers after they had rushed the last truck in the convoy further south. Where's the 10 thing? Incident around 4 a.m. 30 trucks. Private contractors. Okay, that all checks out. Thousands rushed the trucks after they passed an IDF checkpoint, leading to a stampede. The IDF's initial investigation found that some of the trucks managed to continue further north, where armed men reportedly opened fire at the convoy near Rimmel and looted it. Dozens of Palestinians who rushed the last truck in the convoy further south began to move toward an IDF tank and troops stationed at the military checkpoint the investigation found. An officer stationed in the area ordered soldiers to fire warning shots in the air as Palestinians were within a few dozen meters, as well as gunfire at the legs of those who continued to move toward the troops, the probe said. Oh, so is this... The idea said that fewer than 10 of the casualties... So is this to the particular convoy? The last truck in the convoy. So they're not saying 10 for the entire thing. Is that what they're grabbing from that? I don't know. We can look through more. Coordinated several aid deliveries to northern Gaza in recent weeks, although this one was larger than usual. Said it would now look for a solution to prevent such incidents from happening again and was conducting probes into the incident. Hi, I wrote the post. Oh, hello. How's it going? Okay, this is just about aid in general. 104 killed, 760 wounded. BBC report about 50% of the... I think we're probably going to get that from this post, right? It seems like it's probably covered like every article. The head of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City, Hussam Abu Safia, said it had received 10 dead bodies and dozens of wounded patients from the incident west of the city. We don't know how many there are in other hospitals. He said Israeli troops opened fire on the crowd, causing it to scatter. After the shooting stopped, they went back to the trucks and the soldiers opened fire again. He was shot in the leg and fell over, and then a truck ran over his leg as it sped off. Jesus. Ouch. Dozens or hundreds lying on the ground. Not enough ambulances to collect the dead and wounded. And that's about Khan Yunis and the rest of it. Okay. All right. Ring obsession exposed. It's to keep Grace Thorpe away, and it's working. So that's why you said part of the incident, because the 10 is referring to a particular truck, not the whole 38 or 30 plus trucks. This is to the one convoy, the last truck in the convoy, near the checkpoint. Okay. Section A, IDF statements and reporting around them. Okay. Jeremy Diamond, CNN correspondent from Tel Aviv at 3:02 on 29th of February, says the following. An Israeli military official, not named, telling us that the crowd approached the forces in a manner that posed a threat to the troops. And they say that those troops then responded with live fire. Now, eyewitnesses, not named on the scene, have told us that Israeli tanks as well as drones opened fire on this crowd. And following that, there was a chaotic scene. Some of the drivers said these aid trucks apparently tried to get away amidst this gunfire and killed several additional people. We're told that 104 people were killed in this incident, 760 injured according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. It's not clear yet how many of those were killed by Israeli gunfire versus by these trucks and the ensuing chaos, but our eyewitnesses on the ground indicate that it was the Israeli gunfire that prompted some of those trucks to flee the scene, and in the process, run over some of these individuals. Also, the Israeli military says for its part that the incident is under review, and they're also saying in a statement that Gazans residents surrounded the trucks, looted the supplies being delivered, and that during the incident, dozens of Gazans say they were injured as a result of pushing and trampling. This was clearly more than just pushing and trampling, as we have eyewitnesses making very clear that the Israeli military did indeed open fire on these individuals as well. What is this Bill guy saying? Where did you start talking? Near 100% chance Israel is lying with regards to numbers and why this happened. Boggles. What? Lol bullshit. Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay. Ooh. Did you read the AP article? We'll see. Hang on. 2. Israel offered an evolving account of the incident as the day progressed. In the first comments, the IDF said the incident began when Palestinians attempted to loot the trucks. Earlier this morning, during the entry of humanitarian aid trucks into the northern Gaza Strip, Gazan residents surrounded the trucks and looted the supplies being delivered. During the incident, dozens of Gazans were injured as a result of pushing and trampling, the IDF later told CNN. Later on Thursday, an Israeli spokesperson not named claimed in a briefing that there were 2 separate incidents involving aid trucks in Gaza Thursday. First, he said trucks entered northern Gaza and were rushed by crowds, with trucks running over people. Subsequently, he said, a group of Palestinians approached Israeli forces who then opened fire on the Palestinians. The truckloads went into the north, then there was a stampede, and then afterwards, there was an event against our forces. That's how things happened this morning. So we have 2 incidents, one with the truck being rushed and then trying to drive away, and then another one with the checkpoint, I'd imagine. Okay, let's see. How do you distinguish a truck being looted from people taking the supplies from the truck? I guess it's just because it's like it's supposed to be distributed by the aid people. They're supposed to give it to you rather than you just like jump on and grab it. But I guess depending on the situation, that might be kind of excusable to just grab it. Okay. So is the IDF actually coordinating this aid shipment if they were there? Yeah, anyway. Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson. As these vital humanitarian supplies were making their way towards Gazans in need, thousands of Gazans descended upon the trucks. Some began violently pushing and even trampling other Gazans to death, looting the humanitarian supplies. Our tanks were there to secure the humanitarian corridor for the aid convoy. Our UAVs were in the air. At 4:45 a.m., a mob ambushed the aid trucks, bringing the convoy to a halt. As you can see in this video, the tanks that were there to secure the convoy see the Gazans being trampled and cautiously tries to disperse the mob with a few warning shots in the air. When the hundreds became thousands and things got out of hand, the tank commander decided to retreat. No IDF strike was conducted towards the aid convoy. Peter Lerner, IDF spokesperson. In a second event and a short distance away, we also had a group of people that approached the military forces in a war zone. The forces opened fire in the air to distance them, warning fire, in order to get people out of harm's way. Unfortunately, they proceeded to advance, and indeed they're a perceived threat, and the forces opened fire. Of course, I will say we're continuing to investigate, continuing to inquire in our after-actions activities. Lerner said the same to ABC News. A similar description with an unnamed Israeli official, but could be referencing the same speaker, is reported in 6 and 7, okay? Sky News regarding IDF statements. Sky News does not provide sourcing for these statements. This account contradicts earlier statements, however, okay? Initially, the IDF suggested a civilian truck driver had mown down Palestinians seeking aid during the stampede. Ooh. Uh-oh. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera correspondent. The claim is unsourced, and I couldn't find a statement by the IDF saying hundreds approached troops. Reporting from occupied East Jerusalem, Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith said the Israeli military initially tried to pin the blame on the crowd, saying that dozens were hurt as a consequence of being crushed and trampled when the aid trucks arrived. And then, after some pushing, the Israelis went on to say that their troops felt threatened, that hundreds of Palestinians approached their troops in a way that they posed a threat to them, so they responded by opening fire, Smith added. Okay. IDF, no sourcing or names by Times of Israel. An officer stationed in the area ordered soldiers to fire warning shots in the air as the Palestinians were within a few dozen meters, as well as gunfire at the legs of those who continued to move toward the troops, the probe said. The IDF said that fewer than 10 of the casualties were a result of Israeli fire. Mark Regev, special advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister, had earlier told CNN that Israel had not been involved directly in any way that the gunfire had come from Palestinian armed groups, though he did not provide evidence. Okay. Section B. We have a behind chatter, apparently. Section B. Witness statements includes journalists for UN staff, see Section C. Okay. Gazan journalist, okay. Most of the people that were killed were rammed by the aid trucks during the chaos and while trying to escape the Israeli gunfire. Okay. Same journalist, Al-Za'anun, who was at the scene and witnessed the incident, said that while there were large crowds waiting for food to be distributed from aid trucks, the chaos and confusion that led to people being hit by the trucks only started once Israeli soldiers opened fire. Okay. The Israeli military opens fire, killing and wounding about 20 people in the crowd, according to the local journalist Khader al-Za'anun, who was on the scene. Okay. Eyewitnesses not named. This comes after 4 and should be understood in the context of 4. As people run away, eyewitnesses say the truck drivers speed off, killing dozens more people. Nema Abu Sultan, Gazan woman, our children die of hunger. They went to get a bag of flour in order to feed their children. Some were run over, others were shot. So they send us the aid so that Israel can keep shooting at our children. This is wrong, this is not right. CNN translation does not match what the woman is saying in Arabic. Oh, what's the CNN translation say? Okay. 3. Is this the CNN video?
Around 4 in the morning, thousands of Palestinians are already camped out by the coastal road in western Gaza City. Humanitarian aid trains are food spreading what ensues as together and more than the convoy, but says
in a short distance out of harm's way. Unfortunately, they proceeded to advance.
Came after people were already killed in a stampede.
In a second event, in a short distance away, we also had a group of people that approached the military forces in a war zone. The forces opened fire in the air to distance them, warning fire, in order to get people out of harm's way. Unfortunately, they proceeded to advance, and indeed they're a perceived threat, and the forces opened fire. Of course, I will say we're continuing to investigate, continuing to inquire in our after actions activities.
That account contradicted by eyewitnesses who say Israeli gunfire triggered the mass panic.
Our children die of hunger. They went to get a bag of flour in order to feed their children. Some were run over, others were shot, so they send us the aid so that the Israelis can keep shooting at our children. This is wrong. This is not right. This is not right.
The latest victim.
So, what did she actually say? Maybe we'll come to it. Okay, I don't know. All right. Oh. Hello?
Oh yeah, before you ask us what she actually said, you're probably gonna get a video without the CNN voicing over her.
Yeah.
And, it did seem some things that were translated either delayed or not actually what she said, but I couldn't hear most of it.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. I'll just see if it shows up later on in this doc.
Alright, but also there's another psycho you need to look at later.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, one thing at a time, okay?
Yeah, sure. Have fun.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. Gazan man, he went to get a bit of bread, a bag of flour for his family, displaced at the schools in Jabalia camp. Now he lies dead, killed while trying to survive. Kamel Abdu Nahel, Gazan man, according to his eyewitness account, Israeli troops opened fire on the crowd as people pulled boxes of flour and canned goods off the trucks, causing them to scatter, with some hiding under cars. After the shooting stopped, people went back to the trucks and soldiers opened fire again. He was shot in the leg and fell over, and then a truck ran over his leg as it sped off, he said, eventually seeking treatment at the Shifa hospital. What a fucking gruesome, my god. Unnamed Gazan man, we don't want aid like this. We want aid. We don't want aid and bullets together. There are many martyrs. Unnamed witness to AFP, trucks full of aid came too close to some army tanks that were in the area, and the crowds, thousands of people, just stormed the trucks. Trucks came too close to some army tanks, and the crowd stormed the trucks. The witness said, declining to be named for safety reasons. The soldiers fired at the crowd as people came too close to the tanks. Gazan man, at approximately 4 a.m., the trucks began to arrive. The moment they arrived, the occupation army fired artillery shells and guns. Okay? Gazan witness, that's a bit contradictory to the other unnamed witness. Gazan witness not named. We went to get flour. The Israeli army shot at us. There are many martyrs on the ground, and until this moment, we are withdrawing them. There is no first aid. Ismail Al-Ghul, Al Jazeera correspondent. Responding from the scene, Al Jazeera's Ismail Al-Ghul said that after opening fire, Israeli tanks advanced and ran over many of the dead and injured bodies. It is a massacre on top of the starvation threatening citizens in Gaza. Gazan witness, not named. I have been waiting since yesterday. At about 4:30 this morning, trucks started to come through. Once we approached the aid trucks, the Israeli tanks and warplanes started firing at us, as if it was a trap. Gazan man, Mahmoud Awadia, said the Israeli vehicles had started firing at people when the aid arrived. Israelis purposefully fired at the men. They were trying to get near the trucks that had flour, he said. They were fired at directly and prevented people to come near those killed. I thought there were drones going overhead, so that might be true. Samir Salman, Gazan man, I was holding a bag of flour on my way home. They shot me in the right foot and in the left foot. Shells were fired above our heads. Gunfire. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera correspondent, as people gathered in large groups waiting for much needed aid, they were shot by all kinds of military equipment. According to Al Jazeera's Mahmoud, the more he spoke to people, the clearer it became they felt it was a trap and an ambush. We were going to bring flour, then Israeli snipers shot at us. Okay, they shot me in the leg, and I'm unable to stand up. So it seems a lot of people have been shot in the leg, which might match the IDF saying that that's what they were doing. Well, we'll see. Allah Muslim, Gazan man, translated from Arabic. From the north of the Gaza Strip, one of those injured in the massacre told Al-Quds Al-Arabi the details of what happened, stressing that dozens of civilians were waiting for aid to arrive before the bombing occurred. He said that relief organizations told them that the flour would arrive exactly at 4 in the morning, adding, "While we were waiting, an Israeli tank passed, so we retreated, only to have bullets rain down on us." Well, that's very different. Okay. Adib Ashur, Gazan man, translated from Arabic. As for the Palestinian citizen Adib Ashur from the Tel Al Hawa area, he denied the story of the occupation government spokesman, Avi Hayam, who stated that the reason for a large number of deaths among Palestinians in the Nabulsi roundabout was that they were run over by aid truck drivers who rushed their cars into growing crowds. He pointed out that those seeking aid completely retreated towards the Gaza port area, and then a plane began bombing them, which led to the death of many people. Saeed Thabit Salim Al-Rifi, Gazan man, translated from Arabic, told the Euromed crew, "We went to get aid and receive flour at the area, and they opened fire on us at around 4:30 in the morning today. As soon as the trucks arrived and people approached them, shooting began from everywhere, and it became a massacre. I got a bag of flour to feed my family of 11 people, and my companion was killed." Anas Subi Abdel Al, Gazan man, translated from Arabic. "We arrived at the Nabulsi roundabout. As soon as the trucks entered, the tanks started shooting and shelling from everywhere. Out of every 10 people, only 1 received something. There were many who were killed or injured while carrying a bag of flour or canned goods. The shooting was at the trucks and its surroundings after the citizen arrived. Trucks became loaded with dead and injured people." Let me in there, I translated the woman's words. Oh. Hello, Z.
All right. Basically, from what I've seen, I translated it well. She's just saying that the Arab countries and the European countries should stop the war. The translation doesn't match at all what the CNN translator is saying. From what I'm seeing, I could transcribe it if you want and post it in stream chat.
Yeah. Do you have the link of it without the translation?
No,
Okay. You just listened through the translation?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So
I could
okay.
Sev and the others if you want me.
Sorry?
I could talk to Sev and the others to
Corroborate.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys want to go into one of the VCs, you could do that. Or do you want to do it in here right now?
Alright.
Or yeah. If you could do a different VC and maybe just fucking give me a final verdict on the full translate, if you guys can actually do that.
All right, I can go to the research VC and.
If
see
Sev's up
or
for
the
it,
waiting
that
room.
is. Yeah, I'd imagine he would be.
Alright, I'll wait there and see.
Okay.
Alright.
Cool. The Middle East Council. Looks like it. Major country or power. Okay, still, I will say at this point, so far, a lot of the witness statements are fairly consistent. Apart from some people saying that most of the deaths were from gunshots and most of the deaths were from the trucks. But many of them are saying that they went towards the aid truck and then they were fired at. Wait, where's Sev? I should just bring them back on and do it here. Fuck. Anyway. And they're all saying, yeah, loads of people are saying they got shot in the leg. Because the IDF, I think, are saying that they were trying to shoot people's legs, not like fucking kill them. Let's see. I think already. Well, I think we've probably undone one or two things. So the idea that it was an ambush, that they let the so far anyway. There could be more evidence because there definitely is, but so far it seems like from witness statements, the consistent thing is that people ran to the aid truck and then got shot at. It seems to be that a lot of them were shot in the legs, which matches what the IDF were saying they were doing, which would suggest that the IDF were not. It wasn't like an ambush, like a trap, so that they could just get a bunch of refugees in one place or Palestinians in one place, so that they could just massacre them. And more likely that there was some kind of perceived threat, and whether that threat was actually real or proportional, then that's going to be up in the air. That's where I am so far. Anyway, let's carry on. As the aid trucks came into northern Gaza, he went towards them, but he said a tank and a quadcopter drone began to fire. I was injured in my back. I was bleeding for an hour until one of my relatives came and took me to hospital. When the aid entered, the tank and quadcopter started firing at the people gathered, the people who went to get food for themselves and their children. They started shooting at them. Was any reasonable person arguing that? Well, popular people were, maybe, yeah. Is that not like going to be the common like lefty narrative that they brought aid to this area to lure them all so that they could just fucking open fire and murder as many of them as possible, like a fucking Nazi trap, like I don't know, like a Zio-Nazi trap? But we'll see. Let's keep going. Said he went to try and get a sack of flour for his parents. We are very hungry. We don't have food or anything. They fired at us. They squashed us, he said, adding that the fire came from tanks. Juha, who had bondage in his face, was injured in the head by a bullet. My little brother cries because he wants to eat. Where should I get him food? He said. So one person was shot, not in the legs. Okay, so far. It's pretty clear they should stop transporting goods via truck. Is it not going to be like so much more expensive and slower to get? I don't know. What's the argument for them not just taking all the aid out of the trucks and airdropping them in? Like the parachute stuff that the Americans did at the beach. Would it be easier for them to do that? I mean, if they're all contractors, they might just not have the ability to do that. Airdrops are expensive and dangerous. Yeah, there'll be lots of good reasons not to just do like to substitute all of it. Okay. I saw things I never ever thought I would see, who said Mohammed al-Sholi, who camped out overnight for a chance to get food for his family. I saw people fall into the ground after being shot, and others simply took the food items that were with them and continued running for their lives. Amid the chaos and bloodshed, some people were run over by aid trucks, he said. Also, there's no way to distribute, like, to evenly distribute fucking dropped aid, right? Because people just run towards it and you can't control who gets what. Like, yeah. Mohammed Hamoude, Gaza man, when the trucks arrived soon after, people ran toward them to get food and drink and whatever else they could get. But when people reached the trucks, he said, the tanks started firing directly at the people, he added. I saw them firing direct machine gun fire. Gazan Witness by New York Times. The witness said that Israeli tanks fired toward people even as they began to run away. Israeli forces continued to fire regularly towards Gazans from between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. when they first arrived until around 7 a.m., the witnesses said. Ahmed Abdel Karim, Gazan man, being treated for gunshot wounds in his feet, said he had spent 2 days waiting for aid trucks to arrive. Everyone attacked in advance on those trucks. Because of the large number, I could not get flour, he said. He was shot by Israeli troops, he said. On a different note, to protest Lorna Box's insane lack of retirement plan, I DoorDashed avocado toast. Literally. Okay. How much is a DoorDash of avocado toast? Like, $20? YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. Is this not to most incurious reporting? No one asking them, though, told them to meet there. I don't know what that means, but thanks for the dono. I really appreciate that. Bit more from my retirement fund, eh? Okay. All right. Section C, Hamas and GMH and staff statements. GMH. GMH Gaza Ministry of Health. I think they mean who told the Gazans to meet the trucks there. I don't know. We'll maybe find that out. If there's like an organized area or how that was, it's probably quite easy to get the message across, right? Because they've got, I don't know. Okay. It claims the Gazans killed were fired on by the IDF. Nidal al-Mughrabi for Reuters regarding Hamas statement does not provide sourcing for these statements. Hamas issued a statement rejecting the Israeli account. It said the health ministry had presented undeniable evidence of direct firing at citizens, including headshots aimed at immediate killing, in addition to the testimonies of all witnesses who confirmed being targeted with direct fire without posing any threat to the occupying army. Hossam Abu Safia, director of Gaza City's Kamal Adwan Hospital, said all the casualties were hit by bullets and shrapnel from occupation forces. The head of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City, Hossam Abu Safia, said it had so far received 10 dead bodies and dozens of wounded patients from the incident west of the city. We don't know how many there are in other hospitals, Mr. Safia told Reuters by phone. Please give the Majority Report a call. I called them and called Sam a communist and they cut it from live. What? Okay. No. Your loss, bro. What the fuck? The head of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City, oh yeah, we got that. Dr. Hussam, we got that as well. Wait, the majority of injured taken there had gunshot wounds in the upper part of their bodies. Oh. Many of the deaths are from gunshots to the head, neck, or chest. So this is maybe not directly contradicting, but it does seem like it might, based on the witness statements, can contradict them saying that the majority of them, or it seems to be the majority of witness statements gathered here, them saying that they were shot below the abdomen. So we'll see. Might be a contradictory thing there. Might not. Might just be like 700 wounded. You might just have like bad sampling or whatever, yeah. The head of nurses department at Al-Shifa Hospital, the majority of the victims suffered gunshots and shrapnel in the head and upper parts of their bodies. They were hit by direct artillery shelling, drone missiles, and gun firing. Head of the nurses department at Al-Shifa Hospital stated that they observed dozens of dead and injured upon their arrival to Al-Shifa Hospital, hit by Israeli gunfire. Hello?
Hello. So I listened to the video now, actually, and like I got most of it. Yeah, she has no mention of aid trucks or flour or any of the incident that happened. She's saying this is wrong, this is not what happens. The European countries, the Arab countries should step in and stop the war. This is not right. Nothing about the aid trucks.
So
Or,
who?
like,
CNN kind of done that.
yeah, like
Who did it then?
What's it called? What do you mean? Like, who did it?
Did CNN translate it or?
Yeah. The translation came from CNN. It's completely like unrelated.
Fuck.
So you do need to keep in mind a lot of this shit does happen. There's like incidents like this, like even like not or news organization, regular people would take clips. For example, or not even. Do you know fucking idiot Yusuf Haddad, right?
No.
You don't know him? He's like the token Arab for Israelis. Anyway,
Okay.
he takes like a video of a Gazan holding a doll, saying he's faking that it's a baby.
Okay, yeah.
But in reality, I listened into the video, and the video is like the guy's like, my girl, that's the size of this doll, was killed, and like he's like, and then what's it called? You would see a video of the mother holding the doll. She's like, "Oh, my poor baby's gone. Oh, my poor baby's gone." Like, and has like he would use that and say, "Oh, the Gazans are faking their children's death." So yeah, this happens like equally. It's just like any footage out of Gaza will get distorted after it gets to the second source.
Yeah, but I don't know if I expect it from CNN to do that.
Yeah, they're an actual organization, like an actual news organization. They shouldn't be doing dumb shit like this. From what I've heard, there's nothing about aid trucks in there or regarding the incident. There's some part where I didn't really hear it well, but like it wasn't long enough to describe what was happening about the trucks or the flour or anything. So,
or it could be that she said this, but it was like the clip that they used was from later in the recording.
Yeah, they didn't have anyone that spoke Arabic.
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, man.
It's pretty bad though.
Because they might have been given the translation and the video, and they just chose like two random bits and maybe didn't know exactly.
That is
where
true.
It
is
stamped,
possible,
right? Yeah, okay.
It is possible. All right, chat.
Interesting. It doesn't really change that much though. It's not like she said anything too. She didn't say anything too fucking wacky, like compared to everyone else. Like it's all quite similar statements. Okay. The head of nurses department at Al Shifa Hospital. Okay, yeah. He also emphasized that all relevant documentation, including X-rays and medical reports, is accessible to the media, human rights groups, or investigative committees. Okay, that would be big, because we find out that you can verify very easily that these gunshots are actually not on the legs. That would be pretty damning for the IDF side. Okay. Dr. Mohammed Salah, interim hospital manager at the Al Adwa Hospital, previously told the BBC that they had received 176 of the injured, of whom 142 had bullet wounds. He added that the others had suffered broken limbs. The head of nursing in Kamal Adwan Hospital, around 150 wounded people and 12 of those were killed were taken to Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. Said Dr. Eid Shabbat, the head of nursing there. He said that around 95% of the injuries were from gunshots to the chest and abdomen. Whoa. Mu'tasim Salah, a member of the emergency committee at the GMH, said there were more than 1,000 casualties, dead and wounded, from the incident, and he dismissed the findings of the Israeli review. Any attempt to claim that people were martyred due to overcrowding or being run over is incorrect. The wounded and martyrs are the result of being shot with heavy caliber bullets. Again, this is also different from what people are saying, like, because the witness statements that we've got here, unless they're cherry picked, are saying that most people were killed by the trucks. Okay. And also the legs. So there's some, unless it's like very, very selective sampling, there's a bit of a contradiction. Okay. Dr. Amjad Aliwa, an emergency specialist at Al Shifa Hospital, said that he and other doctors and nurses were at the Nabulsi roundabout along with thousands of civilians waiting for humanitarian supplies to arrive in light of widespread famine and lack of basic necessities for survival. According to Aliwa, the Israeli army opened heavy fire on everyone waiting to receive aid as soon as the trucks arrived on Thursday at 4 a.m. UN and similar organizations' statements. The United Nations on Friday said many of the Palestinian civilians injured during the carnage suffered gunshot wounds, citing a UN team that visited the hospital where survivors were taken. UN Secretary General spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric, I don't fucking know, told a news conference that from what they saw in terms of patients alive and getting treatment is that there is a large number of gunshot wounds. The team did not have access to the dead bodies, so could not determine if it was the same for those killed. In another article, Duark is said to not know whether the team had access to dead bodies or not. Okay, so we don't know if they have access to the bodies, okay? Philippe Lazzarini, neither UNRWA nor any of the UN agency were involved in this distribution. Euromed Monitor. This article reads like a propaganda piece. Strong claims are asserted without evidence or analysis of said evidence. Yeah, Euromed is bullshit. Euromed Monitor is basically like they kept the Hamas, the Al-Qassam Brigade's death count at like 3,000 or 4,000 for a really long time. And then when Hamas said it was 6,000, Euromed kept it at 3,000 or 4,000. Like they're so, yeah, they're like, they're really bad, yeah. Hamas has denied making that number. Have they? Ooh. Where? Yeah, we'll see. For this reason, only the following statement was taken from the article regarding a Euromed researcher not named claims. Read point 5 in this section. It's referencing the same thing, but with more detail. The rights group highlighted 4 pieces of evidence confirming the IOF's killing and wounding of starving civilians, the first of which is the signs of injuries on the bodies of the dead and injured. These injuries were documented by a Euromed Monitor researcher as soon as the victims arrived at Al-Shifa Hospital, as was the blood on flour bags and aid boxes. IOF means Israeli Occupation Force. That's what people call the IDF if they want to like virtue signal or whatever the fuck, yeah. Head of the Gaza sub-office of the UN Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, is that how you call it? OCHA? OCHA? Okay. Told the BBC he and a team sent to Al-Shifa Hospital found a large number of people with bullet wounds. He said all but a handful of the 70 to 80 patients in the emergency room he visited had been injured during the convoy incident. In addition to those with bullet wounds, he said doctors had treated many who had fallen down or been trampled, but he was unable to say with certainty which group was larger. Mr. Petropoulos said those with bullet injuries had suffered wounds in the upper and lower body. One patient told him that he had been shot in the chest and who had walked to Shifa to get treatment. He said they, Israeli troops, usually shoot in the air. This time, they shot into the thickest part of the crowd. He said they, Israeli troops, usually shoot in the air. Okay, yeah. This is, however, contradicted by the following, where Petropoulos says that a number of people shot is larger. He said he had seen 5 or 6 people with bullet wounds, including a young man shot in the right side of his chest who had taken himself to the hospital as there were no ambulances. In addition, a smaller number of people had injuries consistent with falling over or being trampled in the dark. So he first said he didn't know which was more, then he said, okay. It means occupation, not offensive. I said occupation forces. Their army is purely for occupation purposes. No, it's not, you fucking idiot. Like, what? What do you think they were doing on October 7th? Oh, not me. Okay. Mohammed Karikwa, Euromed researcher, said that the Geneva-based organization's field team, which was present at the time of the incident, documented Israeli tanks firing heavily towards Palestinian civilians while trying to receive humanitarian aid at the Nabulsi roundabout. He explained that the Israeli attack left 115 civilians killed and 750 others injured. 60, sorry. While many victims are believed to remain in the targeted area, Kariki highlighted that the Euromed findings demonstrate that dozens of victims suffered gunshot wounds, rather than being run over or crushed, in contrast to what the Israeli army spokesman claimed. Okay. If this is where all the evidence is now, it's a little bit irreconcilable. The only one thing I want to know is if those x-rays and that medical information is actually accessible, because first someone said it wasn't, then they said they didn't know if it was. But actually, I don't know if which case is stronger here. Because some witness statements are countering what the the Gaza Health Ministry is saying, but it could actually be that these witnesses are cherry-picked. So it's in the Euromed article. Wait, what is? '24. What part is in the Euromed article? X-rays. What, whether or not we know that it's accessible? He emphasized that all relevant documentation is accessible to media, but is it? Like, do they have it? The statement about them only. Because if anyone's coming out there saying like, wait, where's the X-rays? Hello?
Okay, no information. Got an actual video of the whole thing. I'm in your chat here. It's completely in Arabic, and yes, she does talk about the flower and everything. And there's like a whole video about them talking about the whole thing. And yeah, she does mention the flower. She says they are the terrorists. We were hungry. We were starving. They went to get flour.
Yeah.
And then to feed their children. And then they run them over and then started shooting at them. That's what she said in this clip. It's a completely different clip than the one in CNN.
Yeah, that's whatever though, because I'm guessing CNN were given the video and the translation and they just lined things up incorrectly, like whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't show the clip that was in this video. They don't show the clip that was shown in CNN.
Oh,
like it's like it's the same lady, but it's a different clip. She doesn't talk. She's not talking about the same thing.
Okay.
So it's, I guess they cut it out of this news video because she's not talking about the massacre.
Yeah.
So there's probably a longer clip of the whole thing of her talking.
Right.
So yeah, no, she does talk about the massacre.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I don't think CNN's error there is like a big deal. It's like nothing. Because if she said the thing, she said the thing. That's right. Okay. And they're for an English speaking audience, so the spirit of the interview has been captured, I think. Well, that was a really good Reddit post, and it's led me to believe we still don't know. That's all I'm at right now. What did Associated Press say about it? Do they have like a whole thing going on? CNN, YouTube, CNN, Sky, Twitter, Reuters, Channel News Asia, Hindustan, ABC, Euromed, Al Jazeera, Times of Israel, BBC. Because even if it was a majority bullet wounds, it's not even impossible, and this would be a pretty wide stretch, is that it could be that the majority of the injuries are from bullets, because if you assume the IDF were actually aiming for legs, and it could be that the majority of the deaths are from trampling, because you would cause more injuries by shooting people's legs, but you'd cause less deaths compared to the amount of people who were just trampled or run over. So it's not impossible. alquds.co.uk, Times of Israel, NY Times. Apparently there's no Lameo. What do you mean no? That's not how it works. Wait, why not? I'm not saying it's like very likely. I'm just saying it's not impossible. What? Or if someone's shot in the leg and then they get they fall over and get trampled. Like, yeah, then in that case, it's like both. It's double rift, you're saying? They only say X people died unless you say Euro count for Euromed. Okay. Oh, are people saying because there are arteries in your legs, then like leg shots could easily account for most of the fucking. Oh god. Isn't this the whole thing with cops and shit like that, when they're like, why don't they just aim for the person's leg, like rather than American cops where they're trained to shoot center mass? Why don't you just shoot them in the arm? Like, fuck me. Yeah, I know you can die from being shot in the leg. Yeah, especially if other shit's going on around you. Okay. Anyway. Oh god, I just because everyone's fucking, I know everyone's winging it with it. The US Supreme Court has ruled that Trump was wrongfully removed from the Colorado ballot. Ooh, shit. That's kind of what you would expect though, right? There's a Pisco effort tweet. I don't care. I don't care about the American politics shit right now. I'm not going to America for at least a few months, so don't need to care. Yeah, I don't actually think I need to take massive notes on what the fuck. Hmm. Sorry. Just talking to my trusty editor. Okay. I'll show you mini Alexa. Okay. Trump ruling was very predictable. That's what I thought. Not that the actual back and forth between Destiny and History Speaks was interesting. I don't know what world you can live in where GDP per capita or GDP is a better measure than like infant mortality or life expectancy. That's so silly. Like, what the fuck? Isn't the quintessential fucking the nexus of left-wing economics is making fun of people who point to GDP per capita as a fucking own? Like, God. Whatever, dude. Fuck off. I need a new project. I mean, I don't. I still need to record my fucking video essay, but I'm trying to think. Oh, I know what I want to do. Why did I forget about this?
Do you know what? Is that a
Are you still on
public
ADHD meds? Not right now. All right. My fucking Patreon bot is still fucked. What the oh god. Why? Do I just need to redo it all the time or maybe it's people are not linking properly because I swear it's fine. Hang on. Integrations. Patreon. I mean, it should be there. It's on. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh well. Shoku, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. You're like this without meds. How? What do you mean? What am I like? I survived for a pretty long time without. Are you trying to say I'm doing okay, or am I like darting about? I don't know. I feel like I'm struggling, but I don't know. Yeah, just getting through. You're pretty focused. Oh, I don't know. I just want to think of You can still research. You're good. Yeah. No, I want to do this video next. I want to do this Kaya Rychik versus Taylor Lorenz. I want to do that. But I do need also to... It's top level brain damage. Yeah, I'll bet it is, yeah. I do also need to get a bite to eat and also bathroom. So I will be back in about 4 or 5 minutes, okay? The box channel is open if anyone wants to fucking occupy the scene, but be right back, guys. Back. Hey guys. Hey. Might go to Twitch. Just see what it's like, you know? I won't move to Twitch, but I'll... You take a long time to pee. I got myself food. All right. Anyway. Libs of TikTok has done a debate, an in-person debate with Taylor Lorenz. So, Libs of TikTok it sounds like Khalidi is disappointing the Majority Report crew by saying the 68 war was fought with French and British weapons, not the US. What, the 6-Day War? You mean the 67 war? Is that happening now? What? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, so Libs of TikTok, made famous by going on Twitter and posting TikTok videos of what she considered to be evidence of degenerate gender ideology corrupting our youths and destroying the country and whatever the fuck. She's kind of a horrible piece of shit. She'll do things. She'll tweet a video of someone like a teacher doing something often not even that controversial, like a teacher just saying something like, oh, you know, this week we had a really good session learning about all the great non-cis male historical figures of the time, because, you know, we feel like the cis men get a bit too much attention and we want a bit more diversity in our curriculum. And she's like non-binary person with short hair and like alternative makeup and shit like that, telling the story about their fucking preschool kids or whatever. And then the next day you find that like 100 people have tried to get her fucking fired from her job and shit. This just happens all the time, right? Or she would like talk about a school that was teaching something about trans people, and then the next day they've got like fucking bomb threats and shit like that. Yeah, she's pretty insane. Taylor Lorenz, I think, was the Washington Post journalist who revealed the identity of Libs of TikTok, and I think she did it in a way that you could consider doxing. As far as journalistic standards, though, it's probably okay, because at this point, Libs of TikTok's account was getting fucking shown in referenced by congressmen and senators. So I feel like if you're at that point, if you're metaphorically whispering in the ears of American legislators, it's probably okay that people know who you are. It's probably a right that we have. Anyway, she's also, by the way, she's wearing... Taylor Lorenz was crying once on camera about being doxxed and getting harassed, so I guess Libs of TikTok is wearing a t-shirt of Taylor Lorenz crying, which is funny, but hey, okay. Let's see what they talk about for an hour.
Do you know what, is that a public park or is that a private? No, private. Private? All right, well, we'll try to keep it short. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, the struggles of LA, I swear. Okay, well, now that we're going, so thank you so much for meeting. First of all, I saw Seth Dillon today saying that you guys are no longer affiliated. What happened with there? I know that he invested in you early, was a huge supporter of you. What happened to that relationship?
Just parted ways.
For what reason?
Personal reasons.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What, you didn't align
Totally amicable. I love Seth.
Yeah.
He's a great mentor.
So why wouldn't you want him involved, or, you know, why isn't he involved in the business anymore?
Just personal reasons. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay. When did that sort of break off?
Recently.
Uh-huh. So how many staffers? Tell me a little bit more about your organization.
We
This is such a passive-aggressive conversation. Holy shit.
are a small team, just a couple people.
And it's all distributed?
It's what?
It's all distributed, as in it's all remote, pretty much? Or do you guys do you have any office space?
It's remote, yeah.
Got it. So when did you start, I guess, what got you into all this? I've always wanted to ask you. I know, I mean, I wrote about sort of the history of your Twitter account, but how did you get involved in politics?
If you watch any of my interviews, I talk about this all the time. But just, COVID radicalized me.
Yeah. In what way?
When they were like forcing us to wear masks and not letting us leave our homes. And, not letting us work and people losing their jobs. And then people now forcing a vaccine, an experimental vaccine, people dying from the vaccine.
So how did that get you interested in LGBTQ issues?
I love how candid this is. It's really a translation for I lost my mind during COVID. Because I, a boomer who does not understand responsible social media usage, got bored at home for a year and just doom scrolled and came out like this. A fucking vessel of hatred.
It got me interested in politics, and then once I was interested in politics, I stumbled upon this whole movement, and I was absolutely appalled by what I was seeing.
Appalled by what?
The radicalization of it, the way that they come after our most innocent and vulnerable population, or kids. The way that it makes there's nothing logical about it. There's nothing logical about chopping off kids' body parts. There's nothing logical about giving kids porn in school. There's two sexes and that's it. So, anything out of that, it's just based on lies and nonsense.
Yeah. Did you grow up, I know you grew up in a sort of a more conservative community. Did you know any LGBTQ people growing up? What was your exposure to that community just in life prior to sort of understanding the world through politics?
I never really paid attention to it.
So you didn't have any LGBTQ friends or anything,
No.
family members?
No.
So your first exposure to the LGBTQ world was through basically learning about it through the media ecosystem?
Through themselves, actually. They would say exactly what their intentions are, what their whole movement is about. So I learned about it through watching their own videos.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What sort of videos were you watching? I mean, are you just
All
talking
the
about the TikToks that you share and stuff?
And tons more on TikTok. It's all over TikTok.
Yeah.
Very easy to find.
Yeah. I'm curious, I feel like there's been, especially on, my colleagues have done great reporting on sort of like this rift on Twitter. I know that you have a very conservative fan base, and in your comments sometimes you'll see a lot of commentary about sort of the great replacement theory. What are your thoughts on that?
What are your thoughts on the comments on your post?
She's so I think Taylor Lorenz is a little bit soy. She's going for the Nazi jugular. Oh no.
Telling me to kill myself.
Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Obviously against that. Yeah.
So will you come out and condemn that publicly?
Oh, I would condemn it anytime. I'm against murdering anyone, of course.
So you're against death threats against me?
I'm a big, as somebody that's dealt with a lot of online harassment, I don't defend threatening to murder anyone. But I guess I'm curious,
because a lot of times it comes after an attack in the media, like someone like you or another journalist.
So are you saying that, if somebody posts something and then attacks follow, that person should answer for those attacks?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that people like you tell me that.
Why would she dig that fucking hole, bro? She knows that schools have got and hospitals have been given bomb threats because of shit that this person posts. Like,
the time. So I'm just asking if you think the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think I have said that here, but I think it's kind of interesting, I guess, in the conservative movement, there's this ideology around sort of white nationalism, which is obviously kind of a hardline ideology that's generally been pretty critical of Jewish communities. And I'm wondering, as a Jewish woman, how do you feel about sort of aligning yourself with those people and accounts? You see this sort of rhetoric in your replies, and I only bring it up. I'm not saying that you necessarily endorse that rhetoric. I would imagine that you don't. But how do you kind of think about those nuances when you're thinking about kind of the audience that you're building?
Some of your audience says we should chop off kids' body parts. What do you think about that?
God, she's such the deflection. Fuck me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like a girl says she wants to be a boy, so she chops off her breasts.
I'm a big, I believe in personal liberty and bodily autonomy personally.
So kids should be able to cut off their breasts if they think that they're boys.
I mean, I believe in gender ideology. I guess I personally, my feeling is that
I just say if it's a decision taken between them, their parent, and their doctor, yeah, why the fuck not? I feel like doctors know better. Just come on. And by the way, can you stop dodging my fucking questions, you snaky cunt? Like, just say that. Come on. Go on, Taylor. Get stronger. Get more debate, broy.
believe in personal liberty. I grew up in a town where a lot of people, for their middle school graduation, women got nose jobs. I knew somebody that got a boob job at age 14. And
oh god, she's just gonna say all fucking cosmetic stuff is gender reaffirming care. Oh no. Maybe not, who knows?
I guess I struggle to kind of understand the criticism when there's certainly no criticism of that sort of thing, right? But then there's criticism of this other sort of gender affirming, stuff. So
you're comparing a boy being allowed to chop off his penis to a teenage girl getting a nose job?
Well, just to be extra clear, I don't believe that 13-year-olds are able to make those sort of medical decisions.
Minors are, yeah.
Oh, really? And where?
Yeah. Children's National Hospital in DC gives 16-year-olds hysterectomies.
Oh, 16-year-olds.
They gave me that. They told me that directly. They said 16 girls and younger. That's what they said. So hysterectomies. There are definitely minors. I know for sure as young as 12 who are getting double mastectomies. They definitely allow vaginoplasties for minors and phalloplasties. I'm not aware of a specific case of a minor, but they allow 18-year-olds.
Yeah, which okay, 18-year-olds, you're an adult. But let's just get back to the Great Replacement stuff, because I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that whole ideology?
Good.
I mean, how many? There were times that there were some months over the past 3 years that there were more illegals coming into our border than children being born in the U.S. Does that not look like they're trying to replace us?
Who's
I
they?
guess sort of
They're
imagine
bringing
America
in a whole
as
new population.
People say that Jews doing that. I mean, damn, she's fucking bought into it. Wow. Didn't expect that.
a melting pot. Isn't that sort of what America was founded
No, but
on?
they're actually bringing in more people than are actually being born.
So I guess it sounds like you sort of do ascribe to this theory of the Great Replacement. How does that make
I just
you
look at the
feel?
facts and the numbers.
Well, so, I mean,
Facts.
just let's give a corollary, right? A lot of Jewish people fled, Europe, came over here also as immigrants.
I'm pretty sure as a proportion of the population, wasn't immigration so much higher, like around the last, like over 100 plus years ago, when it was like all fucking Italians and Germans and shit coming over? Oh wait, how many, wasn't it like 15, wasn't it like, it was millions and millions of Italians that came only over a period of a few years. Migration, US, was it in the early 1900s? What was the exact number? It was from 1880 to 1914, 13 million Italians. I feel like it was in a smaller gap when the bulk of them came, though. Let's see. Italian migration to US over time. And it was a mistake. Okay. Goddamn Italians. Let's see. This a good chart? So it's around 1880 where it starts to really bang. But say even between 1890. This is over like just barely 30 years. This period here, when you had 2 million of them coming in the space of 10 years. What was America's population in 1990? Or it'd be 1880 or 1890, sorry. 62 million. It's a pretty sharp increase, no? $62 million. And what will you have here? It's just 19. Okay. 62 million. That's 6.2 million. All right. 3% increase. What would be the equivalent of today? $330 million. It would be like 10 million people coming to America in 1 year. USA migration per year. Yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah, it's pretty different. Okay. Unless there are 8 million illegals coming in 1 year. The total population. Yeah, it's less than 1 million a year. Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even fucking close.
And there's a lot of criticism towards Jewish people in those movements, in those far-right movements. So I'm just wondering, as a Jewish woman, sort of how you feel about that and your role in cultivating this fan base that might think of you as a minority or an outsider.
Not all cultures are equal. Yeah.
So I know you have a lot of concerns about educational materials and books, library books and things, especially...
They're importing people who want to destroy America and who want who come here and do not stand for what America stands for.
She didn't even get to. Taylor almost wanted to change the subject. Now she's just popping off.
So, and I think, and we see it. There's time after time after time after time. They come in, they're destroying our cities. They bring crime with them, and they are bringing them in to replace us. And yeah, I think people from various countries, they're all different.
So, just back to the sort of education stuff, I know that you're interested in removing a bunch of books from libraries that you consider inappropriate. I was just wondering, out of all the books that you've sort of tried to get removed, how many have you read?
I've read a couple of them.
Which ones?
Genderqueer. I've read This Book is Gay. I've read Flamer. I've read, what were some of the other ones? My Shadow is Pink. It Feels Good to Be Yourself. There's so many more. Tons of them.
How do you kind of square, would you say, I feel like you are, or at least I feel like you've spoken about free speech before and the need for free speech and sort of supported Elon Musk's sentiments in that area. Would you say that you're a free speech supporter?
Yeah.
So how do you square the sort of being this free speech supporter with wanting to ban literature?
What kind of literature?
Any kind of literature. I mean, I would think that
what kind of literature am I trying to ban?
Oh, I thought you were just trying to say you've made an effort to get books removed from schools.
What kind of books?
Books dealing with LGBTQ people and sexual education.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, so you're not trying to get any books banned from school?
That's not what I said either.
Okay, why don't you explain to me how you're thinking about this?
You just accused me of wanting to ban books. What kind of books am I trying to ban?
You tell me.
Yeah, I don't think it's not anti-free speech to just ban a book from a school. Depends on the book, but yeah.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to ban any books?
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Okay. So how do you square your sort of notion of free speech and free expression and allowing all of that stuff with wanting literature removed and wanting access to information removed?
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn. Gay porn. Yeah.
And what do you consider gay porn in these books?
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about the stuff that you've tweeted, basically? You consider
yeah,
it
like there's pictures of like blowjobs and like how to have gay sex with like naked people and people masturbating and stuff. Yeah.
Did you?
Pictures of it.
Oh, totally. And yeah. I went to public school. And we had a sex ed class in public school where we were shown, information about sexual health and, sex and masturbation and things like that. I'm curious about your own education. I mean, was that something did you ever go to a sex ed class, or is this all sort of new to you where you're sort of learning about how this works in public schools?
I'm not. I don't live under a rock.
So you did have sex ed classes when you were growing up?
We had some kind of education, yeah.
So you do think it's important for children to have education, sex education?
Not the way they're doing it in public schools.
How are they doing it?
They're giving kids porn and telling third graders that they should masturbate. They're giving middle school children guides to gay sex and anal sex, sex toys.
How would you describe the type of sex education that you would like to see in schools?
At this point, I want all sex education actually removed from schools because I don't trust the schools to do it.
Jesus.
After what we've seen, I don't trust them at all. Zero. We need to completely eradicate it and then redo it.
Oh, those kids are going to get the shit abused out of them. Like, the fuck? Someone's saying she shows a blowjob on screen. Yeah, but it's on a YouTube video, so whatever.
In a normal way that's appropriate.
So I saw you said that you got banned from Stripe today. How much money did you have tied up in that platform?
I'm not going to get into that. They already restored me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're back.
Yeah.
I noticed, I think it was around last.
Immigration stats. Ugh. Has percentages. Oh, look at this. These are the immigration waves before the Great Depression. They're fucking huge compared as a percentage of the population compared to this. Bro. And America's still pretty big, but okay.
Last summer, you deleted a lot of your tweets and you kind of stopped posting. This is when Seth Dillon kind of tweeted, asking if you fell off or, saying that you weren't posting as you used to. What happened during that time and did you think about quitting?
I have no idea. And no, I never thought about quitting.
Why'd you delete all your old posts?
It was just a one-time editorial decision. I stand by all my posts.
I guess speaking of deleting posts, you still have a post up accusing the Uvalde shooter of being trans. Obviously, that's been debunked.
Yeah, there's a community note on it.
So why not remove that post if you're so comfortable with removing posts?
Because there's a community note. I think it's clear. It's obviously it was unintentional. There was a watermark on it. It was from a meme, an account that was going around. And I'm glad there's a community note so people know that that was a mistake.
Do you believe if, say, a journalist posts something factually incorrect or wrong, especially about someone else, if somebody was to say something factually wrong about you, do you believe they should remove that or do you think they should be able to keep that content up?
Twitter is free speech. People lie about me all the time on there and they don't get taken down. If you want, it has to go both ways.
So you believe that people should be allowed to keep up wrong information about you and have no recourse, be able to keep that up?
Free speech is free speech.
Okay. Hey. So I'm kind of curious how you...
So she's buying the whole I'm a Twitter user, not a fucking journalist argument. Okay.
Square that with the letter that you sent this morning to V Sphere, claiming that, you were going to try to sue her for slander. If free speech is free speech, then why are you threatening your critics with lawsuits?
Well, defamation is different.
So would you call misidentifying
There's not defamation to call someone okay, whatever.
Shooter's sexuality defamation?
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, there's already a community note on it. So I'm glad that people now.
And you admit that it's wrong, right? Was the Uvalde
yeah,
shooter
and
trans?
I wasn't the creator of that image.
Sure, but you can imagine if somebody amplified wrong information.
The media, like Washington Post and other places, they lie all the time. They're never held accountable. They never remove it. They lie and lie and lie. So
all the time.
I am not gonna
maybe ask for some examples because I feel like in the press they make retractions usually, or they might even edit the original article if they have done something wrong. Like they are actually held to a lot. You can't just say it's free speech if you're in the fucking press, like in the Washington Post.
If you want to hold me to that level, then I get to hold you to that level as well, and all the other media. So I just don't think it's not it's not accurate to compare it because
Was the Uvalde shooter trans?
the Uvalde shooter wasn't trans.
Got it. And so I guess knowing that you posted wrong information, you're saying it should stay up and everybody else should be allowed to keep whatever they have up as well. Is that sort of your stance? Am I accurately understanding it?
Is there a law against...
No, I'm not asking law. I'm just
lying?
asking your personal sort of opinion. I'm just kind of curious because it seems like you have come after other people, such as vSphere and other critics, saying you posted wrong information about me, take it down. I totally get that. That's your prerogative.
It's different with defaming a journalist like that. They're defaming me.
And you don't think that calling a shooter trans when they weren't trans is defaming anyone?
No.
Okay, interesting.
Is there this thing was happening today? People are saying that Rashid Khalidi was disappointing them by saying the 6-day war wasn't fought against the United States. Is that what we're saying? Do they have a thing here for a transcript already? No, it's just released. Huh. If anyone has a timestamp for this, they can tell me because
to talk to the other.
Oh, we'll see.
I guess I'm
they're knowingly lying about me.
And what would you say that you did when you sort of posted that about the shooter being trans?
Like I said, an image that was going around for months that I shared from another thing accidentally, and I'm glad there's a community note on it.
There.
The past month.
I know you come from a more traditional family and sort of a more traditional culture. What does your family and think of your success? You've made a huge career for yourself. You're obviously a rising star in conservative media. How's that affected your interpersonal relationships?
I'm not going to get personal.
Yeah. How's it affected your life? I mean, just dealing with this sort of fame relatively overnight.
So, I mean, thanks and partly to you, there's been a lot of death threats, a lot of really nasty messages.
But you seem kind of proud about the press that you've received. I mean, your profile picture is holding up a newspaper with you in the headline.
No, I was saying Sam asked how many US weapons Israel was dependent on during the 6-7 war, but Khalidi said it was French and British weapons. Seems to go against their narrative. I mean, I know at the time the Arab states said that they lost because of American weapons and shit like that, and that's why Nasser kind of got away with it. That's why he was kind of celebrated after the 6-day war, because it wasn't so embarrassing to lose if a superpower was involved. But that wasn't true. Yeah, they didn't use America didn't start helping Israel really until 73, right? Yom Kippur and then onwards. That was when America really got stuck in.
Headline.
Yeah, a newspaper where they just basically lied about me. I thought it's funny that they just continue to make up these lies and libels.
You've gotten even if you discount the mainstream media and just talk about the conservative media, I think your platform has risen pretty significantly. What changes has it had on you? I mean, I cover the content creator industry, and I've seen a lot of people go from sort of a very low-key life, which I would imagine you were living before, to a massive amount of attention and, money and powerful people around you. How has that affected you?
Like I said, some safety issues, in part thanks to you and to some other members of the media. But I'm not going to get into my personal life.
Oh, no, not about your personal life. I'm just wondering about your career aspirations. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
We'll see. You can make all the plans you want, and God could decide something else.
So you don't have any sort of 5-year plan, 10-year plan?
I mean, I have plans, but nothing I'm going to share.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious,
why did she agree to this? I don't know.
If Trump was reelected, would you be interested in a job with his administration?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Who are you supporting in the election?
There's one candidate, Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Will you be campaigning on his behalf?
We'll see.
Would you prefer? Are you hoping to kind of? I guess would you see yourself in DC?
I haven't made any plans yet.
Mm-hmm. How did you get connected with Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma, and how many times have you been to that state?
I was there once. They have, unfortunately, a lot of wokeness in their red state, and I'm trying to help.
How'd you originally how'd Oklahoma get on your radar as opposed to some others?
Because I started posting about the stuff going on in schools there, like I do across the country. And then, people were very upset.
U.S. intervention in the Suez Canal crisis, that was against Israel, though. That was them slapping Israel on the wrist. That wasn't America being Israel's friend. They literally fucking shat on Israel and France and the UK. So,
sad that this was happening in their schools.
So, and you've been once. What do you think qualifies you to be on the board, or have to do with education, the education system there? Being that I don't believe you have children in the Oklahoma schools. You don't live in Oklahoma. You've only been once. How does that qualify you to sort of serve in that capacity?
What are the qualifications that they require to be on this committee?
USA Today reported on that, but I believe it was that you had to, oh God, I might get it wrong, but I think you have to be some sort of educator. You have to have worked as an educator.
Okay, I was a teacher once.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay. So you feel like that qualifies you to sort of inform policies in Oklahoma?
I wasn't aware of any kind of qualifications that they require. I don't believe they require any qualifications.
Yeah, I was thinking more even just informally, but that makes sense. I guess, speaking of Oklahoma, obviously we saw the tragic death of Nex, a young child.
Tragic.
I'm curious about your reaction. You posted a selfie shortly after people were asking you to address the issue, and you said, to the haters and the losers. Who are you addressing in that statement?
Anyone who hates me and anyone who's a loser.
Okay. Why would you choose to post that in response to people asking you to speak about this child's death?
It was not a response to that.
I guess, why would you post that prior to making any statement about Nex's death?
So, just to be clear, you're trying to police me on when I'm allowed to post selfies?
No, just curious.
I wanted to post it. I thought it was a cute picture, and I just decided to post it.
How do you feel about Nex's death?
It's very tragic. It's horrible.
Do you believe Nex should have been allowed to receive gender-affirming care?
She should not be allowed to go on irreversible puberty blockers or get sex change surgery.
How do you think about the fact that, so often your posts, things that you post about hospitals, libraries, schools, etc., after you make these posts about them, they deal with threats, sometimes bomb threats, sometimes harassment.
We don't know who's calling in the threats. And
so apparently threats that come to her are because of Taylor Lorenz, but threats about hospitals that she posts about on her Twitter account, on her very large Twitter account, we just don't know who's doing it. Okay.
Look, bomb threats are bad. I've said that 1,000 times. People who call in bomb threats should be arrested and investigated. You can't call in bomb threats. But I just don't know what does it have to do with.
Well, I guess, a recent NBC investigation found at least 30...
people like this are just like the worst cunts. Like the fact that she can see how Taylor Lorenz talking about her can result in her getting death threats, but she can't see how her amplifying and distorting stories about fucking hospitals to a very hostile audience isn't going to result in those hospitals and schools getting threats and bomb threats and harassment. The fact that she can't see that, she can see it one way but doesn't look at it the other, like people like that are just the fucking worst. Like, ugh. I mean, I know she can. She's just being obtuse, but
3 instances where you posted about a specific person or institution, and that person or institution was immediately bombarded with death threats and violent threats, including bomb threats, other violent threats.
And if Taylor was a bit more on the ball, she could say that, like, apparently death threats that come to you are my fault, so why is it not your fault when people you amplify get bomb threats and harassment and death threats?
That's a pretty significant correlation. How do you, what are your thoughts on
that? Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I got like tons of death threats this week after the entire media machine came after me. So are they responsible for those?
I don't think that there's the same correlation. Are you receiving bomb threats?
I'm receiving death threats, like, hi, I'm gonna come murder you.
Yeah, and I definitely sympathize with you there, because
like,
I get those
literally,
every day.
The article goes live and then I get those threats.
I get the same thing when a Fox News article goes live.
So is the journalist responsible? The journalist who posted the article?
I I would say, there's a different responsibility when we're talking about media. And I guess to me, a death threat is different than a violent bomb threat. A death threat, I think we're kind of getting normalized to them, unfortunately, online. We get a lot of them. Probably you and I get them constantly, 24/7. I'm wondering kind of how you think about taking these obscure people, right? Because you and I are both public figures, and I imagine you and I we have a high tolerance, right, for what we can handle online. Say you're taking a private citizen, a gay teacher, for instance, in a small town, and you post about that person, and then that person subsequently, who had no media presence prior, receives pretty violent threats. How does that make you feel?
We need to answer the question first, though.
Rose Mosaic, thanks for the sub on Twitch. Really appreciate that. Hey.
Is the journalist responsible for actions that have to happen after?
So you consider sort of your posts about private citizens, incendiary posts, you consider that journalism?
I'm an independent journalist.
Uh-huh. And do you think that there's a difference between doing journalism on a completely private figure that has no public presence and no institutional power versus reporting on a powerful public institution or person?
You still didn't answer the question. Is the journalist responsible for reporting for any actions that happen after the reporting?
Personally, I think that journalists should take care and should consider sort of the framing, and I think that they should do their best not to appear as if they encourage that sort of behavior. I've noticed that you haven't necessarily publicly condemned that behavior, publicly told your supporters, listen guys, stop calling in these bomb threats.
Who said it's my followers? Do you have information that it's my followers?
I guess who else's followers would it be?
I don't know.
So
there's 300 million people in this country.
So you
Bro, she's such a fucking slime. What the fuck? How do you know it's Taylor's followers? How do you know it's fucking the followers of any mainstream publication that speaks? Come on.
Post bomb threats follow, and you're saying it might be just unrelated people?
I have no idea.
It's
we don't know who it is.
It's not just that she's like she's really dumb. She's a really fucking stupid person as well. Oh god.
Steps to find out?
We filed some FOIAs with police departments. Yeah.
What have you found?
We haven't got to anything useful yet that we can use. But actually one of them we know it's like some foreign actor, not even from the country. So who knows who it is.
Yeah. It seems like Twitter is your main platform these days, although I know you've been posting on Rumble. How much money have you made from the platform?
It's personal.
Is that what sort of portion of your revenue is based on Twitter as opposed to other platforms?
That's personal. So speaking of Twitter, do you regret not getting a blue check? Because then you can make tons of money.
No, I don't monetize online.
I don't monetize?
Yeah, I don't. If I was an independent journalist, maybe, but I'm not. I don't monetize on any of my social platforms. I noticed you've sort of, speaking of the media, you've changed your approach recently, or at least it seems like you're being a little bit more antagonistic towards the media and a little bit more forceful in the way that you speak about the media. What led to that change?
Being lied about and defamed for 2.5 years.
Damn.
I guess what led to, I would assume you felt like that for quite a while. What led you to sort of change the way that you speak about the media, or the sort of...
Well, their attacks were ramping up. So, like I said, the lies and the defamation, the hypocrisy.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today...
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
Is it only for kids or what?
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
No, I never said that. They could... the whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's It's a lie.
And
So they can or they can't do it. I don't. She's not really. I feel like Taylor is maybe trying to strawman her a little bit, but she is just asking questions. So I feel like if she feels like she's being strawman, she could just say what she actually believes. Because I don't know if she's one of those conservatives. I don't think she's one of those conservatives who's like, oh, I don't know, it's all fine, you know, do what you want. I'll call you whatever crazy thing you want to be called, but just not in front of the kids. I don't know if she's one of those ones or. Is this in Tel Aviv? No, it's in fucking California.
Do you believe?
LA, I think.
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's
The harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is, aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth. What is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm?
I didn't say that.
So can you name a single harm?
The way that it's pushed onto kids, first of all.
What's pushed onto kids?
Gender ideology, transgenderism.
But if they're leading happy lives and they just are leading a
Well,
different...
there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking into account all of the happy people...
I've heard people bring this up. Swedish study, more suicidal after transition. Because I'm pretty sure every other study that you'd read on this would say that suicidal ideation drops when people transition. Is this it from... I think it's the top one. The treatment for transsexualism is sex reassignment, hormonal treatment, and surgery aimed at making the person's body congruent. 324 reassigned persons. Persons with transsexualism, how old is this study? After reassignment have considerably higher risk for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population. So this is what the study said. So we're not going against that. Hang on, let's see what we have here. What else do they say? Oh, but they also say that surgery and hormonal therapy alleviates gender dysphoria, is apparently not sufficient to remedy the high rates of morbidity and mortality found among transsexual persons. Improved care for the transsexual group after the sex reassignment should therefore be considered. When they say higher, do they say higher than the general population? Or the way it sounds here, oh, it's just the general population, not higher than they were before. Wait, no, that can't be what it's. Oh, wait. That's what it says. It's higher, not after. Oh my God. Persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment have considerably higher risks for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population. Our findings suggest that sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, may not suffice as treatment for transsexualism and should inspire improved psychiatric and somatic care after sex reassignment for this patient group. So this study supports sex reassignment. Oh my God. Oh, she's so dishonest. What a fucking dumb cunt. Oh, God. See, why can't they just sit there and look up the study? Like, why not? What's wrong with that? Just what? She'd fucking die. She'd have a heart attack. Oh no! What are they teaching in these damn schools in the United States?
People that have transitioned.
Yeah, this is a massive conservative talk. I hear it so many times. There's a study from. I thought it was more complex than that. I thought it was like I thought it might have been a long time ago, and there are some groups that they transition and then they alleviate their gender dysphoria, but they experience more harassment and rejection and all that shit. Oh my god! I didn't know it was actually just. It's still not that of the general population. Oh god.
Who are not harming anyone. You can't come up with a single material harm.
So if someone says, I'll be happier if I'm blind, should a doctor pull their eyes out?
I think that's quite different than gender ideology, but people do, I guess.
Someone says I'm happier if I chop my dick off, and we should just let them do that.
I think, there's a lot of gender affirming care that women do, right? I mean, women ascribe.
Oh, she's gonna say that nose jobs are gender affirming. Oh God, for fuck's! I don't like these. I don't like these arguments. It almost sounds like Taylor Lorenz hasn't had these discussions with a fucking right winger before. She seems almost like unprepared for some of these talking points.
To certain gender things, you see women getting boob jobs to affirm their gender. I mean, we're in Los Angeles. We see this.
It's a good argument. No, it's not. It's a shit argument. Like gender affirming care, just because someone like a man like getting rid of this balding pattern or a fucking woman getting a nose job, that's not. Just because it semantically has to do with gender rules and all that shit, that's not what we understand to be gender affirming care. And we all understand this because getting a nose job does not have anywhere near the same level of urgency as transitioning, as HRT. One of them is actually quite necessary, and you can probably get it you should be able to get it for free on the NHS and shit like that. Whereas something like a nose job, depending on the context, you might actually have to pay for it because it's just cosmetic. It's got nothing to do with your mental health and all that shit. Like when people say gender affirming care, they mean the transitioning stuff. They don't just mean like it's a separate category from the cosmetic stuff.
Kind of gender affirming.
So again, you're comparing boob jobs and nose jobs to
they're gender affirming.
Being buying into the lie that they could change their sex.
Breast enhancements are gender affirming for women. There's a lot of women that feel small-chested. They feel.
How old is the study? That's interesting. How old is the study? Yeah, I don't like that argument. It's 2011, but 2011 is not old. Doesn't really count as a. Obviously, the discourse around trans people was very backwards even in 2011. But as far as the research goes, it's research that came from around this time that we still use today. So. It's research from 2011, or like sort of 2000s to 2015, 16 that led to the rise in puberty blockers in 2017, 18, 19, 20 until today.
Like it would be gender affirming for them to have plastic surgery, and they're allowed to do it. And I noticed that you don't critique that. I guess I'm curious, Haya. There are a lot of people that have ideas about women, right, and about what makes a.
I'd absolutely call Viagra gender affirming care. I mean, okay. I don't think I agree.
What makes a woman, right? What makes a appropriate woman? How should a woman? You're saying you're against people sort of like living lies or living outside this ideology that you've constructed. Some might say, look, we're both women over the age of 25, working. I certainly don't have kids. They might consider that not okay for a woman. Do you think it's up to that? Do you think it's okay for?
Because then the obvious problem there is that what if the counter is just like, okay, well, if you want to transition, just pay for it, dickhead. Like we do with Viagra and all the other shit that is not considered generally. If you ask a doctor, would they say that? I don't think a doctor would say that. I feel like this is like a very much. I feel like this is a very much left-wing like idea that it's all like any kind of like surgery or any corrective thing or any medication you can get that loosely links onto gender roles we can call gender affirming care.
Them to dictate how you live your life as a woman? Do you think it's up or sort of where does that line get drawn?
So again, you're comparing boob jobs to A teenage girl chopping up her breasts?
Well, first of all, teenage girls get boob jobs, but breast enhancements are gender affirming for many women. I'm asking you, why is it that people have to live under your sort of view of gender? And
it's not my view, it's science. It's facts, it's biology.
But biology, if we're talking biology, there's a spectrum of gender. There's people that are intersex.
That is a rare medical condition that has nothing to do with...
But trans people are rare as well. Yeah, that's the whole point in it not being like the whole point of it being a spectrum is the idea that there's a majority of people that fit very neatly into typical male or typical female. But then there are outliers, and one of those outliers what includes intersex people. The other one would be trans people. Like, yeah, that's why we're talking about it. Just because they're a minority doesn't mean we don't account for them. Like, what the fuck?
With someone deciding that they could be the opposite gender.
I guess I'm still kind of struggling to understand how...
Why are there so many... transphobes in chat? Are there? Where?
How you think, if your view, say tomorrow Trump is elected, he says, all right, we're going to all live by Haya's, decisions, right? What about all these happy trans people that are living their lives, that are not harming anyone? What harm are they doing by living their life as a woman? Who've medically transitioned, they're adults. I understand you have problems with kids, but with adult trans people, what's the harm that they're doing to society?
To society, they're spreading a lie that is affecting children also.
So you just believe gender is a lie. And what if somebody said to
you can't change your gender?
And what if somebody said to you, you're not a real woman? You're not a real woman because maybe you don't meet these certain specific definitions of femininity.
That's fine. I don't care. They can call me whatever you want.
But what if you would be forced to live by that system? Do you think it's fair that you would, be forced?
Is that based in science?
Well, I don't think any of it's really based in science.
Well, it is.
Gender is a social construct.
Well, gender is actually made up.
Exactly. Yes, we agree on this. We agree.
By a child predator, by a pedophile.
We don't agree.
Yeah.
We don't agree on
so he made up gender.
I've heard this talking point once. I never bothered to look into it. The idea that the concept of gender was coined by a pedophile. Oh god, it's just as well that But yeah, she's doing the turf thing. Oh good, this is where the turf fucking self-ID intersection is, where all gender is actually fake, and TERFs say that because what they actually mean is all the gender's real, all the gender's fake, delete the gender, let's just go back to sex because sex is real, chromosomes are real, genitalia is real, just go by that, sex-based rights, woo. And then you're like, oh wait a minute, oh oops, yeah, fuck, this debate is so shit. I don't know why. It's just as well fucking this late Rychik is fucking hanging herself with her own words half the time, but I feel like Taylor is just giving her the most dull fucking objections. Like, oh god.
And now they conflate the two, and they use it to basically trans kids. So there are actually two sexes, and there are zero genders, and there are many personalities. That's what I believe.
Okay.
She took the turf pill.
A lot of LGBTQ people say that your posts cause an enormous amount of pain. How does that make you feel?
How does it make you feel that your reporting on me causes me pain?
I feel sad for that, honestly. Yeah.
So would you stop?
No, I'm a journalist and you're a public figure. But I'm just talking about, these non-public
random
figures,
people,
right? These non-public
civilians.
figures that are...
Well, if you put yourself out there on a public platform, then you're kind of making
So
yourself
anybody
public.
that posts on social media is a public figure, in your mind?
If you're putting your videos out there with the intention...
Fuck, she's making the Destiny argument. Oh no. Bro, the fact, it's so insane. Because remember, a really long time ago, it was just on Twitch. It was just on Twitch. We were looking at one of these random non-binary TikTok accounts that got blown up by Libs of TikTok. And had people going after their job, and thankfully their district and their superintendent supported them, so they were fine. And they just looked like the nicest fucking person. Like, and they were like, all their TikToks were about how much they loved teaching and how much effort they were putting into it, and like how they were learning all these different like teaching techniques and all this shit. Like they were such a committed like fucking kindergarten teacher. And Libs of TikTok tried to fucking destroy this person's career and shit because they spoke about, what were they talking about? Teaching about non-cis male historical figures or some shit. Oh god.
That it should go viral, you want publicity.
So if somebody's posting on social media, which inherently posting on social media, you're looking for attention, right? You're saying that meets the bar for a public figure?
I'm not a lawyer.
But I'm asking your opinion.
I think that these people, well, first of all, a lot of the people I post about are actually in positions that are public,
But
teachers,
I'm talking about
doctors.
the people that haven't, right? The individual private citizens that you've posted who are not, I would argue they're not public figures. You're saying they are public figures because they're posting on social media?
They want to be public. They're public. They're going on a public platform and publicly posting a video on a social media site that is meant for your videos to go viral.
Uh-huh. And what about Twitter? Would you consider Twitter as well a platform where stuff is meant to go viral?
Every social media. If someone posts something on social media, it could go viral. It's always a risk.
Got it. So when you were building your audience and had hundreds of thousands of followers, then would you also agree that you were a public figure?
I think that if anyone who puts something out there publicly, anyone could share their stuff.
Got it. And so, but I'm saying you consider these people, LGBTQ people, who are just posting on social media, public figures.
I said I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legal
I'm just
definition
asking your
of public
opinion.
figure.
One thing you noted, and I'm only asking this because I know that you've noted that.
I can see Scarlett is falling into the debate trap of the gender, everything is gender affirming care crowd. Because what you do is when you want to say, the argument for Viagra, just so you guys know in chat, for not being gender affirming care is that it's just not how the word's used. That's it. The way we use gender affirming care is to refer very specifically to people who have gender dysphoria and need alleviation through HRT and surgery and need it generally fairly urgently as a matter of like risk to mental health and all the rest of it, right? Like that's what gender affirming care is. It's for trans people. That's what it is. Okay. That's when people say there's a bill passing about gender affirming care. You're not sitting there going, oh, wait, what do you mean gender affirming? There's a Viagra bill? There's a fucking hair transplant? No, it's about trans people. That's what it's about. But people now, like Scarlett, have bitten the fucking bait, and now they're trying to argue that fucking erection problems have nothing to do with masculinity. Oh god, you can call it gender affirming care if you want. I don't know. I don't know what it serves. It's like you're trying to change the word as it's understood by the entire fucking medical community for what? To bait people into silly debates. I guess that's like, whatever. Is referring to a medical procedure. Gender affirming care, 99.9% of the time, unless you're on fucking Twitter or whatever, it refers to HRT and fucking gender affirming surgery. That's what it refers to, yeah. For trans people, yeah.
You know, when I reported on you that you felt like it was unfair and that you didn't meet the bar for a public figure. So I'm just kind of wondering, as somebody with such a large social media audience, you're saying people with much smaller social media audiences meet the bar for a public figure. Wouldn't you have considered yourself a public figure?
If anyone puts out content publicly, then that content could go anywhere. That's what I believe. You know, it could go viral. Anyone could share it. It could go to the wrong side. You know, what they call the wrong side of TikTok.
Yeah.
It could go, people will see it. You can't control that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they hate me, because they want to create this content and they only want their bubble to see it. And then I'm like showing it to other people and they just can't handle it.
I think you're editorializing it as well.
No, I provide very little commentary, probably the least from any other Twitter account that's even a quarter my size.
Let's talk about drag shows. You've come out a lot about, you're very against drag shows. Can you give any examples of children being harmed from drag shows?
Also refers to social transition. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. It does refer to social transition. Yes.
Yeah, there was one where this mom was saying that her kids...
Although I think when they say care, does that count as care when we're talking about because when they talk about bills trying to ban gender affirming care, do they mean banning social transition, or do they mean, no, they mean strictly in the medical sense? Or, I don't know, whatever, don't care.
Decided to be
Either way,
non-binary after watching the drag show, and then the drag queen helped the kid buy like new clothes to be non-binary.
And you consider that harmful?
Yeah, well, because non-binary is made up. Like you can't, there's no such thing as non-binary. And then it just leads a kid on a path where probably they'll end up in a hospital getting some of their
banning a care, bans using proper pronouns.
You seem very against plastic surgery. Are you against?
Well, I'm against sex change surgeries.
What about women that want to get their boobs done, want to get their nose done, want to get cheek implants?
We're just going to go in circles.
Well, I'm just curious.
But it's good to note that you're comparing nose jobs to teen girls getting their breast jobs.
Well, teen girls also get boob jobs to make their breasts bigger, right? So both are gender affirming in different ways. You seem very obsessed with one and not interested in the other. So that's kind of what I'm interested in. And I guess I don't really understand that, because both are gender affirming in different ways.
I don't call it gender affirming care. I call it sex change surgeries for people who are sold the lie that they can change their sex.
Where do you sort of hope this will end up? You know, like all of this sort of the advocacy that you're doing. I know you said you don't have a 5-year plan for yourself, but what are some, what's if you were sort of like gonna describe your platform? What are some things that you'd like to see, meaningful changes in terms of policies, laws?
Oh, I want to eradicate gender ideology from public life.
From public life.
I thought she said, but she doesn't want to eradicate trans people from public life earlier. Did she just flip on that? What the fuck? Uh-oh.
Completely?
Yeah, the whole thing is built on a lie.
Well, you certainly have a gender yourself.
Gender ideology. No, I don't. I have a sex. Gender. There's no such thing as gender.
Okay.
I said gender is made up.
Again, I feel like once you realize that someone is in this camp of the, there is no gender, there's only sex, I feel like it should be easy to just hold on to that in your brain. And okay. I can't tell you how blackpilling this is to watch as a trans person. Yeah, she's a pretty fucked up person, man.
I agree that gender is a completely social construct.
No, it doesn't exist. It's there are 0 genders. I have a sex. I'm female.
There are 0 genders.
Yeah.
So you want to live in sort of a post-gender world where everybody can kind of express themselves through personality however they like.
Well, that's what it is now. But they're just calling it gender.
So,
but you know, there's males and females. And then, you know,
so if
there's
they were to,
infinite.
I'm just kind of curious here, and I'm certainly not a gender scholar, so I'm not sure, you know, maybe somebody sort of posed this question too. But if people were to let's just say, you know what, fine, we eliminate male, female, non-binary, whatever gender, we eliminate that. We're all just people, or we identify by our sex. Would you still be okay with people, you know, wearing dresses if, you know, they appear to be biologically male, or, you know, women shaving their head, you know, things like that? Are you still okay with that as long as they're not calling themselves by a different name?
Don't sexually.
Possibly offensive hot take. I think this topic would be less of a big deal if some vocal trans people weren't so obsessed with discussing it along with conservatives. Most people just don't care. I definitely know people, or I've met people, I don't really say I know them, but I've met people who have literally said that, like, you know, they're not right wing because of all the crazy fucking anti-immigrant or whatever the fuck else, like the fascism, like, but they'll say that they're not left wing. And usually if I see someone who's like not chosen not to identify as left wing, I feel like they often say it's because of the trans stuff, like because they feel like it's just overblown and shit like that. But I don't really know. I feel like a good question to ask anyone who thinks that is like, okay, who's to blame for that? Like, because I feel like there are a lot of people who actually who have that objection to trans people or any of the medical stuff or anything like that. They just don't like the way it's portrayed or spoken about in the media, or the way that it's been presented to them. And the problem with that is like, I don't know if what they've been presented with is cringe trans people or cringe trans people who were amplified by right-wing media. Yeah, because I feel like I feel like the left became obsessed with trans people because the right were. That kind of feels like how because I remember a long time ago thinking, oh yeah, some people do the transition. I don't give a fuck. That's where it began and ended for me. It's like, okay, but then I found out that everyone was talking about. I feel like I heard it from right wingers. I heard it from like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and shit. In any case, debates like this would be fine, I think, if there was a bit more competency from, or not even competency, but I guess Taylor Lorenz just hasn't had that many debates with people like Rychik, because so far, everything Rychik has given is like very, very obvious right-wing talking points. Like all of the level 1, it's like the first page of the book of fucking transphobic post-it notes, basically. It's the first post-it note of anti-trans arguments. And I feel like if you just did a day of prep for all of that stuff, you would be so ready. You have to be ready for the study about rapid onset gender dysphoria, the fake one that basically, the one that only polled the parents of kids on transphobic websites. You have to be prepared for the Swedish gender study that said you're more likely to kill yourself after transition than before. There's that one. You have to be ready for the one about the idea that you can just go into a clinic and say, I'm trans, give me puberty blockers, and they give them to you. You have to be ready for that one. You probably have to learn a bit about Lupron, I guess. That's one that I'd probably want to look up before going into a debate like this. You'd have to be prepared for arguments like, if someone goes to the doctor and they say, I feel really sad that I have eyeballs, can they take their eyeballs out? Would that be okay? Is it medical treatment? You have to be prepared for that argument. You have to be prepared for the argument that actually there's no gender at all and we're all just our biological sexes. Yeah, there's a few things that you have to be prepared for the argument that being trans is delusional. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that you have to prepare for, but like, it doesn't take that much, surely, as like a journalist who's covered all this stuff for a while. Like, because yeah, again, like Rychik here is being very much a fucking NPC as far as our arguments go.
Sexualized kids, that's what I'm against.
But I'm just saying, like, you want to live in a post-gender world where there's no gender, right? And anybody can just have the personality and express themselves however they want.
That's how it is now. These people who are calling themselves a different gender,
but I'm just saying you're not right, really.
Well, no, we have. What do you mean? Even without trans people, we still have gender, right? We still have like fucking men's and women's clothes, and some things to do are like manly, and other things to do are like feminine that have nothing to do with biological sex. So, it's not like gender just suddenly got imposed on us by fucking trans people. What the fuck is she talking about?
Is with the language around that, right? So I'm saying let's eliminate the language. All right, do you support people, adults? Let's just talk about adults for the sake of, this discussion. Do you support those adults having bodily autonomy, dressing, acting, painting their nails or shaving their head or doing whatever they want to do to express themselves?
I don't care if a guy wants to paint his nails.
Hey.
So you don't care about...
Leave the kids out of it. Don't sexualize the kids. Don't confuse the kids.
So speaking of sexualization of kids, I think one group of young people that's constantly sexualized is young women.
Oh God, see that you have to be prepared for that one, because the ultimate fucking response to that one is what about a kid wanting to change their pronouns or feeling like they need to puberty blockers or something like that for their gender issues is sexualizing. What about that? Like, I don't know. I feel like we've discussed trans kids like quite a lot, or read studies about them. What part of that makes you think about sex? Makes you think about kids sexually? You fucking perv. You fucking pedophile. Like, why would you? that would be the response to an argument like that. Like, oh God. If something, because people talk about sexualizing kids when we used to have debates about pronoun changes in schools, right? Like a school helping a kid socially transition by just changing their pronouns. It's like, if that makes you think about sexualization, like that's a self-report, okay? Like, fuck.
What are your thoughts, and why haven't you, I guess, come out more against some of the sort of sexualization of young women, especially in the right-wing media ecosystem? There's a focus on youth and women. There's a focus on
support, but keeping an eye on people making irreversible decisions. Damn. share with the trans skepticism. That's the progressive virtues of the Middle East. That's the bastion of progressive liberal values in the Middle. I'm sorry. I'm joking. All right.
And sort of women under 25, women losing value with age. This is stuff, you know, that's been
I'm a
platformed on the
woman
Daily Wire.
in the conservative movement. I never once felt sexualized.
You've never felt sexualized yourself, but I'm saying, why don't you speak out about sort of sexual abuse in the straight world, I guess?
So you just changed topics.
No. I'm saying, like, you're saying we're against the sexualization of kids.
Yeah.
One group of children that's constantly sexualized is young women. 13-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls are constantly sexualized on the internet, often by conservatives. So I'm wondering, especially given, you know, what some commentary has come from like people at the Daily Wire, for instance, right? They've made comments about young women losing value with age, which is kind of a pedophilic ideology. Why not speak out on that?
I've never seen that. I have no evidence.
You've never seen young women getting sexualized?
Of course she doesn't. She's fucking radicalized by her little fucking solo bottle of fucking cheap wine listening to Adele 2012 doom scrolling on conservative media. Of course she doesn't know that conservatives that red states are the worst ones in the country for child marriage. She doesn't know that fucking child beauty pageants are issues. She doesn't know that right now fucking young conservative leaning men are dominated by fucking red pill discourse where they think women are basically unfuckable by the time they turn 30. Of course she doesn't know about any of that. She is the quintessential social media doom scroller who lost her mind during COVID. Fuck.
I focus on kids.
And you've never seen young girls getting sexualized?
I've seen young girls getting sexualized. I'm referring to the Daily Wire thing. I can't answer
okay,
for that.
But let's just talk about young girls. Why don't you speak out about that? Why don't you speak out about sort of heteronormative cisgender men, traditional men, sexualizing young girls, young female girls?
I speak out about the sexualization of kids.
But you don't speak out about sort of the sexualization of kids by straight people.
I don't discriminate on who's sexualizing the kids.
But
if a kid's being sexualized.
Well,
like the amount of fucking like anti-trans commentators who defend taking underage boys to fucking Hooters, like, wasn't Crowder doing that of all people? Like, who's the right-wing commentator who was openly defending taking kids to Hooters? And like literally the fucking girls dancing around them and shit like that, like in a pretty provocative way. Like twerking in their faces and shit. Defend Hooters kid. Who was that? Who was that? It was one of the Daily Wire guys, I think, or was it Crowder? Can't remember. Damn, Double Rifter. Thanks for the 60. Wait. Why am I forgetting if those are? Thanks for the shekels, Double Rifter. 60 of them. Thanks very much. For some reason, I thought they were rupees, but they're... No, I was stupid. Anyway.
There's only one group of kids that you're talking about, which is you're concerned about sort of people being sexualized by the LGBTQ community. I'm saying a lot of straight older men.
Not necessarily the LGBTQ. I mean, if they're, I don't want straight teachers to be talking.
New York Times article just came out where the UN has found evidence of sexual assault in Hamas-led attack on Israel. The UN. Interesting.
Talking about their sexuality and
29th of January. Oh, UN inquiry finds evidence. Wasn't the New York Times article, wasn't the debate more to do with whether or not it was systematic and widespread? I mean the debate outside of the fucking psycho denier online shit. Oh, Mogus, nice one. Well, look at that. Hang on.
Schools either.
So you wouldn't be okay with a straight teacher, for instance, discussing their marriage?
I think it's weird.
Uh-huh.
Why would someone discuss their marriage in a classroom?
Honestly, I don't know. You were a teacher. I feel like teachers...
No one had any fucking... I'm sorry. When I was 10 years old, like my teacher, when I was actually a student in his class, got married halfway through the school year. Oh, it was all he would fucking talk about. He had the day he was getting married. I think... Were some school kids at the wedding? Were some people from class? Maybe. But in any case, yeah, our fucking primary school teacher, like... Yeah, fucking teachers talking about their wives. Or their husbands. Like, that's That's pretty normal. Yeah, no one cares. Obviously, unless it's fucking gay or trans, right? Yeah, okay.
Sometimes do that, you know. I do think that there is a sexualization of children.
Oh, did Reddit delete the fucking thread? There was a Reddit thread that I never actually started reading because it had like 200 comments of people debating whether or not Hassan was a rape denier for October 7th, right? I don't know if he is or isn't. I haven't seen him talk about that, but was there a tweet where did he retweet someone who was, I don't know. I feel like the legitimate debate you could have is whether or not it was systematic and widespread. Like it seemed to have come from the top down, or if it was like permissible from the top down. But I don't know if the debate over whether or not it happened at all is done. Like that people are so fucking like lost in the sauce if they think it, like none of it, there's no evidence of any of it. Like that's so stupid anyway.
From straight couples. I mean, I know that I went shopping for a friend recently to find little baby onesies, and when you're looking for little boy baby onesies, a lot of them say, you know, I want, where's my mommy's tits or whatever. You know, you see these kind of.
Why did that Reddit thread get so, was it brigaded or why was it so full of comments? What happened? Also, why is this Reddit so fucking purple? Why is there so much purple here? I don't know how this happened. And I think the people who did it don't know how it happened either. So we're just kind of stuck. This is cute. The banner's nice. This is nice. The person who made this, I think I might get them to do banners, like a proper banner. Because this one's a bit blurry, because you can tell it's been cropped. It's too much.
I would say sexual innuendo on babies' clothes. I've never seen you post about that. I've never seen you post about sort of sexualization from the straight community, I guess.
I don't discriminate against who's doing the sexualization.
But you do. Your content does.
I guess, like, what are you defining as sexualization? But I've never said, like...
now we're getting a bit more narrow about defining sexualization, not when we were describing literally just the concept of like social transition or pronouns or like any of that stuff for kids. That's sexualization. But now we need to know the more tight definition. Okay.
Like, oh look, here's porn in school, and the librarian is not straight. No, I don't care who the librarian is. I don't care if they're straight or gay or trans or whatever they want to say they are.
Yeah, I just think it seems. I guess I wonder why you don't focus on sort of like young girls as a woman. I mean, were you ever sexualized as a young child? No. I find that interesting because I think all women kind of experience that, although it depends on your community. But I do think that there's a focus on women and age as well. And there's this notion that women lose value as they age. And I know I hear that all the time in my comments from conservatives.
I've never once seen that. Actually. You've
never seen that?
No.
I feel like
I've never seen a conservative figure say that women lose value when they age.
Why do you think there's such an obsession about women and ages then?
Women, I've never known there was an obsession. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Women and ages?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh God, the social media bubble. This is how I feel because now I'm starting to realize, I'm going to make this about me, okay? And my interests. I'm starting to realize that now when I'm talking to like hyper partisan pro-Palestinian people, I am actually thinking we need to fight on every factual ground because I actually think there might be some pieces of information that I find very obvious that they actually don't know anything about. Like, that might actually be the case. I kind of forget that people can have really, really fucking hyper curated social media feeds that they don't see bits of information that should be quite obvious to someone who's taking interest in a particular topic. Unless she's trolling. Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
There is a notion, especially platformed by conservative media, that women lose value as they get older. You see this espoused constantly when people are talking about reproductive capabilities. Oh, her eggs
You're
are
saying
dried
when
up.
they promote like family values, like, oh, you should get married and have kids? Is that what you call sexualization?
No. I'm talking about more derogatory remarks.
See, she doesn't know. She's genuinely fucking confused. I don't know why you think she's trolling.
Made against women and their age. I bring it up because I think a lot of your fans seem to obsess about women and ages, and so it's misogyny at its core, and I never see you speak up about that. So I was just kind of curious about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm wondering like why you don't speak up about the sexualization of kids.
I don't think it's a problem. I guess I don't see as much. If I saw an example of a child being sexualized, of course I have a problem with, certain things. I will actually, I will say.
So do you think we should give kids porn in school? The images of like gay sex?
Is sex education content porn? Because some sex education you watch people fucking.
I went to public school, and in public school, at least when I was growing up,
depictions.
We were absolutely given literature, explaining sex, educating people.
It had pictures of like anal sex.
Oh, absolutely, and it actually talked about condom use.
What grade?
God, I mean,
it'd be like 6 or 7,
but
right?
certainly probably middle school. I think that's when we had sex ed.
So you think like books like Genderqueer, This Book is Gay, we should give that to kids in school?
I have not read those books, so I don't know. But I do think that it's important to educate kids about sexuality, if nothing else, because, I have spoken to women that were abused sexually when they were young, very young. And one thing that they've told me is that they wish that
You don't need an anecdote for this. This is also pretty well borne out, is that kids who have access to sex education are less likely to get abused because they're more likely because they know what's happening. Like they're quicker to realize what's happening. And also because they know what's happening, even if they can't avoid the situation, they can tell someone about it. Like they're not as vulnerable because like if they know, then also like a relative might be less likely to abuse them because they don't want to get caught, right? Like so there's obviously sex education, and that's sex education from a very young age. It's just that sex education evolves over time, doesn't it? You can get sex education when you're 5. It's just it's different from the sex education you get when you're 10, 11, 12. So when you're 5, you can get fucking sex education that's shit like, oh, here are your private parts, and those are your private parts because they belong only to you. If anyone else goes near your private parts, they're a bad person. Like you can do that, it's
had
start with the basics.
The language to talk about it, and they weren't educated. They grew up in I only know 2 that I've spoken to about this, but they've grown up in sort of societies where they weren't very educated about sex ed. They didn't receive sex ed in class. They went to a Catholic school or other types of schooling. And so I do think it's really important for kids to understand sex because, as we all know, a lot of teenagers can be sexually active, and I think sex education is important to promote, healthy attitudes, healthy understandings of sex. I mean, these are human bodies. You can't just expect to send kids off at 18 with absolutely no sex ed and then think that they can function in the world.
So we should give kids like pictures of gay sex in middle school and actually elementary school, some of them.
I guess I'm wondering what you consider that. I think.
Do you want to see a picture?
Well, I don't know, but are you talking about the ones that you've posted on your Twitter account? Yeah. I guess those don't look like what I received when I did sex ed, but I think sex ed is important because it actually helps.
So you didn't have those types of things when you were in school?
Oh no, we had sex ed.
I'm saying the images I posted on my Twitter.
When you had sex ed in school, did you not get books with graphic
with
imagery?
Pictures of gay sex?
I remember. I don't remember how old you are, but I grew up in the 90s when HIV and AIDS was a big thing, and we certainly learned about gay sex in school.
So those pictures I posted on my Twitter, you had graphics like that?
I actually don't know. I don't remember, to be honest. But I do think that it's really important to.
But knowing those pictures, you seem to know very well what those pictures are. Do you think that?
I don't. I've seen.
Oh, you kept referencing it.
Well, I've seen you post things,
but
I don't
pull
know.
It up.
But I think, I guess I feel
because we need to put this into context.
Yeah. Well, we won't know the context, of course, because we don't know the context of how those things are being taught.
Oh, so we could give kids like pictures of gay sex as long as it's in the proper context?
She's just appealing to outrage. Just make it so obvious. Yeah, gay kids are going to have sex. It's probably good to teach them how to do it if they're going to fucking do it, right? Rather than them learning off of like wacky like pornography or just winging it, because it's good to know how to do things safely if you're going to do it. Like, and we give sex education to straight kids, so just God. Fuck.
I don't know. I mean, it's up to the educator to determine, right? I don't know. I guess I'm kind of curious, Kaya, why?
Kaya, is it Kaya? Oh, yeah,
why
of
you
course
sort of focus so much about the LGBT? You keep mentioning gay sex, but you don't mention straight sex. Why is there such a focus on the LGBTQ world?
Oh, I don't want pictures of sex in school. Any pictures.
So you don't think children should receive any sort of sex education, straight or gay?
I said I don't want pictures of sex in school.
But you think that they should receive picture-free sex education?
No, I think we discussed this earlier.
She doesn't want schools to handle it at all.
I'm curious kind of how you're thinking,
She's so
when you
combative.
think
Holy
about
shit.
the way that you put out content and the way that you think about growing your media empire.
Here, this is a blowjob.
I don't know what book this is from.
Genderqueer.
Okay.
She gonna show it to the
So should
camera?
this picture of a blowjob be in elementary schools?
I've never seen a book
Bro,
like
who
that.
who gives a fuck? It's a fucking drawing. I'm back on the drawing pill, okay? Who gives a fuck, man? For kids, like if they're getting sex education, what? Bro, they're gonna find their way to doing it one way or another, right? Like, ugh.
But I have no idea.
It has been. I posted about it, yeah.
So tell me a little bit
So
about.
should it be in elementary schools?
I have no idea the context. I have no idea.
So
the
in what
context.
context is it okay if it would be in
I
elementary
have
school?
absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I would not. I don't know, Kaya, because I haven't seen the rest of that book. I don't know what's in there. I don't know the context.
But there is a context that it would be okay to give kids pictures like that of gay sex, anal sex in elementary school.
I guess sex pictures in school. I don't know because you know who I would defer to on that. Just because neither of us are sex educators, I would defer that question to a qualified professional, a sex educator, and say, hey, you're an expert. You've treated tons, you've
This is on
educated.
YouTube. Why are you guys complaining? Like, this was allowed on YouTube. Taylor Lorenz only has 13k subs. Oh, but this video got a lot of views. Okay.
Tons of people. You're a full-time sex educator. You've really studied this. What are the appropriate boundaries?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so that school, that apparently wasn't a sex ed drawing. That was like just in a school. I don't know. I don't know what the rules should be with that. Like, it was just a comic.
I don't think that myself as a journalist or a
Delete
media
the
personality,
lolly.
I don't think I'm the right one to make that decision. And I guess I'm wondering why
So
you
there, I have seen sex educators say that they want these books in schools. So then you're okay with it?
I think I would want to talk to the
Bro, the fucking, like the shit we watched on a little VHS tape in the year 2002 was more graphic than what we just saw there. I'm sorry. What the fuck? And everyone soyed out and everyone was like, ooh, like, yeah, and everyone laughed and it was really funny. And then, but we were informed by the end of it. Like, learned a thing or two. Bro.
sex educator and rely on whatever the sex educators say.
Okay.
I'm wondering why you feel like you're qualified to be a sex educator when you have no background in that.
I don't want to be a sex educator. I just don't want to give kids porn in school.
I totally understand. Tell me a little bit more about sort of, just to change topic, about your content world. You put out a lot. You've got a whole staff now. How do you see your business growing, and what areas would you like to expand into?
I'm not going to get into my business strategy.
Uh-huh. Do you see yourself, I've noticed that you've been doing more video content. Are you leading harder into Rumble?
I like doing video content.
Do you have a partnership with Rumble?
No.
Would you?
Maybe.
What are your thoughts on sort of the way that Twitter has evolved?
I love Twitter. It's the best. I love Elon. Elon rocks.
Have you spoken to Elon?
Saved free speech. Not like on the phone.
Have you talked? Would you meet with him?
Yeah.
What's
been your kind of criticism of Elon, because you're outspoken against Elon?
I'm a huge supporter of free speech and free expression, and I haven't liked the way that Elon has kind of arbitrarily banned journalists. I think that's a little concerning.
Who did he ban?
Oh, many. I mean, he banned, I think he banned Tyler Brown, the researcher. He banned, obviously, myself, Drew Harwell, other journalists.
So how do you feel about all of the conservatives that were being banned left and right when Jack Dorsey had Twitter?
I'm of the personal opinion, and I've said this on Twitter and many times, that, look, it's up to every
Did Matt Binder get banned? Bro, fucking Elon. Jesus. What a clown.
Platform to set their own.
Remember his rewrite the whole stack? They're trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about. What, just get two guys with a whiteboard and say, what is Twitter? Fuck.
Community guidelines. I'm not
Oh, LexiBat, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. It's been a while since I've spoken to you.
a huge believer in permanent bans. And I've always said that. And I defend that in the sense that these platforms evolve and people's usage of them evolve and people evolve. As you just said, you were a completely private citizen 5 years ago.
I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Just watching some brain damage trans debates. How are you?
You had no political ideology. Now you have a political ideology. You're a very different person.
So when I got banned from Twitter, you were upset at that? Like you thought that was wrong?
I don't remember you getting banned from Twitter.
I got banned a few times. Not permanently, but
previous to Elon.
Yeah.
My feeling about any bans is that there should be a path to redemption, should you say. That doesn't...
Lorenz, I was shown an animated video of someone eating a girl out in 9th grade class and I turned out perfectly normal. Yeah, I feel like especially these Northern European countries, like whether it's Scandinavia or the UK or fucking like the Netherlands, like they're just pretty fucking... The sex education is like, it's quite in depth and it seems fine. Like, I don't know if we have like the same levels of child abuse that they do in like a red state where there's no sex education at all in some parts. I don't know. Tammy is being racist to 7 VC. Oh no.
I mean that I don't think that it's in the right prerogative to ban people for 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I just personally feel like if you're going to issue lifetime bans, you should give people a path to abide by community guidelines. If you join back on and you break community guidelines again, look, that's on you. But personally, I think that, that's just my belief, and I've talked about that for years. I think that there should be a path to abiding by. If somebody says, hey, look, I know I broke community guidelines, I know what I was posting was wrong, and in sort of violating those rules, I could see tech companies allowing that back. And actually that's what Elon has done, right? I mean, he reinstated all those people that were permanently banned.
Elon is the greatest free speech warrior, I think, of all time.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to think what else. I feel like I've gotten through
Yeah,
most
I think
of these
that's
things.
it. I think we're good.
What else do you have going on?
Nothing much, I'll just continue making fun of the media like I do best.
I still can't, I don't think you answered me to begin with, but what
Whilst throating at least half of the media, but okay.
are some of your favorite media
Guzzling.
outlets?
I said I like independent journalists.
But who?
Like some of the people I follow on Twitter have the best news.
Like who? Like who are your top 3?
Stone toss. Hey, joking.
I would say, first of all, I love Daily Wire. I like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh. I like everything they do. I really like Jack Posobiec. Shout out to Jack. He's great. I like Mike Cernovich. He's cool. Who else is there? Yeah, there's a few others.
Are you still on Substack, by the way? I know you had a Substack at some point.
Yeah. What are your top media place for news?
404 Media. Love 404 Media. Are you familiar with them?
No.
Great website. Independent journalists. Walter Bragman, who does Important Context. Great Substack writer. A huge fan of his work. God, there's so many. Matt Bellany, Lucas Shaw, Julia Alexander. Yeah, great people. Try to see. I feel like that's it. I'm just trying to think.
Let's get an Uber and get out of here. I'm gonna order an Uber.
Awesome. All right, let's make sure. Let's see. I know. Sorry. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh my God, I think this died. Oh my God, it did. Wait, let's see. Hopefully.
God, what a sour person. God damn it. Do you think she actually just went there to wear that t-shirt?
Speak up about the sexualization of...
Whatever, dude. What a grump. That was shit. That was a shit debate. Oh, God. Oh. You should debate Vosh on the flower massacre. My take on the flower massacre is that there's contradictory information and we probably need to see more. I read that entire effort post today and I'm at the position that there is some contradictory information. So far, actually, I will say it doesn't look great for the IDF because of the doctors saying that it was mostly people with bullet wounds and that they can show the x-rays and everything to human rights organizations. So assuming that's true, then that means at least in a couple of days or a couple of weeks, we're going to see people, like one of the human rights orgs is going to publish their findings from the information that was made available by the health ministry. That'll be it. Done. But You support BDS, right? To some degree. Depends on what you're doing it for. I think as long as it's like targeted in specific areas and with specific goals in mind, yeah, why not? It includes right of return in their platform. Oh, the BDS organization. No, they seem weird. I don't know if I care about them. I mean, like I know that one of the founders said some things that I agreed with. I used one of their quotes in one of my videos. But even was it Finkelstein who called them a cult? Because they basically say they have these three policies: right of return, end the occupation, and equal rights for Palestinians in Israel. And especially if you believe all that, then the question I think they got asked, this is Finkelstein's argument, is that they would get asked what's their position on Israel. Because if you support full right of return, you basically say, you're saying that there should be no more Israel, like it's done. There's no Israel with full right of return. But they wouldn't answer, apparently. And then he said that that was cult behavior or like a fucking shitty behavior. Which is true. Like if they want Israel to be abolished through right of return, they could just say that. Like, as far as I know, I don't think any Palestinian negotiator has ever actually asked blank check for an entire like 6 million right of return to Israel. I don't think that's ever been a request made by Palestinian negotiators. They've made statements that could vaguely lean in that direction, but then they'll say things like Palestinians should never waive their full right of return to where the homes that they came from, and then the next paragraph they'll say, but we are very flexible we're willing to be flexible on this issue, and we're going to consider Israel's demographic concerns in negotiations. So yeah, they're a bit like, you're going to have two takes at once there. It was a Clinton objection, but then they also said that they are willing to be flexible. So it's like, it's not a full right if you're willing to be flexible. Because they'll still say that they're going to address Israel's demographic concerns and all that shit. So it's like, it's kind of like they're saying two things at once. That's the impression that I get from them. But they've never actually said, like, as a negotiation offer, like at the table, give us a full right. I don't think they've ever said that. At least I've been told that by the pro-Palestinian side, is they'll say that this has never been mentioned. Anyway, shall I read this New York Times article that just came out today? Seems like we could. All right, 1 second. Bro, I did my fucking squats like 3 days ago now, and my legs still feel absolutely disgusting. Like it's like they're as sore as they were 2 days ago and yesterday. God. Horrible pain. Dom's got you. Yeah. Anyway. Don't mind that. It's about progressive. Yeah, well. I normally don't get it this bad. It's probably because hack squats are just harder than fucking barbell squats. Anyway. People in the waiting room. What? Ugh. Tammy, hello?
Hello? Hello?
What can I do for you?
Actually, I just came on because I wanted to ask, why do you drink so much water?
Because it's good for you.
That's true. Yeah, because you have a lot. Like, we've noticed that you have a lot, so I thought, why not ask? Are you, like, always, like, dehydrated or something?
No, it's just good to drink lots of water.
Okay, that's good. That means that... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, like, you go to the washroom a lot, maybe?
Do I go to the washroom a lot?
Yeah, because you drink a lot.
Like the
Right.
bathroom? No, not really, not that often.
Oh, lucky. Yeah.
Also, if I'm on ADHD meds, then I definitely need a lot of water, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, so maybe you're on meds. That's also the reason, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I drink a lot of water anyway, so.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, that's all, yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a
Have
good day,
fun.
all right? Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too. Okay. Bye. Bye.
Agua. Okay. Why do you think the UN took so long? I don't know. I mean, I know the pro-Israel argument. They would say that the all the UN fucking Human Rights Commission, whatever the fuck it's called, is basically headed by a bunch of people from Arab or Muslim dictatorships. But I don't know. I don't know what the actual reason is. Who knows? Inquiry finds evidence. Oh, UN says inquiry finds evidence of sexual assault in Hamas-led attack on Israel. Here's what we know. The investigators also reported evidence for claims of sexual violence against hostages held in Gaza and said that they are looking into allegations of sexual assault of Palestinian women in Israeli detention. A UN team reported on evidence to support multiple claims of sexual assault on October 7th. Okay. Kamala Harris will meet with a top Israeli official to discuss the crisis in Gaza. Only a trickle of aid reaches northern Gaza, where a threat of famine looms. UN aid agency researchers say Gazans were abused in Israeli detention. We have reached a stage of hunger like never before. US envoy says a ceasefire in Gaza would not necessarily end hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. Okay. UN experts warn that Gaza is close to famine. What does that mean? Okay. A UN team reported on evidence to support multiple claims of sexual assault on October 7th. A United Nations report released on Monday said it had found grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred against women during the Hamas-led October 7th attack on Israel, and evidence that hostages being held in the Gaza Strip were also assaulted. It called for a full investigation. The report issued by the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Sexual Violence and Conflict came in response to multiple accounts of sexual violence during the October 7th attack, as well as allegations by Palestinian officials that Palestinian women in detention and in the West Bank had been assaulted. The report asked that Israel grant access to UN officials to conduct through the report asked that Israel grant access to UN officials to conduct thorough investigations of the Palestinian accounts. From late January to early February, the UN deployed a team of experts to Israel and the West Bank led by Pramila Patten, the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict. Ms. Patten's office said at the time that its representatives planned to gather information from survivors, witnesses, freed hostages, and Palestinians recently released from detention. In their report, the experts said that they had found reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred during the Hamas-led incursion into Israel, including rape and gang rape in at least 3 locations: the Nova Music Festival site and its surroundings, Road 232, and Kibbutz Re'im. In most of these incidents, victims were first subjected to rape, were then killed, and at least 2 incidents relate to the rape of women's corpses, the report said. The report said it found a pattern of victims, mostly women, found fully or partially naked, bound and shot across multiple locations. And although the evidence was circumstantial, the pattern could indicate some form of sexual violence and torture. It also said it had found clear and convincing evidence that hostages being held in Gaza were assaulted. The report said that it could not verify the reports of sexual violence in one kibbutz, Kfar Aza, although it said circumstantial information indicated that some violence may have occurred. And it said that 2 allegations of sexual violence in kibbutz Be'eri, widely reported by the media, were unfounded. First responders told the New York Times that they had found bodies of women with signs of sexual assault at these 2 kibbutzim, but the Times, in its investigation, did not refer to the specific allegations that the UN said were unfounded. Okay. Overall, the mission team is of the view that the true prevalence of sexual violence during the October 7th attacks and their aftermath may take months or years to emerge and may never be fully known. Damn. The UN report said that its team also heard allegations of sexual violence against Palestinians that implicated Israeli security forces and settlers. Palestinian officials and civil society representatives, the report said, told the UN team of incidents involving cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment of Palestinians in detention, including various forms of sexual violence in the form of invasive body searches, threats of rape, and prolonged forced nudity, as well as sexual harassment and threats of rape during house raids and at checkpoints. The UN team asked the government of Israel to allow access to other UN bodies, including the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Independent Internal Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory, so they can conduct thorough, independent investigations into these allegations. Ms. Patton said that her trip was not intended to be investigative. Other UN agencies have had that mandate, she said. But to give voices to victims and survivors and find ways to offer them support, including justice and accountability. The UN team included technical experts that could interpret forensic evidence, analyze open source digital information, and conduct interviews with any victims and witnesses of sexual violence, the report said. Israel has said that Hamas attacked women sexually during its incursion into southern Israel and had criticized the UN for being too slow to condemn the assaults. Hamas has denied the allegations, calling them wartime propaganda. It said its members only had time to crush the enemy's military sites. Okay. Yeah. So now we have the UN saying at least 3 different sites. Road 232, Kibbutz Re'im, and the festival. Oh God. I wonder if why do you think that strong supporters of the attack in the West online don't seem to use Hamas's argumentation like ever? Probably because they can't, right? Like if you say that if you say that no civilians were targeted and all that, like it just takes 1 or 2 videos to go on Twitter to prove it wrong, right? Like we all know. So they can't really make the same arguments that Hamas does. Hamas can control things a lot, like in the Arab world, they can control media a lot more effectively than they can here. Like you just wouldn't get away with it here, which is why they need to do it. Well, actually, there's not really such a thing as an Israeli civilian because of the settler colonial apartheid. Like yeah, they can just say that, but yeah, like they just have to do their own version of it, basically. Oh well. If Hamas said the sky was blue, I'd walk outside to check. Well, you might have schizophrenia then. I don't know. Did Trump lose a primary? Whew. The settler colonial filibuster. Okay. He lost DC. Was that expected? Is this the very base things that they were referring to on Second Thoughts, Forethoughts podcast? Second Thought, not Forethought. Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, they just denied that it happened. And that John the Duncan dipshit did as well. Probably a whole bunch of others. Fuck. Bad Empanada said there was no evidence of it, like not even one. But what can you do? What is this? Is Avi in a Twitter space? Oh, he's just listening. Okay. Did Brianna Joy Gray say there was no evidence of it? No, they denied that any rapes happened. That's what they said. She alluded to it. Okay, whatever. Who knows? I'm trying to think of all the different things I need to do for this month. We need a little bit of a plan going forward, guys. All right, let's see. What is this? Oh yeah, someone did a drawing. Apparently, this is me and Destiny at Ohio. Why is one of my eyeballs so low off my face? Okay. Whatever. Okay. What do I need to do? I need to do my Mearsheimer video. I need to do finish my docs on Israel-Palestine history, which includes finishing that book. What else do I want to do? Kind of like thinking about going forward with stuff, because I'm about to do my last video essay that's actually got a schedule on it, like my last scheduled video essay, before basically just being a full-time streamer. So when I'm thinking about content stuff, I could maybe do ICJ case. I could go through that. Maybe through Noah's vid. No, not last ever, just last scheduled one. So after that one, I'll just do ones when I feel like it or when I get a sponsor. So they'll just be a lot more sparse. I could do just like a general bad quotes Wikipedia on. I could do that as well, even though that just seemed like such a fucking dorky video to do. Like, oh god. I could even just do a stream segment on it instead. These can all be stream segments. Like they don't have to be this has to be a video essay, but these can all just be stream segments. Squirrel leftist is already denying the UN report. Nice. Will you ever do a comprehensive history? Well, yeah, that's the next. That's something I've been planning for ages, but I just keep on getting fucking sidetracked by other shit. Yeah. So far, I've already mapped out like up to, just up to Yom Kippur. I have a pretty solid understanding. Like, I feel like I could tell a really, really good story over like 4 or 5 different segments on 1870 up until Yom Kippur. Like I've got like a whole bunch of shit. IP academics tier list. But I'm trying to think what other kind of content I want to do. I could look for debates, but I'm trying to think who I would want to debate that would actually be like a really good debate, because I'm not in a position where people are coming to me. The only people who come to me are like clinically insane who want to debate me. Why? I feel like I should be able to find more wankers. I don't know. Or I could go through the vault and maybe I could pull out like the fucking Sultan skinny debate. Like that was, even though that was a massive fucking state. Like I was so wired that day. And he was also being a bit much. People from Novara Media. Could I? Ethan and H3? I don't think I'm going to get on H3. I feel like getting Benny Morris or Khalidi wouldn't be too difficult. That would be easy enough. Karantos again. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I need to think about stuff. Actually, I don't even know why I'm trying to think of more. This is a lot of stuff. This is a massive amount of shit. Noah, but don't frame it. Noah will not talk to me. He'll like he knows full well that I disagree with him on things, and he just won't like. He's got nothing to gain from doing that. Like, why would he? Yeah. Finkelstein. I don't know. I mean, these fucking these 4 things are going to be are pretty big projects though. They're really big projects, so I'll just do that and say, yeah, fuck. Avi Schleim, yeah, he's cool. Mearsheimer and then Oppenheimer. I don't know. I don't remember watching Oppenheimer and thinking. I don't remember watching it thinking this is a bad film. Okay, I don't remember thinking that. I remember watching it and just feeling like underwhelmed. You know, like it was just there. It was like I was just looking at a piece of furniture. Like, and it did after the explosion. The whole like whatever the fuck was going on with the courts and the hearings and all that shit. And I was just like, what the? I was just like, this is what's happening. It tailed off. It tailed off harder than I've ever seen a film tailing off at the end. Like, God. I remember thinking Barbie was way better. I remember thinking that. Owen Jones. Yeah, maybe. I might even just watch more Owen Jones content because he does talk about this stuff like every day. The Saluki, yeah. How well. We'll think of something. Well, Kalinsky would actually talk to me. He'd be a good bet. You go through a list of solutions. Yeah, I could do that. That'd be easy enough. Ben Shapiro out of the question, probably. Afraid so. Anyway, I definitely need to do this fucking video essay, though. That's a big priority right now. Okay. Okay. More Hutch collabs? True. Okay. Listen. Take care, guys, all right? I will see you tomorrow. Maybe even a bit earlier. Who knows? Okay. Okay. Take care, okay? Bye-bye.